Hello, everyone, and a very good afternoon to you. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you, a very, very warm welcome, and welcome to day one of Urban Design Lab Thesis Publication Seminar for this year, 2025. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished panel members, esteemed jurors, respected faculty members, accomplished participants, and our honored guests. I am Dr. Tanya Kaur Bedi, PhD in Architecture from IIT Kharagpur and a graduate in Architecture from NIT Bhopal. I'm currently serving as Assistant Professor at the School of Planning and Architecture Bhopal, and I have this privilege of convening this seminar on behalf of the Urban Design Lab for this year. And it is with great pleasure that I welcome all of you to this seminar. We extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed panel members, jurors, whose presence enriches today's disclosure on urban design, architecture, and planning. But before we begin, let me share a brief note about the Urban Design Lab and the UDL Thesis publication series. So since its inception, the Urban Design Lab has been committed to amplify the voices and ideas that shape our city's future. Through this initiative, we have showcased the best thesis projects in urban design, architecture, and planning at a truly global platform. This started with the 2023 edition, followed by a 2024 publication, and now this year, in the 2025 edition, this initiative has grown into one of the most respected platforms for academic excellence. We proudly feature work from over 50 institutes across more than 40 countries that represent diverse ideas and solutions from some of the most brilliant emerging minds around the world. Each year, the publication captures the diversity and innovation driving our urban transformation globally. Let us now take a moment to introduce our distinguished panelists for this seminar. I would like to begin with Professor Ujang Ghosh, the co-founder and former president of the Institute of Urban Designers India, and a figure who has shaped Indian urban designer for over 4 decades. A graduate of SPA Delhi and the University of Pennsylvania, he is a partner at Ujjan Plush Associates and has been a visiting professor at SPA New Delhi for more than 30 years, mentoring generations of urban designers. Joining him, we have Professor Amita Sinha, who is a professor emerita at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and a renowned scholar of cultural landscapes. With more than 3 decades of teaching and research, she has also served as a visiting professor at IIT Kharagpur, IIT Gandhinagar, and IIT BHU, enriching academia, professional disclosures on heritage, sustainability, and also landscape. We are also honored to welcome Professor Brinda Shastri, Acting Vice President of the Institute of Urban Designers India for 2024 to 2027. An alumna of the University of Oregon, she's an independent urban designer and planner whose work spans public, private, and non-profit sectors. Her practice actually and research brings together spatial planning, governance, and advocacy with a strong emphasis on inclusivity and participatory design. And finally, we have Professor George Jacob, Associate Professor at Krivya University, Mumbai, and co-founder of ADRG. His teaching, research, and practice explores indigenous communities, migration, and everyday urban spaces. He has been closely associated with landmark projects such as Dharavi redevelopment in Mumbai and Cinema City, and continues to mentor students in socially responsive design. And now I would like to take a moment to introduce our distinguished jury panel for today's seminar. These esteemed individuals have been instrumental in evaluating the diverse and innovative theses presented, bringing their wealth of knowledge and critical insights to the process. Their expertise has shaped the discussion and helped push the boundaries of architecture, urban design, and planning altogether. We are honored to have with us Professor Fabiano Lemes de Oliveira, Associate Professor in Urbanism at Politecnico di Milano. Specializing in green and blue infrastructure and sustainable planning, he is the author of Green Wedge Urbanism and editor of Planning Cities with Nature, leading pioneering research at the intersection of ecology and urbanization. Joining him is Professor Ivan Shea, Assistant Professor at the New York Institute of Technology and Director of Emergent Studio. An architect and urban designer, his work explores the spatial impact of infrastructure and new mobility systems. With his forthcoming book, Automobility Urbanism, further underlines his contributions to the field. We would also like to welcome Professor Nabil Moureb, Associate Professor at the American University in Cairo and founder of the Spatial Analysis and Simulation Lab. With a PhD from University of Liverpool, his research investigates the complex ties between urbanization, social behavior, and sustainable development, advancing the critical dialogue on resilience. Representing Europe and North Africa, Professor Fatima Sara Efil is an architect and urban designer with KCAP in Paris. An alumna of ENSA Paris, Bavaria, and IIT, her work bridges sustainability, heritage revitalization, and practice-based design, with contributions across diverse cultural contexts. From King Abdulaziz University, we are privileged to have Professor Ibrahim Bareldin, whose teaching and research span urbanism, public space governance, and post-conflict urban design. With academic roots in Waseda University and KU Leuven, his scholarship engages deeply with spatial justice, adaptive governance, and civic identity in the global South context. Presenting Politecnico di Milano, Professor Giulia Setti is an architect, researcher, and educator whose expertise lies in housing, informal settlements, and urban regeneration. Her teachings and scholarship bridge the theory and practice, exploring adaptive reuse and sustainable connections between urban form and our society. And finally, we are delighted to welcome Professor Beta Paramita, Associate Professor at Universitas Pendicarnya, Indonesia. A leading voice in sustainable architecture and green building performance, her projects on solar-efficient housing and net zero energy design showcase her commitment to innovation and climate-responsive urbanism. Together, I think we have our distinguished jury represents a global spectrum of thoughts, practice, and different contexts. And we are truly, truly grateful for the insight and expertise that they bring to the table for the UDL Thesis Publication Seminar of 2025. Once again, on behalf of the entire Urban Design Lab community and those present, we sincerely thank you for your presence, dedication, and commitment to advancing the disclosure of urban design and architecture. Your diverse expertise and perspectives enrich this seminar with a global view of the field. We deeply appreciate the time and insights you have contributed and look forward to learning from your evaluations. Your participation elevates the seminar, and we are confident, very confident, that your guidance will spark innovative ideas and critical discussions. Thank you so much for your unwavering support to the UDL Thesis Publication Seminar 2025. And now, as we move forward, I would like to welcome architect Christy Verma, who will be handling the proceedings from here and leading us into the next session. Architect Christy Verma, an assistant professor at Amity School of Architecture and Planning, Jaipur, holds a B.Arch from MNIT Jaipur and a master's in urban planning from Sept University, Ahmedabad. With her expertise in urban planning, design education, and her keen interest in cultural narratives, she brings both academic depth and practical insights to today's discussions. Thank you so much. And now I would like architect Christy Verma to please take over from here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karna, for such a warm welcome. So, hi everybody, a very warm welcome to all present here. I am Christy Verma, and I have the pleasure of moderating our first session of the day. This session is devoted to the theme of the urban landscape, a subject at the very heart of contemporary urbanization. Here, we look at the dynamic interplay between nature, infrastructure, society, and economy. Together, we will reflect on how urban landscapes can be reimagined as resilient, inclusive, and life enhancing environments. To guide us through this inquiry, we are joined by a distinguished panel of scholars and practitioners. Professor Ujjan Ghosh, Professor Naveen Morer, and Professor Ibrahim Bharaldin. Their perspectives and expertise promise to illuminate new possibilities for the future of our cities, and I look forward to the insights they will share with us. With that, let us begin session 1, Urban Landscape. Our first thesis presentation will be delivered by Kelly Jasmine Quispe-Condori Gomez, a graduate of the Bachelor of Architecture program, class of 2021 from the Pontifical Catholic University in Lima, Peru. The thesis is titled Metropolitan Agricultural Cultural Park, Cultivating the Productive and the Sacred in the Lower Nubin River Valley through the Governance of its Water Resources, Lima, Peru. This work was guided by Susana Lopez, Augusta Roman, and Cesar Tarazona under the theme Urban Landscape. Kelly, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I have a problem with my computer.
Kelly, I request you to please proceed to share your screen.
Just a moment. I have a problem with my screen. Oh. Oh, that's no problem. Chapo.
Apologies for the delay, everybody. Kelly will be back in a minute. I request you all to please wait till then. Thank you.
Good morning. Sorry, I had a problem with my computer, but well, good morning, everyone. My name is architect Kelly Kispekonori, and is can you hear me? My
Yes, Kelly,
exposition?
you are audible.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Well. And it's a pleasure to me present my research and thesis project, Metropolitan Cultural Agriculture Park, nurturing the productive and the secret in the Lower Lurin River Valley. Next, please. The Lower Lurin Valley, located south of Lima, is today the last green valley of the world's second largest desert city. Over the last century, accelerated and uncontrolled urban growth has reduced its fertile land, leaving it as the only remaining agricultural valley within metropolitan Lima. This gives it a unique role, not only as a source of food and water security, but also as a cultural landscape that holds deep historical and spiritual values. Next, please. This valley combines extraordinary features. It's highly productive and agroecological complex with seasonal ecosystems known as lomas. It also holds a dense network of huacas, sacred Hispanic sites connected through the Inca Trail, Capacñan, to a larger secret geography between the Andes and the coast. Next, please. For centuries, this landscape nurtured both agriculture and water, creating a fertile territory through a sophisticated hydrological system that viewed land and water as a one living agrarian whole. Next, please. However, in the past 25 years, the valley has lost about 2/3 of its agricultural land to urban expansion. This change has fragmented its fabric, disrupted its water systems, and weakened its cultural identity. The main causes are the low profitability of agriculture due to the river's seasonality, lack of economic alternative for local communities, and the absence of legal and planning frameworks to protect its territory. As a result, agriculture is being abandoned. The environment is degraded and heritage values are disappearing. Next, please. This makes a new territorial model of protection and enhancement urgent. My thesis proposed to view the valley not just as agricultural land, but as a territorial project, a cultural agricultural landscape that must be managed through governance tools, strategies, and its own identity. Next, please. The methodology used first identify the valley's heritage and productive values at a metropolitan and local scales, and then focus on a representative study area between the mentioned ravine and the Pachacamac Lomas. This zone is particularly relevant because it holds the largest remaining agricultural production. Rural communities where 90% of people still depend on farming, and the designated metropolitan park area of Pachacamac, envisioned as a park area, a public gateway for the city. Next, please. The proposal had three main goals. First, strengthening agriculture with a more competitive and sustainable production system. Second, restoring the hydrological balance through a blue infrastructure network of reservoirs, wetlands, flood cultures, and irrigation systems that recharge the aquifer and ensure water security. And third, integrating cultural and heritage values by formalizing the Inca trade, the river and canals as structural corridors. By regularizing the Huacas, these vestige as transversal access that connect agriculture, heritage, and public space. Next, please. Through these strategies, the valley becomes not only more productive and resilient, but also more legible as a metropolitan agricultural park. It offers green public space, educational and cultural activities, and added economic value for local communities through sustainable production and heritage based on tourism. This project is conceived as a SIG project. Next, please. One that emerges and grows from the land itself, built with adobe walls and a timber structure. This SIG project is envisioned both as an infrastructure and as a welcoming space that hosts diverse activities, where farmers teach and learn alongside visitors about agroecology, where fresh products are sold directly, and where environmental education trails become. Next, please. Ultimately, the project envisions the Lower Lurín Valley as a living territorial system, one that regenerates its ecosystem, protects its heritage, and strengthens its agricultural identity, ensuring that Lima Las Green Valley can be preserved as a vital landscape for both the city and its people. Thank you very much. Can you share my last presentation?
Thank you so much, Kelly, for such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Your sensitive stewardship of Lower Lurín River is amazing, shaping a space where agriculture and sacredness intersect meaningfully. Your approach to water governance inspires a renewed respect for landscape as a living heritage. May I now invite the jury's reflections, starting with Professor Ujjan, Professor Nabil, and Professor Ibrahim. The floor is yours, Julie.
Hello. Am I audible? I'm Ujjan Ghosh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Although started had a little trouble in the beginning, but you caught up. Frankly, your presentation was not very clear. I could see the drawings, but they're so small, can't read them much. However, your issue which you are discussing is quite clear, and it is almost a global issue. It's not just in this city and in Peru. So that way, what you were suggesting or rather researching on, is quite valuable. But I would have an opinion that when these kind of nature and human activity have come face to face, and on top of livelihood comes in also, and then culture and heritage, etc., also come in, which we are going to listen more about all these in some of the other presentations. That makes it more challenging, and different experts have slightly different views on this. I take an opinion of not too much of integration of human activities and natural settings, which is a little different than what mostly being tried everywhere. But I feel that most of the natural phenomena, if to be tackled and protected, they are best left alone. Although there is another view that if you integrate that with human activities and development, they are more likely to be preserved. But I believe that that is possible in maybe in only in certain cases, but in a majority of the cases where the natural aspects are comes in a very large sort of scale, one should try to leave it alone to do its work as it's expected to do, which is eventually is for human good anyway. So this what I just said is very general, and because I couldn't be very specific on Kelly's work, where as I admitted that I really couldn't understand clearly her propositions. So I would leave it at that. Maybe other people can pick up and can be a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor
Thank you.
Ujja. Professor Nabil. Professor Nabil, we would love to hear your insights. Professor Ibrahim, we would love to hear your insights.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. And thank you, Kali, for this very dense presentation. And I actually seconded Professor Ojan that you have exhibited a lot of data in a very short time, as well in a very condensed format, which makes it a little bit maybe difficult to understand every bit of it. However, I really like that you acknowledge the heritage as an active force, not just as a backdrop. And I think that's one of the strengths of this thesis. In addition, I think also you manage to formulate a very strong structural strategies. Here I'm talking about the four approaches: hydrology, ecological zones, heritage, and agroecology. These, I think, it's very interesting to look at the intersection of these different strategies together. Although it wasn't for me, maybe it was there, but I didn't manage to see it like clearly how they interact together. One of the things that I think maybe might need to be addressed in a clear way is that your thesis emphasizes protecting the valley based on profitability of its territorial identity. While this is very interesting, I think it might risk reducing cultural ecology value to what we can call as economic terms. It might risk potentially commodifying heritage itself. So I guess there is a very critical need here to reflect on who profits from what you identified as profitability. Are we talking about communities? Are we talking about developers or tourism, maybe tourism actors? So identifying who profit from this may be a little bit like reduce the risk of cultural ecological value, transforming it into a commodity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insight. Professor Nabil, I would like to invite you on the floor to share your insights. Professor Nabil, do we have you with us?
Yes, I'm sorry, I have some sort of difficulties in the technology issue. First of all, I would like to thank Kelly for her presentation. It's really impressive. It's maybe the scale is huge. I commend her for trying to cover all of these spaces. My question is, how do people interact or might interact with your vision of intervention using this valley? Kelly, are you with me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. So is the student with us, Kelly?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I thinking in the project, but I think the way that people interact with the park is into the routines and the corridors that make legible the figure of these values, because actually there are some corridors, pre-existent corridors now, but it's not too legible. But now, if you can put um, um, more visible these roofs and these corridors between the canals, you can access to different wakas, vistas, with the program in this kind of infrastructures in this project or seed project like models. You can do different activities in environment education or buying different kind of products to visit the communities in the valley. So I think there are a lot of ways to interact with the park and the figure. I think the most value of this project is make it easier to work to connect different kind of programs and activities in itself.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Quick one. I mean, walking distances here, I mean, the scale of this space is, I mean, like 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, or
There are two kind of routines. There are short terms, that is in Wacas which are in both margin of Bali, because the location of this vestige sacred geography, like the mountain, are so near. So there are like short routes, but also there are long routes that connects, for example, the corridor from Lomas to the ocean, Pacific Ocean, and the Temple of Pachacamac, that is located at the on the finish of the valley. So I think the long routes are more than a day, maybe 2 or 3 days. But now actually the valley offers this kind of routes to people on tourists to record, and also it could be inclusive for to connect Andes with coast in a route that maybe is 5 or 10 days to walk.
So it's different, I mean, distances, different issues, and different
Yes,
activities allocated with them.
yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you
I
so
know.
much, Judy.
Sorry, just I know we're running short of time. Just a quick question to Kelly, just to satisfy myself. Kelly, can you hear me? Oh, don't take the picture out. Then we can go to the next one then. Never mind. I think she's off.
Yes, I can hear, but my
No,
screen is freezing, so I can see
okay, a
the
quick
presentation.
question. This picture, what we are seeing in front, this big valley, and obviously it is very sparsely developed. There is hardly any development in this. Just wanted to know, what are you concerned about? What do you think, if you don't intervene, what will happen to this valley? You think all these places will get built up?
It's not all the valley, but there are some that is almost all the productive area becomes to urban area. For example, in the slide 3, we can see the finish of the valley to the coast. There are a lot of urban growth in the valley. The loss of agriculture is almost all the area, but there are other areas, like my case of study, that is not protected, but like there is mountains into valley from Rimac that is too close to Durin. It's like a physic border, and it it made that it was difficult to enter to this valley, but yes, there are little case from productive metrics that are protected for the mountains.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jury, for your valuable insights. Now, before moving further, I would like to request the participants to please adhere to the 10-minute presentation limit, just as Kelly did. Now, moving ahead, our second presentation will be delivered by Sergio Seguin, Marita Shamon, and Maria Raja, candidates of Masters in Urban Design program, class of 2025 at the American University of Beirut, Lebanon. The thesis is titled Heritage-Led Regeneration of the Northern Governorate, Bahrain. This work was guided by Professor Sandra Frem under the theme Urban Landscape. Sergio, Marita, and Maria, over to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Sergio Zgheib, and I am joined by my colleagues Maria Rajha and Marita Shamon. and we will be presenting our final thesis project for the Urban Design Studio at the American University of Beirut, titled Heritage-Led Regeneration of the Northern Governorate of Bahrain. And this project actually aims to develop a heritage-led climate adaptive regenerative framework for Bahrain's northern governorate that addresses ecological degradation, spatial inequality, and post-oil urbanism, while fostering resilience, equity, and sustainability. To situate the project, maybe if we can go to the next slide, we conducted a morphological study tracing the territory from the 1860s to the present, examining the economic, the demographic, the cultural, and climatic factors that actually shaped its evolution. As the maps illustrate, real estate growth, privatized coastal access, and large-scale reclamation have reshaped the shoreline and disrupted cultural landscapes, reflecting the economic shifts that prioritized private development. Historically, the northern edge of Bahrain was defined by agrarian and coastal settlements sustained by palm groves, irrigation networks, freshwater springs, and traditional fishing systems, and anchored a rich cultural and archaeological identity. Today, however, the territory reveals a fragmented mosaic with a rupture in the continuity. Private, low-rise developments have expanded over farmland and the shoreline, while extensive reclamation has created large vacant lands disconnected from the historic fabric. These transformations highlight the growing tension between heritage-led agrarian landscapes and speculative private-led development. To establish a foundation for our design approach, we mapped both constraints and opportunities, identifying how to address challenges while building on the area's latent potential. In terms of constraints, we have environmental constraints, such as flooding, groundwater salinity, coastal pollution from reclamation and the oil discharge. We have spatial constraints, such as the agricultural decline, the gated developments, the car-oriented infrastructure that fragment the landscape, as well as socioeconomic constraints, such as service gaps in healthcare, education, and community infrastructure, combined with social tensions that deepen the inequality and marginalization. Despite the existing challenges, the northern edge also has significant potential for regeneration. For instance, cultural opportunities in terms of archaeological sites, vernacular settlements, and religious landmarks provide a strong basis for civic revitalization. Also, spatial assets such as the big number of vacant plots, the reclaimed lands, and intact transversal corridors allow for climate adaptive infrastructure, which we will see in a bit, as well as community services and CTC links. And last, opportunities for mobility, where the Budaya Highway, for example, that connects to the capital Manama, depicted in the horizontal red and green thick lines, can be reimagined as a multimodal green corridor that actually connects neighborhoods and gives economic opportunities. Building on these, we therefore propose a new vision for the northern edge of Bahrain that counters the actual now present Vision 2050 for Bahrain framework by placing heritage-led resilience at its core. The vision redefines development through the preservation, adaptive reuse, and activation of cultural landscapes as drivers of regeneration. This vision imagines a post-oil urban future rooted in ecological stewardship and climate adaptive infrastructure, with cultural heritage and environmental systems forming the foundation for a more sustainable, inclusive, and territorially cohesive Bahrain.
To achieve this vision, the goals of the intervention are threefold. 1, cultural landscape, 2, connectivity, and 3, equitable economies. Zooming in on the cultural landscape strategy, we treat land and sea as one living system shaped by tradition and care. Fishing is revived, seagrass and mangroves restored, and traditional irrigation reintroduced to support farming and biodiversity. Native trees, water features, and cooling towers create microclimates that enhance walkability and connectivity. As for the connectivity, next, it is reinforced by linking ecological systems, cultural practices, and economic opportunities, ensuring access and integration across communities. As for the equitable economies strategy, and through participatory processes, we revive traditional crafts, small-scale farming, and ecotourism while fostering youth innovation, creative industries, and circular economies. Heritage sites are adaptively reused, so economic growth remains rooted in place, memory, and social equity. Zooming in on the micro-level spatial strategies, we begin first, as you can see on the upper left, by patching the existing heritage infrastructure, which are the historical wells, springs, city cores, cultural and religious landmarks, to create a cohesive and uninterrupted heritage trail that restitches the once segregated northern governorate. By doing so, we create a buffer zone around the established trail. The current governmental strategy relies on reclaiming land and developing enclosed settlements to respond to the future housing demand. In contrast, our approach allocates specific zones for inland retrofitted densification, as you can see in the zoning plan, that has varying levels like low-rise, mid-rise, and high-rise designs, designed to meet the estimating housing needs by 2050. While integrating more inclusively into the existing urban fabric and maintaining the existing agricultural lands. Moreover, we develop a coherent mobility plan that introduces public transport and soft mobility strategies that prioritize pedestrian access while also recognizing the need for a metro that connects the northern governorate to other cities in Bahrain. All of these strategies are designed through a green-blue infrastructure lens that revives the historical water wells, maintains and uplifts existing agricultural fields, creates a water catchment belt in a strategic topographic location, introduces a new green spaces for shaded eco corridors. While we established all these systems, we acknowledge that this work cannot be developed and executed in silos. Instead, as you can see in the power map on the right, we propose different levels of participation based on the positioning of every stakeholder, to eventually, next, synthesize an alternative green heritage-led master plan proposal for the Northern Governorate of Bahrain. We propose an incremental phasing of the project that spreads across the next 30 years. As you can see in the diagrams above, we illustrate the phasing of the implementation based on a realistic timeline that begins by implementing the gray, blue, and green infrastructure of the existing public lands, towards completing the whole proposal by 2050, after acquiring additional lands to execute the SMEs, the retrofitted proposals, social infrastructure development, and the ecotourism hub. A collaborative framework guides the whole process from beginning to end, in water and shade through the timeline to reach our three main goals: cultural landscape, equitable economies, and connectivity.
Our design vision is illustrated on the micro scale through a transversal section that links the Budaya Highway to the seafront. This transversal axis crosses key cultural and ecological layers such as Budaya Highway, the Barbar Temple, the historic village core, and finally the fisherman's port. Across these diverse micro-interventions, we highlight how heritage, mobility, and ecology can be reconnected through a continuous spatial experience. Budaya Highway is reimagined as more than just a mobility corridor, but as a multi-modal spine by adopting a people-centered approach that enhances both movement and public life. By integrating a central tramway, shaded promenades, and SME hubs, the road becomes an active spine that provides accessible and environmentally sustainable transport across the urban fabric. The space will also support soft mobility with dedicated public spaces all along that ensure safety and comfort for all users. Altogether, the highway catalyzes urban integration, connecting people, places, and opportunities. At the core of this transversal section is the Barbar Temple. It's a site of deep cultural significance. The proposal treats it as both an archaeological landmark that would act as vibrant gathering place as well. So lightweight modular structures surrounding the temple would enable cultural programming. In addition, we have a proposed looping pedestrian trail aligned with the proposed heritage corridor that you can see in the red line that will ensure accessibility, connectivity, and protect the ruin integrity. To improve comfort, the design also integrates strategies that create cooler microclimates while positioning the temple as a central node within the broader cultural landscape. Extending outward, the design strengthens the historic fabric of Berber village and its coastal edge. Narrow streets are shaded and revitalized, reconnecting the inland settlement with the shoreline. Al Nakhil Highway, which currently cuts through the historic core of Barbar, is rerouted to preserve narrow pedestrian streets, keeping them partially car-free. In addition to that, we have parking facilities that are introduced at strategic points at the edge of the village, freeing surface areas for public activity. Along the coast, restore tidal pools and fish traps, revive traditional ecological practices, while a continuous public promenade activates the waterfront, ensuring inclusive coastal access through multifunctional space for both residents and visitors. So in conclusion, these spatial interventions are rooted in systems that embrace duality, functioning simultaneously as infrastructure and as collective spaces. Our project began initially with the question of how to transform the northern governorate of Bahrain from a fragmented periphery into a connected, resilient landscape with just future opportunities. So rather than imposing a profit-driven vision, it builds on what already exists, regenerating coastal and inland systems, restoring also historic water systems and remaining ecosystems, and consolidating cultural landmarks and historic cores. So by integrating all of these layers, the project reclaims forgotten cultural assets and ecologies as agents of transformation. Through phased implementation and inclusive governance, it envisions the governorate as a living framework of resilience rooted in equity, memory, and collective agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio, Marita, and Maria. Your vision harnesses cultural memory as a regenerative force with thoughtful strategies for preserving Bahrain's unique urban identity. Your work demonstrates how heritage can become the backbone of future urban transformation. With that, I open the floor to the jury members to share their insightful reflections. Professor Nabil.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. It's really interesting, and I like that how you have gone from the macro scale to the micro scale. For Bahrain and the Gulf region in general, I'm always curious about designing for the locals versus designing for expatriates. So, in the micro scale, you've talked about a village. So, village is this just devoted for the locals only, or it's combination between locals and expatriates?
There you go. Actually, it's a combination of both. We do acknowledge that this is neighborhood scale, and we want to do this collaboratively with the residents of the area. However, it is good to acknowledge that this area in specific was always segregated and enclosed from all the other areas in Bahrain, but also outside Bahrain. So part of the strategy is to open up this area and to create an ecotourism hub that would attract other peoples to the area without having to create such a big social gentrification aspect through a collaborative framework.
Yeah, thank you for this response because again, it's I've lived a little bit for a while in the Gulf region, and I could understand that some interventions might be suitable for residents or locals, but might not suit the expatriates and vice versa. So, if you're going to increase the tourism for this village, I mean, if it's completely devoted for residents, it might be a little bit a challenge to convince them that they're going to have more touristic activities and might compromise their privacy, maybe. I don't know. So that's why I don't know the culture of the village. Is it a preservative village? People's culture are based on privacy and maintaining their own issues, or they are open to welcome others. I mean, this is the point I didn't understand that much in your presentation.
So a big part of our design strategy is heritage-led. So the point of the project is to maintain the existing practices and the existing structures in the area, and to make sure that this does not change with the design. Rather, we are complementing it with other green infrastructural strategies that would, the people as visitors or the ecotourism hub would be just coming inside this already existing fabric without having to change it, really.
And also, if you want an answer to your question, is that we already mentioned how the private-led development is taking over this area. And our response to this through our design is to actually preserve the historic villages that have original residents that are there, especially when we have a lot of agricultural lands with their inhabitants that are being replaced by these private settlements. So the idea is to preserve these historic cores and actually empower them and give them a role within this bigger vision for the area, rather than just to have development taking over the region.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But yes, security is a very important subject.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Nabil. I would now like to invite Professor Ibrahim to share his insights.
Thank you very much. I also share same comments with Professor Nabil that one of the things that I really like about this thesis is that it moves fluidly between the territorial diagnosis, the macro, and the typologies, which is the micro level. It's something that I really appreciated that you provided here. In the Gulf region, I think also this is one of the issues that are very highly commended, that you're touching upon it with many of the countries here in the Gulf region have the issue of water scarcity. So I think the integration of green infrastructure together with the culture is an added benefit to what you're trying to show. I have two maybe concerns or maybe issues that I hope you could reflect upon them. I like the scope of doing it like from bottom-up approach, participatory approach. But my concern is that Bahrain is highly centralized governance structure. So how realistic are the bottom-up approaches and the participatory approaches will work in this kind of projects? This is the first question. The second question, or maybe it's just an inquiry about your approach depend very highly on data, which is fine at this stage. But when touching about upon issues of heritage, I think it's very important also to look at the real issues at the local level with the people. So dependence on data could risk overshadowing, for example, the lived experiences and how community voices, or intangible heritage is being captured. So have you touched about this, or like you look at it as at a very different perspective, or in any way in the thesis?
Thank you so much, Professor Ibrahim. To answer your first question about the centralized governance structure in Bahrain, as you can see here in our power map, we do acknowledge this already existing governance structure, and we do know that this is a very hard issue to work with, especially in a collaborative way. So the thing that we did was, as you can see, we have the x-axis, which is the influence on decision making, and the interest on the other hand. So we did map all the actors, and after we did that, we divided them into quadrants, and every quadrant has a specific role to play. So we acknowledge that co-production or collaboration is not just one big framework. It is actually the unbundling of this co-production that is useful. So we give a role of co-commissioning, co-design, co-implementation to different actors. We're working with the government and with the people. It's not just a bottom-up approach. It's both a top-down and bottom-up approach. It's a hybrid approach that gets to the actual implementation of this project. This is our proposal here for the governance structure. Is this clear, or do you want me to elaborate more on the power map?
Well, I think it's clear, but do you have any example for a working project that has worked with this sort of collaboration? Because in your proposal is seen as an alternative vision of what is already being done there. So there might be a conflict between the priorities that the central governments or like the top governance perspective looking at these things and what you're proposing. So I think this is one of the issues. Maybe it's a governance perspective, but I think it's very important to be considered within what you're providing here.
It's definitely a great perspective, especially in a place like Bahrain, where we already see the 2050 plan being implemented totally from top-down approach. So yes, what we're doing here, it is risky. It is a new way of dealing with urban issues or proposing urban design projects. But we believe that this collaborative framework is actually a political stance, and this is something that's very needed and useful in the area right now because it's been abandoned and enclaved for so long. So this was part of our mission really here. So yeah, and I feel like when you mentioned the lived heritage, it's a very important point because as part of our plan, an implementation plan, it is to start with the people, to start creating a coalition of people that would guide the design. So we do not claim that this design is the final product. It's just a main vision that would guide the coalition and the meetings into establishing a more concrete design, which includes the living experiences and the living heritage into the living heritage trail that we're proposing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ibrahim. I would now invite Professor Ujjan to share his views.
Well, to start with, I must congratulate three of you for excellent work. Good to see a very systematic, clear, both orally and graphically presented work. Very good academic work, no doubt, and definitely holds professional or implementable characters in it. But as we all know, most of old cities have these kind of areas, and the same cities or the country tries to develop their new money-making development elsewhere, and these these areas get left out. And anything with conservation or protection and all that actually turns out to be more expensive because they don't give any money out. They don't produce any money, so comparatively they sound expensive to go for heritage. Well, yours is a interesting project, and you already have touched upon the most difficult parts. Those are who will implement and who will pay for it and where to start from. It's good to see you have touched upon them, and the academic exercise, it is complete. And I'm sure when it comes to at the real phase of implementation, one would easily look at these ideas and try to implement these ideas in an incremental way, because the system has been already established, and which allows bits and pieces implementation, and they come together and make the complete system. So you have systems and nodes which can be individually and partly implemented. And when these countries are going ahead with lots of anti-ecological kind of developments in water, outside water, creating land, but our old little things get neglected. But from that point of view, it's excellent work and good proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, jury members, for your valuable insights. Now, moving ahead, our third thesis presentation will be delivered by, pardon my pronunciation, Agustina Vierna, Jorge Luis, and Camila Cambronero, graduates of Masters in Architecture, Specialization, Urban Design, class of 2023 from Córdoba National University in Argentina. The thesis is titled Integration Portal Between Puna and Quebrada of Jujuy, Regional Tourist Interpretation Center in Purmamarca. This work was guided by Professor Gabriela del Pilar Casas Novas under the theme Urban Landscape. Agustina, Jorge, and Camila, over to you.
Hi, thank you. I will start the presentation. This paper addresses the impact of mass tourism in Purmamarca and proposes a sustainable architectural design. Mass tourism presents standardized recreational products that ignore the unique characteristics of each location. Unregulated tourism leads to overexploitation of infrastructure, the expulsion of indigenous communities, and the loss of cultural and environmental heritage. Some examples of these are Villa General Belgrano in Argentina, Cappadocia in Turkey, or Venice in Italy. The subject of study. It is Purmamarca, a city located 60 kilometers north of the capital of Jujuy. It is connected to Bolivia via National Route 9. Via National Route 9 and to Chile via National Route 52. This thesis arises from the negative impacts of mass tourism, which has generated pressure on urban infrastructure, displaced indigenous communities, and lost the cultural and environmental value of the territory. Faced with this situation, the research proposes rethinking tourism as a conscious and sustainable practice, capable of balancing economic development, heritage preservation, and social inclusion. The objective is to offer a replicable model of sustainable tourism that strengthens local identity, enhances the participation of indigenous communities, and contributes to improving the quality of life of its inhabitants, contributing to the academic and professional debate on new ways of inhabiting and managing rural territories of high heritage value. So, our specific and measurable objectives are to promote respect for the landscape through environmental corridors and sustainable tourism circuits that integrates natural and cultural attractions, to manage tourist flows through public spaces that preserve productive and natural areas, and to promote heritage appreciation through an experiential space that combines culture, landscape, and architecture, and to promote the participation of indigenous communities in cultural and tourism management, strengthening their identity. And our project has 3 scales. The first scale is the territorial scale. So the problem, we detect 4 axes, 3 north, south, and 1 east, west. Mass tourism is concentrated along National Route 9, the north-south axis, collapsing infrastructure and diminishing local identity. National Route 9 connects the capital with the Puna, Quebrada, and Bolivia, with established tourist towns. Provincial routes 11 and provincial route 79 to the west have cultural and scenic potential, but little tangible heritage. National Route 52 connects with Chile via the Jama Pass, intersecting with Purmamarca. The objectives are to emphasize Purmamarca's cultural role as a gateway to the region Puna, and to improve accessibility and promote the western sector through intermodal mobility circuits, buses, and traffics. The proposal is to promote a transversal axis east to west corresponding to National Route 52, which provides access to National Route 11 and National Route 79, as well as the proposed routes such as religious, cultural, and recreational trekking routes. This axis is incorporated into the existing longitudinal axis from north to south, corresponding to National Route 9, which connects the Puna and Quebrada regions with the capital of Jujuy. Accessibility to the western sector is improved through a tourist bus system with stops at strategic locations.
Urban scale and its surroundings. Purmamarca is made up of the urban center and the indigenous communities of Chalala and Coquena. The communities depend on the central conglomerate for services and activities, but the lack of connectivity creates fragmentation and isolation. 4 zones are identified within the territory. Zone A includes the train station and the Coquena community, marked by the strong presence of the Big River. Zone B, flood-prone area with small farms, difficult access, and little architecture. Zone C, urban core with a strong concentration of mixed uses and tourist activities, but with a lack of cultural spaces and problems of urban disorder in relation to the landscape. Zone D, rural area with farms, residences, and boutique hotels where waterways define and sustain production. The main problems identified are community fragmentation, uncontrolled urban growth, a shortage of cultural spaces, and water risk in productive areas. Objectives: integrate indigenous communities into the urban landscape, fostering respect for and understanding of local ways of life. A system of sites that integrates important existing locations with facilities and the productive pathway with a variety of cultural programs. Proposal: a productive cultural path is proposed that integrates and connects the town of Purmamarca with the communities of Chalala and Coquena. It is comprised of areas containing a mix of uses for both local and tourist visitors. It covers approximately 12 kilometers with stops every 15 minutes. Proposed: Zone A, logistics hub. Enhance the railway station, prioritize access to Coquena, and design crossings over the Rio Grande. Zone B, viewpoint path plus recreational areas with edge treatment to mitigate river flooding. Zone C, cultural pause that blends urban and natural fragments, promoting the cultural and contemplative spaces. Zone D, crop path, highlighting agricultural production and the water system, hotel consolidation and increased facilities, winery campsite. A series of rest stops are proposed between these areas, allowing tourists to experience and absorb the landscape and culture, promoting conscious and responsible tourism. Finally, some images of the proposed space and route. Urban scale, urban conglomerate. On the urban scale, we propose urban acupuncture. That is a system of places that integrates important existing points with new facilities in vacant areas. The objective is to reorganize and consolidate the conglomerate so that it can support the needs of visitors and local residents through a system of facilities and public spaces and subtle urban interventions that interact with the environment without invading it and contribute to generating tourism that is friendly to the place where it operates. Intervention. We propose a system of public open spaces that functions as an urban organizer and articulator. In it, emptiness is considered a possibility to experience the landscape, learn about the culture, and experience the space. Emptiness as a place of social integration. The composition through recognizable fragments of the urban fabric connects with the immediate surroundings. The north, south, and east-west axes are consolidated by integrating existing and new facilities into vacant areas and redesigning others within the urban conglomerate. Through the current layout, the area connects with its surroundings. Vacant spaces are arranged alongside existing key points, forming different circuits based on their common characteristics and reinforcing the main axis. Based on the tensions detected, such as attracting facilities, visitor movements, and intersections, an architecture that emerges from the void is proposed, prioritizing the value of public space. In this way, new cultural, productive, tourist, and recreational facilities and programs are added to the existing ones to organize, integrate, and energize the territory. Cultural facilities that contribute to the system are proposed in vacant areas, while a change of use is proposed in existing architecture to promote its revaluation. The heart of the system is the interpretation center.
Urban Architectural Scale, Regional Interpretation Center. The intervention. The Purmamarca Regional Interpretation Center was created to promote the culture, customs, and ways of life of the people. It creates spaces for meeting, study, exhibition, relaxation, and recreation, celebrating local artists as cultural creators and their handcrafted production as a manifestation of Andean culture. Its modern architecture blends into the environment and respects the local urbanization, blending in with the natural landscape. The intervention is carried out through fragments that mark transitions from inside out, up, down, full empty, and noise silence, generating a dynamic journey with rhythms and poses. The complex is composed of 3 buildings, each representing a region of Jujuy. The first one, located in the lowest area, represents the yungas and valleys through its materiality, incorporating greenery. The second, rising, represents the ravine and is built from a system of compacted earth walls. The third, in the high sector, represents the puna, and it is the culmination of the proposed route. Its predominant materiality is stone walls. The common thread through is the design of the public space void and the different materials found in all the buildings, but which become more dominant depending on the region represented. The slope of the roofs maintains a permanent dialogue with the hills that surround the project. Here are the sections, and finally, the proposed spatiality seeks to dialogue with the natural and built environment, without intending to overshadow or compete with it. We leave you the QR code with the complete project in case you wish to see the whole proposal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Augustina, Jorge, and Camilla. The fusion of geographical and cultural realms in your interpretation center eloquently honors regional diversity. The narrative you construct enriches both local tourism and community pride. With that, I now turn to the jury for further perspective, starting with Professor Ibrahim.
Thank you, Agustina and Camila. Congratulations at the beginning. I think you did show a very strong awareness of that tourism is not only a building problem, but it's a systematic one. By that, I mean, like, you navigate it fluidly between the different skills, which is territorial, urban, and local, as well as architectural. So that's something I really enjoyed with your presentation. I have maybe like 2 questions. The first one has to do with your proposal of trails and circuits. I think it's a nice proposal, but it could paradoxically attract more visitors and tourists to the space itself. So have you considered like some quantified carrying capacities or maybe thresholds related to this? Probably like seasonal management strategies for the number of tourists that's coming to the area. This is the first question, and the second question is maybe it's also related to the cultural representation. I think it's important and very strong to look at ancestral knowledge. It's a really powerful term in your thesis. But the question is, who decide what knowledge to be there, and how do you like put it on the urban environment itself? Thank you very much.
So,
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim.
sorry.
Yes, please continue.
About the first question, yes, we have considered seasonal tourism, but it's a little bit complicated because it is strongly related with government management. So Yes, I think it is a very good idea, and it helps to somehow manage this massive tourism and also maintain a local way of life that the people can have without the tourism interfering in their daily life. But it's a little complicated with the government and the management. And about the other question, the ancestral costumes, I think that the intention is to put it in architectural ways of construction, this construction with earth, and also in the urban intervention in the architectural proposal. For example, we have places where local people can share their knowledge of arts, of music. So we are proposing these architectural spaces for those people and not only for commercial spaces, for example.
Thank you so much. With that, I now invite Professor Ujjan to please share his views.
Yeah, congratulations. Great to see another clear presentation, even on the laptop with our academic background. One could easily read or at least guess that what you are showing, because the plans are of course a little small in a laptop. So, but one can understand the process you have gone through. Well, this is a kind of a seminar with some discussion. So rather than asking you questions after complimenting your work, I would bring up a couple of things. Like it's a combination of urban design and architecture. And in my teaching and practice, I teach and practice both. What happens is that, in this project, suppose you would have got, as an architect, you would have got the project actually to design and build that interpretation center, that 3-level beautiful building you have shown. And before designing that, you go backwards on your own to create a context, a design context within which you will build that. So you do all the study of the city and the tourism and all that, and figure it out where your architectural design of that one place, the interpretation fits, and you design. The other one is that the government hires you, that you make a tourism plan for this town and all its issues and problems and all that. And in that plan, you show many proposals and show the priorities and their phasing, etc. And then and you are actually not an architect of any one of them. So you leave enough controls, your design controls, for another architect to come and design your interpretation center or any other center or a trail or a walkway or all that. So in this case, of course, depending on what you are doing in your institution, you have kind of gone ahead quite a bit on the architecture front, which is a good thing. So what happens, one thinks that all those land pieces, you kept saying that empty land on which those projects will come. The question comes, whose land they are, or if they're privately owned, will they agree to build what you're proposing? That is one thing. It all depends on the political situation. Maybe you have identified all those pieces of land which belongs to the government, and all the tourist facilities will be, whoever builds it, those land will be available at a price or not. So these I'm not asking for an answer here, but these are the things we all face after doing a good project, that implementation strategy, where the land, where the money will come from, remains one question. The second question remains that the forms we show, very interesting, nice design forms of buildings, how much of that is that just a demonstration of what you think sort of conceptually they will be, and another architect can come and design whatever way he wants, and your plan will show few things that these must be done, others is up to the architect's own design. Or if you are the architect and urban designer both, you will anyway design the building and get it constructed. There will be money, land, everything. So this is a dilemma, or rather something one has to sort out before doing the project or the thesis. So you have anything to say about it, or you are with me?
Yes, about the land, now that we have a little more real experience, I think that we agree with what you are saying. And sometimes the project that we propose is a little bit complicated to put it in reality. As something positive, I think that we have speak with the locals here, and they have this strong will to somehow have better things in their city, and also to maintain some of their costumes. So I think there is this positive side from the local community that is open to new alternatives or to new dialogues sometimes. So yes, we are conscious that maybe the whole proposal is a little bit difficult to manifest in the reality. And about the other question, the interpretation center, the idea is to do the whole design. And about the other little architectures that are proposed in the system, the idea is just to maintain what already is there. So we are trying to change a little bit, but not too much. It's a complicated equilibrium to maintain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Uja. I would now like to invite Professor Nabil to share his views, please.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation and for the project. It's really interesting. And I might suggest maybe in the future, if you're going to present, I mean, I think that this was meant to present on paper issue, but on screen it's really difficult really to read things, especially the few first slides. I think you have done a lot of work and interesting work, but it's the font size and maybe the text was challenging just to read. Moving to your microscale intervention, you're building on 2-3 different parcels, and that's interesting. What do you think the impact of your project on the place? I mean, you have understanding things on the macro scale, and that's fine, and you have zoomed in to the micro scale and architectural and urban scale. But I wish that you have discussed more, okay, this would help the people, might be bring more densities, might be bring more activities, or might not. So what do you think if this project going to be implemented, how things going to be? And in the micro scale, I didn't see the surrounding that much. And I can see that some streets are penetrating your project. I mean, it's like 3 different parcels. So how your project will going to be active and alive and connected in reality if it's been implemented? And thank you.
So the intention, because it is also a project, it's difficult to see the real results, but the intention of the project principle in the macro scale are two. The first one, to integrate these indigenous communities that we could say live from this main city. So currently they are isolated from this center, but they use it for their daily activities such as education or such as work. So that is the first objective, and the other objective is with this path is that the tourists have we could say a more conscious way of living the natural landscape, so they can experience it more slowly than the ways that currently have.
Sorry, I'm muted. The near surrounding context exactly around your parcels is what? The functions beside you.
The functions are just residential, and they have little commercials, but for their daily life, but only residential.
Residential. And my point is, I understand your point of view, but my point is that you're suddenly going to bring densities and more people towards a quiet residential place. So you are aware of this. You're doing this intentionally, right?
Yes, we are doing it intentionally because this density, now that we have already 2 years since this thesis, this density is already there. I think that maybe another part of the project or another question is what happens with this density that we can stop.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, jury members, for their valuable insights. Now, moving ahead, please pardon my pronunciation and feel free to correct me at any and all times. Our fourth thesis presentation will be delivered by Alexandra Lisette Laksa Quispe, a graduate of the Bachelor of Architecture program, class of 2023, from the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú in Lima, Peru. The thesis is titled, "Is it possible to coexist with wetlands? Urban Ecological Articulator for the Ventanilla Wetlands in Lima, Peru." This work was guided by Augusto Juan Francisco Roman Moncagata, Susana Lopez Valera, and Cesar Omar Tarazona Vaman under the theme Urban Landscape. Alexandra, over to you.
Greetings to the members of the jury and the audience. My name is Alexandra Yaxa, and it's a pleasure to me to present my project titled, "Is it possible to coexist with wetlands? Urban Ecological Articulator for the Ventanilla Wetlands." Wetlands are vital ecosystems for the balance of nature. They are much more than just flooded areas. They provide us with water, resources, and play an essential role in biodiversity conservation. The Ventanilla wetlands, located in the Callao province, are part of the Pacific Ecological Corridor, one of the most important natural routes in Americas. These wetlands are not only ecologically valuable, but also crucial for migratory and resident species that depend on their conservation. However, despite their immeasurable value, these wetlands are constantly threatened due to the growing pressure from urbanization. Within the Ventanilla wetland is a key area, the regional conservation area, which hosts a significant amount of flora and fauna, making this place a unique ecosystem. However, human settlements like Valle Verde are located within this protected area. This has caused growing urban pressure on the wetlands, putting the biodiversity there at risk, especially migratory and resident bird species that rely on this ecosystem for survival. For over 40 years, communities like Valle Verde have settled within the wetlands, creating a strong social fabric and a deep connection to the land. However, the uncontrolled expansion of these settlements has caused significant challenges such as poor sanitation, poverty, and the constant threat of flooding. To protect themselves, the residents have resorted to filling the land with debris, creating artificial platforms to stay above water, which, while practical, exacerbates both the ecological and social issue of the area. So additionally, there is a lack of open public spaces that are consistent with the ecological environment, including the wetlands edge area. Living in the wetlands has reflected a way of life that is disconnected from its ecological environment, ignoring the valuable opportunity to make it an integral part of daily life. In this context, a key question arises: how can wetlands coexist with the urban dynamics present in the area? Can architecture be the solution to this conflict effectively and sustainability? To address this challenge, I propose working on two scales: revaluing the urban fabric of Valle Verde, relocating families into modular housing that will allow the regeneration of the wetlands below, regenerating the wetlands by incorporating ecological corridors and public spaces that connect nature with urban life, and consolidating the urban wetland border by creating a seawall and placing the housing models delimiting and controlling urban expansions while preserving the ecosystem. The proposed modular housing system is light, flexible, and suitable for accommodating approximately 300 families. The relocation process will occur in phases, initially outside the regional conservation area, and then gradually families will move along the seawall, creating a continuous connection between the city and the wetland. These edge modules not only provide suitable housing, but also define a horizontal expansion limit, allowing the city and wetlands to coexist in a harmonious and respectful way with the ecosystem. The success of this project depends on the collaboration between authorities, environmental preservation institutions, and the community. This process should go beyond physical construction. It is essential to raise awareness and provide environmental education to encourage the coexistence of humans and nature, showing that it is not only possible but necessary to integrate both worlds in a suitable way. The modules are arranged with delicacy, creating a plate of cake and a roof that marks its vertical limit. This is due to the limitation imposed by the soil characteristic, which prevent the construction of additional floors. There is a direct relationship between the city and the module, meaning an urban ecological continuity that helps integrate urban dynamics with the wetlands. At this final level, water tanks are placed to provide drinking water to the modules. They drain through the ramp, transferring wastewater to the existing infrastructure, so be discharged into the wastewater treatment plant in the area. These modules also have an emergency staircase and external ramp to ensure proper circulation. The modular housing design seeks to minimize shade and allow light to flow downward, promoting the growth of plants below the modules. These modules represent only 10% of the original settlement footprint, but they are designed to protect and restore the surrounding ecosystem. The materials used are of low impact and local, such as wood, bamboo, and natural fibers, contributing to a minimal environmental footprint. Additionally, the permeable facades allow for the free movement of birds and other animals, encouraging biodiversity in each module. The wetland regeneration strategy involves excavation and infill. The plan is to remove the soil that the residents have used to protect themselves from the water below, leaving specific areas of the settlement and allowing the formation of water bodies. Hills will form around the lakes, allowing them to be contained, favoring the natural regeneration of the wetlands. The lower level of the module is designed to be communal, with shared spaces for kitchens, crafts, workshops, and urban gardens. These modules are related to the wetland from arrival area. They are located and extended, taking into account the regenerated surface, meaning the footprint of the former Valle Verde settlement. The design allows for future vertical growth to meet the needs of the growing population. The module's principles, materials, structure, and vegetation integrations are replicable, ensuring that this model can adapt to future urban expansions. These spaces not only connect the city with the wetlands, but also create green corridors, outcrops within the urban fabric, and elevated walkways that invite residents to live in harmony with nature. The housing design also responds to the social reality in the area. Families in Valle Verde are mostly single-parent or multi-generational, so flats and duplex have been designed to offer flexibility in their layout. The facades includes vegetation that promotes biodiversity and provides spaces for birds and small animals, allowing nature to be integrated into the daily lives of the residents. Wetland regeneration focuses on creating outcrops within the urban fabric and public spaces, allowing people to interact with nature in innovative ways. Elevated Walkways, green corridors, and public spaces offer various perspectives of the wetlands, both from above, from within. Seasonal weather change and bird migration become part of the daily experience, showing that nature is not an obstacle, but a source of life and inspiration. The project chooses not to relocate people far from the wetland, but to keep them there, valuing the social fabric and the current generations. This new way of living seeks for the residents of Ventanilla wetlands to not see the wetland as an obstacle, but to integrate and recognize it as a part of the environment. In summary, the coexistence between humans and wetland is possible. Yes, it's possible to coexist with wetlands in a harmonious and sustainable way, benefiting both humanity and nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexandra. Your advocacy for urban ecological harmony in the Ventanilla wetlands brings fresh hope for balancing growth with ecosystem integrity. You demonstrate the potential of design to foster peaceful coexistence. Let us invite the jury's thought on this endeavor, starting with Professor Ujjan.
Yeah, I think I had given a reaction to the wrong person in the first person who presented. I had made a general statement regarding developing natural areas, and here the wetlands are one of the most intensive natural area, I would say, in the sense a very strong ecosystem which does more than just a water body or a water body with plants. So my belief is, I mean, what you have done is definitely is a good work. Where basically what you are doing is you are lifting up the buildings and keeping the ground clear for the wetland. I mean, that's the basic premise. On that, you have added other qualities to it. But my belief is that the land will, if you go for that much of construction with that many columns coming up, that land will get disturbed, and it will be very difficult to get the wetland generating again. I would rather take a much smaller area and put a taller building and don't disturb the rest of the area. I mean, that's my stand on wetlands. And wetlands can be, should not be just something to see, and also not just leave it to do its ecological function, but it can be a very productive ecology, as you very well know, in many countries, including our own. Huge wetlands in Calcutta produces huge amount of fishery and vegetables and all that. So it has got its own economic value. That's something to argue that to keep it or not to keep it. I mean, I believe that there cannot be something in between, that you develop on it, but still expect that it will act as a natural wetland. So from that point of view, my comment is that. But otherwise, with the belief that it can be done, whatever you have done is excellent, very well done, no doubt. So I leave you with that to think about, that whether we should put any building on wetlands at all or not. Okay. So that's not a question. I'm asking you to think about it. But if you want to say something, you can always say something.
Okay, I think that this title that I propose in my project it's a little polemic, because it's difficult to think that it's possible to build here in the wetlands. But I think that it's like a research. So what I did in my thesis is that I propose that regenerate an area that today it's where today there are local community. So this kind of model is it's only for this kind of situations, not for all the situation in the wetlands, because we know that we can make an impact there. like, for example, we can call it the virgin wetland. In this situation, I think, for my point of view, it's not the best option to build there. But here, where there are local communities that are here in this part of the wetland, we can regenerate the wetlands, and we can propose a new kind of life there. So that it's my thesis about.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Professor Ujjan. I now request Professor Nabil to please join the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Alexandra, for this interesting project. I really enjoyed the presentation and the illustration. My comment is about when you're going to build such architectural buildings, we architects tend to ignore a little bit of services. So how are you going to include your sewage, your services within this type of buildings? Because at a certain point, you might need roads, you might need sewage infrastructure. So what do you think, how this might disturb the land itself?
Could you repeat the question, please?
All right. So you're going to build new buildings, right, over this wetland, right? So these new buildings would need infrastructure.
Yeah.
Infrastructure from streets to approach your buildings, infrastructure like sewage, waste and all of these issues. So from your point of view, is this going to disturb the land, or you're going to have another new ideas, sustainable ideas that might not disturb things?
Well, the idea of these buildings is that have materials that are ecological. So, for example, I implement the wood, bamboo, other materials of the zone, because we know that wetlands have resources. We can have resources from the wetlands. So yeah, I try to mix these materials. We have different modules, or various modules, I mean. So it's important for me, this kind of exploration. There are local materials, so I try to do the less impact there. And as I said, I regenerate the wetlands in this place.
Yes, I mean, in the future, just when you things in a specific location, you need to consider also the infrastructure of that building, how it might affect the environment. And this was my question, merely my question, but you have done a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nabil. I now request Professor Ibrahim to please join the floor.
Thank you, Alexandra. I like that in your thesis, you explicitly ask if the wetland can be restored without displacing the residents, which is something I really commended. However, I was just wondering, maybe, and that's for the sake of just maybe improving the general outcome of what you presented, is whether a comparative scenario of what is already there and what you proposed could make sense for what value you're adding through your design. I mean, comparing not only the building itself, but also like the infrastructure and the livelihood. And by mentioning the livelihood, I think this will bring me also to the second issue, is whether you're talking about 300 families at least, and I think the livelihood of these families is very important about after the interventions that you did. It's not about the intervention itself, but it's about sustaining them in this place. I think we need to consider the livelihood of them. So maybe it's also important to look at what strategies you could add as part of this proposal to encourage them to live there and not leave this place after a while. I think these are the two comments. Basically, I would I think I'll leave you think about them. Not necessarily to answer now, but I think they will add to your thesis. Thank you very much. I appreciated what you have done.
Thank you very much. I did work there. I talked with the residents and I studied about their life today, how they lived. And so with that knowledge, I can propose this kind of models, and I try to adapt to the kind of life that they have today, because they have an identity with the wetlands. So I propose this kind of models, houses or departments, if you want to say, like duplex and flats, and yeah, I try to adapt to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judy, for your valuable insights. Now, moving ahead, our fifth thesis presentation will be delivered by Anish Shinde, a candidate of the Bachelor's in Architecture program, class of 2025 at the Aditya College of Architecture in Mumbai, India. The thesis is titled Pravah, Harmonizing Water, Culture and Environment, Gorakhpur, India. This work was guided by Rita Nayak under the theme Urban Landscape. Anish, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I will share my screen. So is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Anish Shinde from India, and today I'll be presenting my thesis titled Pravaha, Harmonizing Water, Culture and Environment. The word Pravaha is a local Marathi word, which means flow. So the thesis explores the interdependency between water, human settlement, community life, and ecology in Polatpur, Maharashtra. Okay.
Anish, are you with us?
Camera bond करते. Hello, am I audible? I got disconnected. I'm so sorry.
Yes,
Hello,
you're audible, Anish.
I'm
Yes,
so
you're
sorry.
audible. No worries. Please continue. Please share your screen again.
Am I like my screen is visible to you?
Yes, yes, it has started to be visible.
Okay. So the thesis explored interdependency between water, human settlement, community life, and in Polatpur, Maharashtra. Polatpur is a taluka in Maharashtra, India. Is a place where water has always shaped life from agriculture to rituals and festivals. But due to ecological degradation and lack of water sensitivity planning, the settlement suffers from one declining agriculture productivity, loss of biodiversity and recharge system, and migration as people live in search of resource. So the problem is not just security of water, scarcity of water, but also the erosion of ecology, culture, and community life. This to explore how architecture could connect people with water while creating resilience. The chosen site is unique because it features a 120-foot waterfall, which is one of the famous tourist attraction in Polatpur, with an elevation of 142 meters and a catchment area of 2.5 square kilometers, with 5,000 mm annual rainfall and a runoff coefficient of 0.54. The total runoff of this waterfall is 8.8 to 9.7 million cubic meter per year. That means 68,000 to 75,000 cubic meter of water flow away during monsoon, with our hourly peak nearly 9,000 cubic meter, which is more than enough for the taluka water need. A huge resource currently escape unused, even as the villagers struggle for drinking and agriculture water in summer. Through site survey and community intervention, I studied how this paradox affect settlement pattern, livelihood, and tradition. The site is selected by keeping 4 points in mind. The site should be well connected by a road. The site should have a proper catchment area. The site should feature a natural stream, and the site should in the proximity of good proximity of villages. The intent of my thesis is to explore how water scarcity disrupts the balance between people, ecology, and culture, and propose architecture prototypes that integrate water infrastructure with community spaces. The goal is to restore ecological balance, revive continuity, and strengthen social resilience in Polatpur rural settlement. My concept is Ripple Realm, envisions architecture as a mediator between water and people. The built form is inspired by ripples, symbolizing how small intervention can spread large impacts. Here, structures are not rigid walls against nature, but conduit reservoirs and interactive space that channel water, stores it, and allow people to experience it. This transfers water from a disappearing source into a living presence in a daily life. The form is developed aligning with the concept, placed heart of the design to guide partial organization and functionality. A site feature a natural stream in uh, the form. Walls are incorporated in the direction of water to create a cascading reservoir. Structures and ghats are alternately placed between the walls in a step profile to ensure minimal disruption to the natural contour. The site is located in Dhawle village, and it brings together a diverse range of users, tourists, and local ecosystem. The behind the plan is simple yet powerful. Create a campus that manages water wisely, support biodiversity, and foster community life while reimagining the old old intervention, ancient old rainwater harvesting interventions. At the is a step reservoir system. This cascading water bodies not only collect rainwater during monsoon, but also regulate over back into Dhawli River, which is located at the lower part of the valley. Together, the reservoir hold over 71,000 cubic meter of water. What's unique is that the space double as community space areas, providing space for animals, people to play, people to gather while ensuring long-term water security. The campus is designed by keeping the concept in mind of no boundary walls, since the water no one can hold no, since water is no one can hold. Hello.
Yes, you're audible, Manish. Please
Okay,
continue.
okay. So water is for all. So the aspect of society, not only human but also wildlife and domestic animals can use campus. The master integrates social, structural, ecological spaces. Entry points are carefully designed for temple and school and campus, ensuring easy access for all. There are step and circulation routes that connect key areas as well as gathering space like an amphitheater for events. Service area, a first aid center, and community infrastructure are strategically placed. The design ensures that movement across the site feels free, natural, while green buffers and shaded zone creates comfort and enhance the ecological character of the campus. Community center, what sets the project apart as it hands-on community-driven approach. The campus is designed to grow in phases, ensuring it's adapt to need of villagers over the time. Construction will be used traditional material and technique with the villagers themselves directly involved. The strengthening not just the physical fabric of the campus but also sense of ownership and identity within the community. Ecology is also forefront of this plan. Native species like asna, Karvanda and Kuda are planted to attract local birds, offering them food, shelter, and nesting opportunity. This ecological integration ensures that the site is not just sustainable but also vibrant and alive, a place where people and nature thrive together. To conclude, Pravaha is about placing water at the heart of planning so that the settlement can thrive ecology, socially, and culturally. Vision of how architecture can become a mediator, not just solving scarcity, but celebrating water as the essence of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Anish. You have beautifully woven together environmental stewardship and cultural heritage, offering Polarpur a blueprint for harmony. Your project radiates an awareness of local wisdom and global needs. Jury, we welcome your comments on this commendable initiative, starting with Professor Nabil.
Yes, thank you very much. It's really interesting project, interesting illustration, and I like how you're going to build a new community. My question to you is, how I'm going to approach this community, meaning it's currently like a valley or something, and you're going to introduce new community to that valley. And as I see from your sections or from the perspectives, that it's very steep or very, I mean, it's not easy, maybe from my point of view, to access. How are you going to have a network of access to this new community?
The thesis is already proposed to the local government. The local government is already using the steep slope to hold the water. They are creating small check dams. The design they have used, the whole thesis is inspired from that design only. So I have already proposed this design to the community, and it's like they are going to build it in a like in phases.
You mean they're going to build the street network in order people could approach this new community, new place? Because I think this is an interesting natural place, and you're going to introduce new infrastructure to it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So how are you going to design street networks in very steep topographical issues like what we are seeing in your project?
There are like the site is connected by a like one road, which is internal road of the village. And the whole site has its own natural trails, which are used by the villager to navigate from one place to another. So there are no as such road network in the whole area. There is only one road, which is internal road of villages.
Okay, maybe in the future you might think to consider, because you need roads in order to transfer goods, in order to transfer, I mean, even local materials at a certain
Yeah.
point, and avoid any flood maybe in the, God forbid, and if there's a flood with all these waters pouring down toward your side. So I think at this stage of a project, maybe not this stage, in the future stage, you need to think of, again, how you're going to include infrastructure and how it might be operated with your nice design, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Nabil. I now would like to invite Professor Ibrahim to please share his views.
Thank you, Anish. I like the presentation, especially the multifunctional community hub idea that merges water infrastructure, in a way, social spaces as well as agriculture. It's interesting to look at. And I know that you're focusing on architectural level, but I think it will be very beneficial to consider how the project addresses regional hydrology, at least from a strategic level, because there is a question of is what you have done is replicable or not? Is it site-specific approach or a strategy of design, or it could be replicated in other places? I'm saying this in returning to the main question of involving water as part of the everyday life, as well as managing water in a water scarcity environment. So I think you might need to look at this perspective. The second thing is related to, maybe it's a bit of a technical issue, but restoration and harvesting strategies in many ways must consider what we can call as the carrying capacity. The carrying capacity is like how much water could be absorbed here, how could it be managed. My concern is that we might overlook if there's enough land, for example, or maybe if the storage capacity is not enough, so it might not only store enough water, but it might risk the communities that's living there, and also how community participation could evolve around sustaining the water security for the whole people here. But apart from these 2 points, I very much like your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. I now invite Professor Ujan to share his views.
Yeah, sure. Anish, good work back home. But when you're dealing with water, as has been already said, that the system is more important than a point. Being an architect, you have done more design at a point, which is fine, is nice. But it is like doing a elaborate fountain or some water body, sculpture. But what you explained that traditionally they manage water with smaller check dams and in the slopes, and the answer lies a lot in that, in the sense that because there's a lot of slope and we don't need all that slope for water to flow. So how do you reduce that slope? You reduce that by zigzagging the water course, instead of getting it down straight. It goes parallelly, slightly downwards, then comes back. It comes down in a zigzag way, taking the length longer, and on the way, it keeps storing. So that the water is during the drought or something, the water is accessible nearby, not somewhere at the lowest slope where the larger body is there and everybody has to go there to get water. You might have seen the system in Rouge, near that, done by Doshi's office, where there are several such cultural water bodies are done. The whole hill slopes have become green and all that. You know what I'm talking about. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that water is something which is a flowing thing, and you cannot predict its quantity. Sometimes the whole system will remain dry, then water will come in. So throughout the year, what it looks like and how it is useful and where it collects to be used in drought times is the key thing. And then once that is established, then picking up 2-3 typical such points and detailing the way you have done nicely, a big one. So what primarily I'm suggesting, perhaps there will be series of small ones, then a couple of big ones. System. I mean, that is my comment, but you already explored how does the water work, and the solution I felt is more of a system with smaller nodes of water collection and fetching from there than a larger system, larger points where they get collected. Got my point?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
that's what just want to brought in that point. There's nothing wrong and right about it. It's just to improve and think about it. It's a important issue of. It's a small place. Obviously, you have to develop something typical, and this is your demonstration area. So that way is fine. So it has to be very flexible, and a system has to be developed, and while applied, it has to be adjusted. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Churi, for your insightful reflections. Now, moving ahead, our sixth thesis presentation will be delivered by Erica Gabriela Ramos Romo, a graduate of the Bachelor of Architecture program, class of 2023, from Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú in Lima, Peru. The thesis is titled Rethinking Rural Habitats, a community-based agro-rural occupation model for the Montaro Valley, Huancayo, Peru. This work was guided by Susana Lopez, Augusto Roman, and Cesar Tarazona under the theme Urban Landscape. Erica, over to you.
Good morning. Thank you. I'll start to share my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes, it is visible. Please continue.
Okay. Despite the agricultural quality of the large plains of Montaro Valley in the Central Andes region in Peru, this valley is being occupied in an extremely dispersed and fragmented manner, with the urban surface area having increased 500% in less than 30 years. But there is a radical action of the farming community of Sicaya with the declaration of its territory as a food reserve, which is the white limit in this image. But this measure has been insufficient due to the lack of special instruments for its protection. More than 100 hectares have been lost in 70 years, with the risk of the total dismemberment of the community territory in the near future. In the occupation process, first of this conflicted part of Sicaya, first lands with impoverished monoculture soils are rented, which, given their lower productivity, are preferable to be urbanized. Thus, the occupation begins with a young migrant family eventually moving in. The families start to generate housing associations, but they also maintain kitchen gardens since they are normally farmers themselves from high zones in the Andes. However, the goal is to build at the end an urban house of concrete and masonry, abandoning agricultural activity due to its economic and sustainability compared to other activities. In this problem and abandonment of agricultural livelihood affecting community lands, it is necessary to go beyond the traditional concept of housing. One way to start thinking differently is going to that traditional knowledge of agricultural cycles based on water, soil, and biodiversity cycles, and also local belief systems of this special word, nurturing the land. In Spanish is crianzas. Other thing to add to the strategies are traditional, is a form of the traditional housing. In this case, that there is a territorial pattern with central patios, with family land nearby, which sustains the family. Thus, we begin to understand a rural habitat around these nurturing systems, which are water management, biodiversity management, soil management, and housing management. To achieve the idea of this project, there are 3 scales and strategies. First, the domestic scale, which proposes the habitat basic unit as the dwelling plus the productive land, with the collective construction and legalization. Second, the community scale proposes an agro-rural matrix based on the aggregation of domestic units and commercial cooperative production. Third, the territorial scale reconnects ecological and anthropogenic networks to foster ecotone transitions that delimited but also have agricultural use of protected community lands. Sorry. And in the domestic scale, firstly, we have these 3 layers. In water management, rainwater is collected in a micro reservoir, and the land is connected to a larger gravity-fed irrigation system. In soil management, garden types are differentiated by the level of sunlight and maintenance. In biodiversity management, domestic ecotones with pollinated borders are proposed, making the unit more wildlife friendly. Finally, the collective building types are defined based on the patio pattern. To this end, a module with flexible opening is designed according to the climate, which is cold on nights and sunny and rainy on the day, depending on a cold and warm season. That's why this is very flexible. Also, there are variations depending on the installations and productive uses, along with social necessities. The aggregation of these modules creates the domestic unit, and the aggregation of domestic units creates a micro-community. The construction of this micro-community process includes the availability of the land for sale, an assessment of possible rehabilitation of existing homes, and the soil that has decades of monoculture farming. Then a central module a community module is built as an operation center and temporary housing. In addition, there starts an ecological succession for the soil recovery that it is initiated with native species and a change to an agroecological production. In the end, the forest species finally grow, and there is an association of rotating crops that start to enrich the soil again. Then, in a bigger scale and in micro communities, we began to understand an agro-rural matrix, in which again the water management use our wetlands and reservoirs to build as infrastructure of water microsystems that also create public spaces, with a reservoir at the highest point and rainwater collection at the central part. In terms of soil management, at least 3 to 4 hectares of commercial community land is maintained per micro-community, along with family-owned land that serves as a kitchen garden with a surplus. In the biodiversity management, a microclimate is proposed around the perimeter of the micro-community, protected from icy winds, and dryland ecotones are proposed in community lands with shrubs that operate with less maintenance and irrigation. As you can see, there is this central part that is the core of the micro-community, which is designed as a small plaza where infrastructure can create public space in addition to its technical uses, serving this place as a center for the harvest season and agricultural festivals. Between community and family land in this ring that is around the micro-community, the microclimate ecotone accompanies a perimeter path of recreational value and connection between neighbors that is activated even more during the harvest season. In the community plots, there is also a transition to a traditional polyculture model of production with annual rotation and ecotones that function with less water and maintenance. The ultimate goal is a territorial impact that protects 92% of Sicaya's food reserve, and the conflict between housing associations and farming communities is negotiated, offering designated spaces for new residents, ensuring the tools to continue developing agricultural activity in a dignified and sustainable manner. So it is possible to imagine new forms of occupation. This is a first step of an ongoing process of co-production where architecture learns from local knowledge and communities find alternatives to reaffirm their agricultural livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Your agro-rural occupation model speaks to true resilience, empowering communities to regenerate their own landscapes. The depth of participatory strategies in your project holds vital lessons. Jury members, your feedback will further enrich this dialogue. I now invite Professor Ibrahim to please share his views.
Thank you very much, Erica. Congratulations. I really love the multi-scale approach of looking at this issue, as well as the very detailed graphics that you presented. It was very clear for me, and it's really very interesting to look at. Your presentation actually imparts something very relevant to Sudan. It's my home country, because we have a sort of similar practices in the west of Sudan. It's called Jubraka. And it's interesting to look at this similarity. But based on this, I have a question of maybe, or it's just an inquiry about why you decided to locate the farms at the outer side of the community rather than the inner side, where like the daily activities mostly happen, because I'm not very much aware of the local context there, but I think women are much integrated into these practices, so it might be more socially engaging if part of the farming process happen within the internal area where all the houses interact. This is the first maybe inquiry. The second one, the narrative you provided, I mean, is centralized to indigenous practices, which is very interesting. My inquiry maybe is, how are intergenerational inspirations, I'm talking here about the youth, including yourself, are addressed? Do you think, or maybe like the younger generation population will accept this kind of agro-rural lifestyle? What can make this like very sustainable in a way that we need to make these practices, not only the agricultural style, but also the living style of the people, sustainable through taking all these practices into use themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll answer shortly. I think I didn't really explain all these micro communities at one time, but I think they're necessary to do pilot projects first to engage the younger generation and really see if people are going to start living this way. So maybe before the bigger plan, there is like smaller projects. Like for example, I explore more these two micro communities, and that could be a start point.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. I now invite Professor Ujan to share his views.
Yeah. Hi, Erika. I must start saying that's very nice graphics, very different, very soothing to the eye, very soft drawings, and from the architecture end, excellent work. Those housing designs, those houses and the unit designs are very nice. Especially your last graphic, which is just after this, I think, or before this, was very good. My question or rather concern is that what is your concern actually is, like in this drawing which is on the screen now, you see a lot of existing housing in a certain kind of density in their footprints, how close they are, and they have farmland behind all this community, isn't it? And that's where they do farming perhaps. And you have shown that how this community can grow. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have shown some new housing clusters, and you have explained the design of these clusters in great detail later on, which is very nice. My concern is that how would they decide where to build, who builds, whose land is this? How wherever we see these new houses, that land belongs to those houses. I mean, they go and build in their own land as a cooperative. They join together, say 20 families say, let's go and make houses in our own land. Is the process like that? I'm just wondering if when the population is increasing in this community and they need more houses to live, and you are suggesting to build them the way you are suggesting, isn't it? Which are very nice, and it takes care of everything else. I'm just concerned about how much you are building. Will that satisfy the need of growth?
Thank you. I think I haven't totally resolved that this thing that you are mentioning, but yes, there is a space for growth in these corners, and in principle, this is the family unit, and then then these spaces, larger spaces, are which would be this is family owned and this is community owned, but yes, is a bit strict on the terms of growth in, for example, in height, because we don't want to change much the agricultural landscape. But yes, I think this is something to address about growth, like in the families start to grow and need more space. Thank you.
Yeah, I will leave it at that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ujan. I now invite Professor Nabil to share his views. Professor Nabil, are you with us? Apologies for the delay. Professor Nabil is having network issues. Let us wait a minute for him to get back to us.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so it may take a while for him to get back. Meanwhile, we can proceed to our next presentation. So our seventh thesis presentation will be delivered by Kelvin Narada Gunawan. Urban Design Program Master's Graduate, Class of 2024 from Institute Technology, Bandung, in Bandung, Indonesia. The thesis is titled Coastal City Urbanism at Central Business District of Tangerang, Tangerang, Indonesia. This work was guided by Motaman Doni Koerniawan, pardon my pronunciation, please feel free to correct me at any and all times, under the theme of urban landscape. Kelvin, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kelvin Narada Gunawan from Institute Technology Bandung. Today, I am going to present my thesis research with the title Coastal Nexus, Coastal City Urbanism at the CBD of Pantai Indah Kapuk II, Tangerang, Indonesia. This theme was inspired by my concern regarding the urban climate phenomenon in coastal area, which are often overlooked in city planning, even though they hold both significant potential and serious challenge for sustainability. The coastal climate city area have microclimate characteristics that differentiate them from inland city. Lower temperature compared to surrounding areas, high humidity often making it feel muggy, stronger wind speeds influenced by land and sea breeze, higher annual rainfall. These conditions can become strength. For example, sea breeze can be utilized as natural ventilation. Properly managed humidity allows outdoor activities to remain comfortable, and by leveraging climatic conditions, artificial cooling demand can be reduced, making building more energy efficient. To better understand the context, let's study example of the other coastal city, like the Miami, USA, famous for its warm climate year-round. Sea breeze from the Atlantic create comfortable conditions, make it a popular tourist destination. The Panama City also experienced extremely high humidity, leading to heavy reliance on air conditioning and discomfort in outdoor spaces. Vancouver, characteristic by exception fog, relatively cool temperature, and long rainy seasons. From these examples, we learn that each coastal city has unique challenges, but all of them can be addressed through the responsive design. For the case study in this study, the CBD Pantai Indah Kapuk II, for the prototype of coastal climate city, I select CBD Peak 2 in Tangerang as my case study because the location right to coast make it true example by a coastal city in Indonesia. The site span about 188 hectares, and the climate is directly influenced by the sea. So it's highly relevant for testing for the coastal climate city concept. The humidity peaks at 3.3% at dawn and drops to a minimum at midday. The air temperature rises to 33.5 Celsius degree in the morning, and with the predominantly blow to the west, with an average speed ranging between 1 until 6 meters per second. The design alternative are like this. So the alternative 0, business as usual, no intervention is applied, so high humidity, heat, and pollution remains. Also, alternative first alternative, basic adaptation. Road network and limited green space are improved, but buildings still follow conventional grid and do not respond to coastal climate change challenge. And alternative 2, climate adaptive design. There are adjusted floor hierarchy, integrated green and blue space, building orientation aligned with prevailing winds, and varied height and density. After that, I do thermal performance test result of design alternative for its air temperature points. So the lower average air temperature in the rainy seasons, and there are also wind velocity that maintain the wind speed within the comfortable indicator range. There is also relativity high humidity in the comfortable indicator range, and also PMV that yield lower average PMV and the business as usual thermal performance test result. The coastal nexus framework for CBD Peak 2, which combines 7 key design strategies to ensure thermal comfort and sustainability. This includes balancing built-up area with open space, creating interconnected green corridor, optimizing sunlight and wind permeability, and also blue element like water plaza of natural cooling. First, the wind permeability. So the principle is to ensure the sea breeze can flow into the VCT without the blocked by building mass. This is achieved through the ascending building height, so the wind is not trapped along the coastline. And the example is the umbrella rooftop and green main corridor, but guide airflow and provide safe public space. So the wind permeability is can go through with the green main corridors and also urban green space that ensure the wind is go through in the urban area. The interbuilding wind path and also building orientation aligning with coastal breeze, the ascending height build and the building ratio, also with the building with wind porosity in the concept. The second principle is blue element. The water plays a crucial role as a natural cooling system to evaporation. Strategies include the water plaza with fountain and slow pools that reduce the surrounding temperature, and also water misting installation provide localized cooling for plaza and pedestrian route. In short, water elements are not just decorative but integrate with microclimate management. The water filter and also waterfront transition area in the concept. And the third, vegetation and the shading. So there are dual function of the vegetation. First is cooling through evapotranspiration and shading for comfort. There are large canopy trees and hanging vegetation. There are also hybrid ventilation, so the greenery and building ventilation can combine its maximize airflow. The green carbon copy pedestrian and also green building feature integrate, so they make the green feature in the area. The pocket park and the green belts in the area also align with the green corridors in the CBD Peak 2. The fourth concept is transport light and carbon emission free zone. The mobility is designed to minimize carbon emission and also electric vehicle with the charging station combined with the traffic calming principle. And also there are renewable energy infrastructure. So there will be inclusive pedestrian and street traffic calming, also electric vehicle. And the last is called green material. So there is highly albedo material and also dynamic facade that can propose the adjust to light intensity and also eco-friendly materials like cork. So there will be dynamic active building facade in the office area and also in the CBD area, combined with the high albedo materials so they can reflect the sunlight more. The conclusion is the optimal thermal performance that can lower average temperature by 1.6 degrees Celsius in the dry season. And also the wind speed can be maintained within the comfort range of the 1.6 meter per second. The specific design strategies, as I mentioned, is like orienting building toward prevailing winds, introducing continuous green corridor and water plaza as natural coolers, incorporating breezeway and green routes to enhance ventilation, and also applying the high albedo materials to reflect solar heat. And the broader implication of this study is we can adaptive coastal urbanism to achieve cleaner air quality, healthier public space, and standardization. So in the conclusion, coastal nexus represents a prototype for coastal urban design that integrates climate science, sustainability principle, and pursuit of high quality urban living. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. Your research tackles the complexities of density and water in Tangerang's business district with clarity and ambition. Your integrated approach exemplifies adaptive strategies for Southeast Asian urban contexts. The jury's expertise is now sought for discussion, starting with Professor Nabil. There might seem to be a bit of connectivity issue. Let us move on to the next jury, Professor Ujjan. I welcome you to the floor for your views.
Hi, hi, Kelvin. Very good work. I think it's a work which I guess a lot has been done in various places to addressing the issues, very important issues of today's urbanity. And for the coastal area, I think I've done a pretty good job with good graphics, good research. Just wanted to know from you, these are like you will have a set of ideas or guidelines which to be followed by architects that because you haven't applied them to any design per se and shown a design, isn't it?
Yes, sir. So the output of the study is more be like the urban guideline that can be followed by its architect.
Okay, yeah, good. And actually, everywhere these days, every city, every country has these kind of guidelines, depending on zonal variations and other economic pressures also come in and don't let you do the good things. Sometimes some of these things are actually when you sort of try to implement them, they cost some money, some of them, not all. And the developers, the money-making developers don't tend to follow them. So there is always, it's on to us, we architects, urban designers have somehow managed that part, that how you convince the money-making guys to do the good things for the environment and for the people. But anyway, Kevin, good work. I think, there's nothing to argue about it. Nice job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ujjan. I now invite Professor Ibrahim to take the floor.
Thank you, Calvin. I very much like what you presented. What I really like is in this thesis is that the empirical validity of the design itself. You showed this very clearly through the numbers. Although it's very technical, but it's very well done. Thank you very much for this. I have maybe like maybe two comments or like thoughts. The first one in relation to feasibility and governance of the climate-sensitive urban design, especially when it's implemented in a very dense central business district complex. How do existing codes and land ownership practices, for example, or maybe even like private developers, align with this principles, with the principles of this concept? And the second thing is also related to this is the cultural fit. Your design very much was very technical and it focused on physics of comfort, which is something really, really strong. But is there any way to engage with the local cultural practices of outdoor living, for example, like local practices, the shading of vernacular climate adaptation issues? These are basically like the two things that I would like to take forward into the discussion, if possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ibrahim, for your question. So I got you that have two questions for me. That is first is the how the guideline is can be how the guideline can be implemented by the city context and also the developer. And the second question is how the local engagement and also the cultural preference of the design. So I will answer the first question first. The output of the study is, as I mentioned, is the urban guideline. So the urban guideline, urban design guideline is must be appointed by the developer and also designed by its architect, by its so can be followed by the rule of the urban design guideline itself, and how it can be done. So the how it can be done. So the from the perspective of the urban design and also urban planner, it also important to follow the rule that we after we design, after we plan, we also continue to have the control of the design of itself, and also the developer should discuss it with the focus group discussion, and also the good timing of the control itself. And the second is the how the local engagement can fit in the design. So after maybe I explain this is about urban design guideline, and the design itself can be designed by its architect separately. The local context is already can be seen as the umbrella rooftop in the one of the principle in the area. So the umbrella rooftop is from the very vernacular architect from Indonesia also, and the Southeast Asia that set more the sunlight and also make the open courtyard in the building. Thank you, Professor Ibrahim.
Well done, Calvin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy, for your valuable insights. Now, moving ahead, our 8th thesis presentation will be delivered by Kritika Nema and Balfin Bukan, graduates of the Masters in Sustainable Architecture and Landscape Design class of 2023 from Politecnico di Milano in Milan, Italy. The thesis is titled Productive Landscapes, a New Realm of Upcycled Post-Industrial District. This work was guided by Professor Matteo Umberto Poli under the theme Urban Landscape. Kritika and Berfin, over to you.
Thank you so much, Christy, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Kritika Nema, and today I will be presenting my thesis, Productive Landscapes, a New Realm of Upcycled Post-Industrial Districts, which will be focused on Po Delta region in Italy. So I'm going to start with the problem statement. This picture dates back to my days of exploration in Italy. And it led me to wonder that how a mechanical structure like this car itself is an example of human intervention, and how nature as a powerful force takes over what was owned by itself. So the question arises, will we let decay spread, or should we reimagine these spaces as thriving and productive landscapes? So for the site, I have chosen Enel power plant, which is located in Italy. So basically, this power plant supplied 10% of Italy's power needs once. The site is located on a fragile landscape where the land meets the sea. So therefore, the site is quite rich in biodiverse. It's a biodiverse region, but the site is quite disconnected because it's quite far from the urban fabric, and thereby making it as an industrial heritage because of its usability in Italy. Now, the core question is, how can productive landscapes transform industrial ruins into spaces of reformation? So to achieve this, I have developed methodologies that were focused on two levels, on two scales, micro level interventions and micro level interventions. On a macro level interventions, we have proposed to connect the site with the regional urban fabric by way of slow mobility and community engagement programs. And on a micro level intervention, we are reimagining these industrial structures as living urban fabrics for cultural regeneration and adaptive reuse, thereby making it as a bioproduction hub. It's important to understand the geographical context. So on a territorial scale, we are in the northern part of Italy, where Po River flows from Turin, and it flows down to Adriatic Sea, forming Po Delta. Now, this region is important because this is an area of interest where we are going to work on a provincial scale. So on a provincial scale, we are in Veneto region, where macro level design strategies will be executed. And on a site scale, we have chosen Enel power plant as our testing ground. where micro-level design strategies will be executed. So in our research, we did macro scale analysis on a provincial scale, and we realized that the area is quite biodiverse, rich region, but at the same time, due to urban land reclamation and human impact, the area is subsiding. So these were the conclusion from macro scale analysis. In our research, we also came across this ongoing initiative, which is the Vento Cycle Route project, which is right now executing in Italy. So here, it is being proposed that 630 kilometers of bike path will be connected. Venice will connect Turin by way of bike path following the river Po. However, it disconnects and goes to Venice and does not go until Po Delta. About 260 kilometers of the route will run through protected and park regions, thereby creating 2,000 new jobs. Building on this strategy, we came to this micro level design intervention, that why not we propose this bike route that is going to Venice, instead diverts to Po Delta. So basically, the proposal is to extend green mobility from Adria to Po Delta, an approximate extension of 45 kilometers. Here, we have chosen various points of ecological interest. For example, we have set up a bird watching station that lies in migratory bird flowing route. Also, this will be a land where local fauna can take shelter, like the render here. Then the second ecological point of interest is the observation deck that gives 360-degree views to the seascape. Third is an elevated pathway that creates an experience of walking over water, like this render here. And this point of interest lies in the selected site for micro-level design strategy. Fourth one is the beach pavilions, which are inspired by local huts. And then we have landscape frames, which are set up in different agricultural lands, and which shows the different sites of agricultural landscapes, like this one in the render. Then on a macro scale, we are on the site level. Here, through analysis, we found out that the site is surrounded by water on the right side and agricultural land on the other. The site on the northern part of the site, it comprises of industrial structures, like the chimney you see in the picture. It's a 250-meter chimney, which can be viewed from the entire region. So it acts as a navigation spot. Then here we have the oil tanks, which have been dismantled. Two have been dismantled completely. The four ones, they are right now decaying. Then the site also has fragmented forest lands, as you can see in light gray color. And then this land, which was previously used as an agricultural land, but right now it has turned into a meadow. Then through observations, we found out that there are different challenges which need different strategies accordingly. So these strategies were categorized into socioeconomic, ecological, and historical. So under socioeconomic challenges, we discovered that the land is quite far from the city fabric, making it undiscovered. There is no tourism, and it also lacks pedestrian connectivity. So thereby, we are proposing green tourism and green mobility to boost awareness. Under ecological context, the land is quite fragile and it has higher flooding risk. The site also features that the people are following monocultural agriculture practices. So therefore, we are proposing in order to restore the soil, to have third landscape strategies and polyculture farming spaces. Under historical context, we found out that the area has been used as a navigation spot. Like for example, a 250-meter chimney is viewed as a historical landmark. So thereby, the strategies is to make the area as an industrial memory garden and to preserve the historical significance of the industrial chimney. So based on these challenges, we formulated different design concepts, and we divided them into three. The three principles are preservation, which emphasizes continuity; restoration, which emphasizes repairing what was lost, what was degraded, we are going to heal that; And then third one is creation, which emphasizes on innovation to create sustainable life, new forms and functions. Under preservations, which essentially means protecting and maintaining existing landscapes and ecosystems so that they remain unaltered for future generation to be used. We found out that the site has a lot of woodland spaces which are fragmented. So thereby we wanted to connect them by way of ecological corridor and thereby preserving them. Second was that the site was, the southern part of the site has a lot of agricultural land and had canals already present there. But now it is all covered with grass and it has become a meadow. So we want to convert that into a polyculture farming space with multi-layered landscapes. Under restoration, which involves ecological interventions, under this category, we emphasized on restructuring low-lying embankments, wetland restoration, soil stabilization through phytoremediation. Also, we wanted to have cultural reconstruction. So under this category, we have retrofitted industrial structures into industrial park. This entire area is an industrial park. Then these pavilions are converted, these tanks are converted into pavilions. Yeah. Now under creation category, which essentially means designing of new landscapes, and that focuses on innovation and sustainability, and something that complements preservation and restoration as a principle. So we have extended the industrial park here. This will be an industrial park, which will be an extension of the industrial park itself. Here we have proposed some research hub, which I'm going to explain in the further segment. We are proposing an agriculture study field here. And then the farming space here will have greenhouse and aquaponic farming spaces. So this here is the master plan, which integrates preservation, restoration, and creation. For time constraint, I'm going to be focusing on three major areas: industrial park, industrial pavilions, and food forest. So starting with industrial park, here you can see in the center that there are two industrial towers which stand tall. We are going to convert them into vertical farming towers, which will host various farming related activities. Then we have research hubs on the either end, which will be used for education and awareness. Along with this, we wanted to give a space for experiments and new technology formation. Therefore, we have allocated a space where new experiments will be conducted. So thereby an agriculture study field. Then we wanted to preserve the chimney. So we are proposing to transform the chimney into an observation tower, which will give 360-degree views, not just to the seascape, but also to the entire industrial park itself. Now, to connect these spaces, we have proposed an elevated pathway, which was previously it was used as a oil carrying pipe inside this steel structure. It used to hold this pipe that used to carry oil to these mechanical structures to this industrial area. So we are totally opening it and we are making it as an elevated pathway.
Sorry
as you
to
can see in
interrupt,
the
Kritika.
Yeah.
I would like to remind you for time limit again.
Yeah, I'm just finishing.
Thank you.
Sorry. Now moving on to the industrial pavilions. So basically, these were oil tanks before. Two of them have been dismantled. So we are converting them into landscape parks, and the tanks that used to be there have left industrial ruin traces. So thereby we are celebrating them as a sign of history. Then we have temporary functions that are going to be here in workshop and local market. Then we have these permanent functions which will be served into this museum and this pavilion of memory. Moving on to the last segment, which is the food forest. So basically the food forest is a multi-strata food forest which will attract wildlife and will have a balanced nurturing forest ecosystem. To make this, we have three layers. First is the overstory layer, which will have trees and big shrubs. The mid-story layer, which will have small shrubs and herbaceous with more or less food edible trees, and then we have understory layer, which is going to cover ground cover and root layers, which can be seen in this render. Lastly, I want to conclude by saying that these strategies are replicable, something that can be used as a blueprint for future post-industrial reformation. Lastly, I want to thank my co-author and colleague Berfen Bukan and my professor Matteo Poli, who has been really supportive and has nurtured us with his guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kritika. You have re-envisioned Milan's post-industrial spaces, turning challenges into opportunities for creative reuse. Your sensitive and inventive design framework sets a benchmark for sustainable urban regeneration. Unfortunately, Professor Naveen could not be with us due to network issues, but I opened the floor to Professor Ujjan and Professor Ibrahim to share their views.
Yeah, Kritika, very involved work, and one can see in such a detailed work you have done from large scale to detailed level work in the industrial premises. I mean, there is, when you, after the overall idea of that this industrial setup will be converted to a useful public place, and there are various ways of doing it. How do you use which element in which way, and how you connect them, and these have been done at many places. What happens in these is that with the previous study, which is whether it will actually work or not, work in the sense so that sufficient number of people will come and see it or not, whether the city or whoever is going to invest that money or not, that becomes the critical thing. So many of these things which have worked are actually right in the middle of the city. They're sitting on a valuable piece of land, and people are already there for other reasons of they may be staying there, working there, and so in an isolated place like this, you have to make it really attractive, and connectivity becomes important, which you have talked about also. So I think it's a comprehensive work, and it's a viable work, no doubt. And the only thing is that value in the sense, the cultural value of it, that whether to preserve, you see, it's very different thing to preserve an industrial ruin from a say 900-year-old some historic building. The values are very different, and the society and the country and the politics will decide to do it or not. These are not in our hand, but it's a good thesis. Well done. I'm sure if you had seen in larger scales and all that, would have been much better. Your renders would have looked much better than what you have seen in small little thumbnails. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ujjan. I would like Professor Ibrahim to please share his views now.
Thank you, Kritika. I think you have done an excellent work, especially that it was very clear, like how you navigated from the multi-scale, like from the bigger scale into the smaller scale. And I also liked very much like those very clear strategies that you put forward. I think you showed a very, very, very interesting example. And one of the things that I like most also is that your research is centered around a very provocative research question. It asks about how decommissioned landscape can be utilized. And I think that's very interesting to raise, and it's also very important. However, it also brings some challenges, this question itself. Like, for example, the industrial structure are celebrated as landmark. And you clearly showed this. But which aspects of industrial memory are preserved? This is part of the cultural legacy of these buildings. So, and how do they avoid being romanticized as industrial ruin, you know? Like I would love to see this, and also this another inquiry, or maybe a question related to Vento cycling route, if I mention it right.
Yes.
So
Yes.
so I'm a bit worried about this kind of intervention. Zoe seems very locally integrated and might really work locally, but this connection might also like added a pressure from the tourist to the place itself. So there will be maybe a question of how this intervention could work if more tourism are coming to this place. But apart from
Yes.
that, I'm very much happy with that you have presented. Excellent work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judy, for your valuable insights. Moving forward, our ninth thesis presentation will be delivered by Shivani Vinayak Atre, a candidate of the Master of Urban Design program, class of 2025 at the College of Environmental Design, University of California, Berkeley. The thesis is titled Landscape of Remediation, Remembrance and Retreat, New Jersey, United States of America. This work was guided by Paul Fight Matamoros under the theme Urban Landscape. Shivani, over to you.
Sorry, I missed the last part. Should I start presenting?
Yes, please continue.
Uh, Hello everyone, my name is Shivani Atri and I recently graduated from College of Environmental Design, UC Berkeley. It's an absolute pleasure to present this work in front of such well-renowned jury, as well as my peers from all over the world. My thesis addresses the socially and ecologically vulnerable landscapes of Meadowlands, New Jersey. It looks at existing actors, systems, and tries to weave a landscape-based urban design framework grounded in retreat, remediation, and remembrance. It challenges the universalized strategies often used in climate resilience and argues for a bottom-up lived experience design approach, where design frameworks emerge from within the people and the place. We all know the map of Manhattan. I'm sorry. Uh, we all know the map of Manhattan. What is less known is the history of waste treatment and the rise of environmental justice movement in New York and in its five boroughs. Landfills were systematically planned next to areas like Bronx, Harlem, Staten Island, neighborhoods with low-income housing where people of color and the Black communities stayed. In 1950s, a treaty was signed between New York and New Jersey. It redirected New York's waste stream into the Hackensack wetlands, compounding the existing industrial contamination created by the neighboring steel and paint companies. The urban renewal debris from Newark was also dumped in these meadowlands. Wetlands were colonized to become wastelands. Located west of New Jersey City, the Meadowlands hold layers of histories related to systemic social inequities and ecological neglect. Mhm. The Meadowlands once spanned far more territory, but infill for industries and landfills created a patchwork of waste infrastructures, industries, and water. At its peak, it held 13 active landfills and numerous Superfund sites. Superfund and toxic sites. By 2075, the projected sea level rise is going to go up to 7 feet. The meadowlands will experience flooding from rainwater and groundwater rise. Nature will begin to reverse the human detriments, shifting the landscape closer to its 1880s state, where Schuyler Avenue marked the edge where land met water. Amongst the affected cities and towns is the town of Kearney on the southern west corner of the Meadowland fabric.
Kearney faced and still faces the compounded effect of industrialization and climate change, and it disproportionately affects the communities. It is a highly complex landscape where these industries and landfills have been consistently part of the conversations across various agencies, although these are the primary source of livelihood for most people living in Kearney. So, despite its historical history of environmental injustice, it has socio-economic, political, and ecological entanglements. So, as mentioned, the now closed landfills and Superfund sites are in close proximity to the residential neighborhoods, which has created health problems for the residents. The contaminated lands paired up with the water level rise, groundwater contamination, and frequent rainwater flooding makes Kearney vulnerable to environmental and social adversities. So if you can see, these maps sort of highlight different kinds of contamination where there is active chromate contamination, groundwater, and soil contamination. When you sort of overlap these mappings and uh, overlap it with the predicted sea level rise, we understand how tense the situation can get in the next 15 years. Everything west of the Schuler Avenue, which is highlighted in red, slightly sits on a higher ground as it was the natural land, and everything in the dotted yellow is the infilled land, where all the industries and the low-lying housing units are situated. It is constantly facing the issues of rainwater. It is consistently facing the issues related to rainwater flooding right now. The steel industry, which was declared as a Superfund site, is now a vacant land, which is highlighted in darker yellow. The Keegan landfill is now capped and covered. Multiple efforts driven by various community-led groups, non-profit organizations had led to its closure in 2019. As mentioned before, the industries on the west side of the Schuler Avenue were heavily dependent on the Keegan landfill for their livelihood. Now they are looking for different contracts outside the city. There are a lot of existing vacancies as well. This map sort of highlights how people living in Kearney have their uh, are dependent on these industries for their livelihood. And as I mentioned, that the light yellow color is the infilled land and the darker yellow color are the vacancies. There are many non-profit organizations, formal government agencies, and community-led efforts in Kearney, each with different methods, each applying different methods but with aligned goals. The workers' union working in the industries want flood control without sacrificing their jobs. The residents want to reconnect with the landscape. The scientists and NGO groups want to seek awareness and ecological restoration. Everyone wants change, but nobody feels the ownership of this process. This was observed through the extensive fieldwork, interviews, and conversations I had during my research period. One who is a local resident describes how flooding disrupts his daily commute. Terry Dawes, who's a chairperson of Meadowlands Research and Restoration Institute, uh, talks about how the institute tracks water and soil contamination, as well as researches on preserving ecosystems. Nonprofit groups like NYNJ Baykeepers and River Keepers note that there isn't any active engagement in their initiatives by the locals because locals perceive the meadowlands, the wetlands negatively. Forward, who's a community leader of Kearney Green Initiative, which is a community group, reflects on decision-making processes and how communities feel excluded in it. Noelle Lauren is an artist, and through her work, she talks about contamination, exclusion, and selective development. There are many such community efforts in Kearney, each working independently with different methods but aligned goals. Somehow there is no synergy. So I chose to build up my urban design strategies through fieldwork, existing systems, actors, and landscapes. The transition of land and imagining retreat focuses not only on ecological shift but land use shift. The idea of remediation to retreat has to be a gradual process phased out in a series of events over the next 50 years. So in a scenario that I envisage, the steel company, which was a Superfund site, along with the Meadowlands Research and Restoration Institute, it takes an ethical stand to being the driver for remediation. It also helps the other small industries around it to remediate and transition their lands and businesses. The houses that I mentioned were on the lower plains are now are shifted to the immediate higher grounds across the Schuler Avenue. The land is cut and filled in various areas to create wetland pools, making space for water. According to scholars whom I reached out to in the field of ecology and geology, they suggest that that three levees can be built in tandem to cater to different kinds of flooding, and water can be managed through tidal gates. So the contamination is sort of segregated. All this while the industries transition and the communities take ownership of the edge through educational and ecological incubators. The vegan landfill itself becomes a site of memory and pays homage to the environmental justice and the urban renewal struggles of publics. After reading, talking with multiple workers and employees in the industries, I realized that businesses do feel the need to transition to more sustainable methods. So I imagine a lot of businesses would either transition towards recycling or move out of the city to look for contracts outside the city. This would create space for research and educational incubators driven by MRRI, local stakeholders like NYNJ Baykeepers, along with educational institutions like Kearney Schools, Kearney Library Initiatives, and universities like Rutgers. The Schuler Avenue thus become a hybrid street with sustainable industries, element of education, research, and workshops conducted by the communities. It would have retail and recreation, which remains perpendicular to multiple streets that have small businesses. Public spaces that overlook Meadowlands and the skyline of New York. These spaces can be transitioned into farmers' markets on the weekdays and open public theaters on the weekends. There are ongoing projects that convert abandoned railway lines as greenway corridors that connect Kearney horizontally. These corridors intersect with the site, thus strengthening pedestrian and cyclist access. There would be strategies to create water catchment areas for recreational and educational purposes. Public parks designed and maintained by the residents and landscape literacy trails hosted by the Kearney Green Initiative. I would like to end my presentation by quoting and adding to some of Toni Morrison's side of memory. They straightened out the water in places to make room for houses and livable acreage. Occasionally, it would flood in these places. Flood is the word they would use, but in fact, it is not flooding. It is remembering where it used to be. Retreat is not only about moving back, it is about remembering people, places, and histories of environmental injustices. Communities experience climate impacts in their own unique ways. I believe centering their stories, empowering local solutions, and designing with lived experience design at the core, can lead to more just outcomes. It is through remembering that we retreat, and through retreat, we begin again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani. Your synthesis of ecology and collective memory invites us to reconsider approaches to healing and renewal in urban contexts. Your thoughtful interventions offer both solace and inspiration. Let us hear from the jury on possible future direction. I would like to invite Professor Ibrahim on the floor to share his insights.
Thank you very much, Shivani. Well presented, and especially that I like the way you use landscape-based design, not just as for ecology, but also as a tool for memory and possibly for collective healing. This is very interesting to look at. However, I have a very small maybe intervention, or maybe like it's just a thought that came to my mind related to the livelihood also of the people there. Beyond the closure of these harmful land uses, including like the steel industry, what economic livelihood sustain Kearney residents in the long term? Like, if you thought about that, do you think like these sort of agricultural-based activities would be enough, or like we need to think about some other alternatives that could be also integrated within this kind of lifestyle? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ibrahim. It was, yeah, thank you for your comments. I so when I was sort of conducting my fieldwork, that's exactly and like deriving the strategies that was the exact thought in my head, that I do not want to take away their livelihood. So even if there are so many layers of histories and injustices in previously, it's still a present condition where they are dependent on some of these industries for their work and livelihood. So my idea was to actually like some of those industries transition to uh, as recycling agents, and that was also derived through the fieldwork that I conducted, where I realized that they are shifting towards recycling because there are certain policy changes because of which they would want to shift in that direction. So I I wouldn't want to completely erase whatever fabric that's on ground. But I was just trying to create this sort of a negotiation between land and water, built environment, and the ecology.
Okay,
I
thank
hope
you.
that answers the question.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. I would now like to invite Professor Rujan to take the floor.
Hi, Shivani. Thanks. Very good work, very good presentation, clear. And this kind of a topic needs real interest and conviction to do it. And actually, there are two parts to this kind of things, and the whole world is facing this problem of waste, no doubt about it. And different countries, depending on their political, economic conditions, deal with them differently. And but there are two parts. When I said what I meant is that one is not all about architecture, is that how to stop wastage, how to clear garbage dumps or waste dumps. And that is, we, as technical people, we can get involved, but it's not really architecture. It just starts after we get a piece of land which is cleared and assured of that no more waste will be dumped there, and someone will ask us now, tell us what to do with it. And that's where our work starts, starting from even programming that what should happen once we decide that, and how intelligently and how whatever kind of intention we have, whether it's environmental sort of directed kind of a development, or more of human development, or more real estate oriented development, anything can be asked from us because we are supposed to be able to do anyway. It's needed to be done, and we do our best. So you took on path, and I saw some demonstration designs, those lovely, colorful drawings. And when I see such drawings in so close to expensive urban areas of New Jersey and New York, I wonder whether that kind of development are possible, sustainable or not, after taking all the trouble of getting the land back, or on the sake of memory or whatever. And with today's pressure of various kinds, whether we can sustain such good designs. Anyway, it's a general comment. We can, at least in the academic field, we can always defend it, and we should defend it, and we should thrive for it and keep trying for it. And in our practice, when we get into it truly, and we'll be always in back of our mind, and we'll somewhere and sometimes we'll succeed, somewhere we'll not. So keep doing it. That's the only way we can do good work. So thank you. Good work. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Ritin.
Welcome. Bye.
Yes.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much,
Thank
Jimmy, for
you.
your valuable insights. Thank you, Shivani. And thanks to all the participants for staying with us. Our last thesis presentation for this session will be delivered by Shubham Majumdar, a graduate of the Master of Science in Architecture and Urban Design program, class of 2024 from Politecnico di Milano in Milan, Italy. The thesis is titled Living with Water, Adaptive Strategies for Coastal Resilience in Darukhan. This work was guided by Leonardo Zuccaro Marchi under the theme Urban Landscape. Shubham, over to you.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. It was interesting to see all of your works. Pretty um, introspective. Okay, so now I'm. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Well, I'm delighted to present you my thesis titled Living with Water. So my research explores about how we can think coastal urbanism as in the face of climate change, sea level rise, and social environmental conditions in the upcoming years, because it's sort of an urgent issue for us to see how we can coexist with water rather than thinking it as an opportunity or a threat. Um, so here I start from the macro scale where I sort of map out the 10 most urban coastal cities, which are in major danger of sea level rise. So as of now, we have around 56% of population, which can soar up to 70% in 2050, and that can lead to a huge amount of loss, around $1 trillion. And the other most drastic effect is around 216 million people can be displaced with this upcoming sea level rise. And not just that, but there is also deep loss of cultural infrastructure and social vulnerability added as well. So it's a compounded issue. Now, how do we understand that which one is more urgent or needs more action? So I sort of try to map the two factors, which are the the density of the people as well as the economic loss. On mapping, I sort of found out that Mumbai, being the most densest as well as the sort of one to lose a huge amount of money, I thought that place could be a start of action and can be a role model for the upcoming cities that can adapt to the strategies or the nature-based solutions that I propose. Okay, so this is how we see Mumbai's archipelago from 1660 to current 2000. We have once Mumbai was 7 islands, the region in the south portion. Over the years, there had been a lot of land reclamation, and eventually, by the 20th century, it had formed one contiguous landmass. And over the years, there has been a lot of population growth, economic growth. It has become the business center of India, and so the question is how this situation is going to be looking in the future. So with the sea level rise also parallelly going up. So you can see in 1660 we have this fragmented islands, and in 2050 we have a certain amount of sea level rise, and by 2100 we see that it is a portion of the south part of the Mumbai is completely submerged, which sort of goes back to how it was in the beginning. So this is sort of an it's like a history sort of repeating itself, in a situation. So I try to understand how can the situation be possible, and how can we sort of try to create a barrier, or we can try to coexist with it. So I try to map the edge conditions and to understand the urban porosity of Mumbai around the edges. So as to then I found out there are 8 typologies which I found around the edge conditions of Mumbai, starting from informal to residential to public spaces, fishing villages, port industries, and even vegetation are also at the edge portion of Mumbai. So I classified them the high porosity, which means which has beaches, wetlands, waterfront parks, which is more public accessible, as well as which can embrace water. Whereas the low porosity spaces are like the industry, sports, hard road infrastructure, which can not support any sort of barrier or can be prone to sea level rise at drastic levels. So then to identify the critical zone, I had to overlay a synthesis of all these maps to understand which are the 4, and I identified 4 critical areas. In between them, which I found Darukana to be the most critical area, with not just in terms of sea level rise threat, but also social, economic, and environmental threat, which I'll be listing in the upcoming slides. So Darukana, which is a part of a huge port region called the Mumbai Port Trust, is now sort of not abandoned, but it's in less function because of the other ports which has come to work, and so it has rendered unused a bit. So Darukana is a small portion with like 0.3 square kilometers area, but since again due to density, we have around 16,000 informal settlements over there, and you can see there are 3 major issues. 2 of them I've listed in this one. One being the sea level rise, with a projection of 2100 can completely sink down and can lead to migration of people. And the second most important issue which I found out was the soil contamination, because of the abandoned ships which are still over there. It's contaminating the soil and the groundwater. Also, there has been disruption in the marine ecosystem, and this gets in the health conditions and safety of the people as well. So it's sort of a compounded issue as well, as to it can increase with the sea level rise, and it can disrupt a lot of ecosystems altogether. The third issue which I found was the suppression of the urban character. You can see how cluttered and monotonous it is in terms of layouts, or in the terms of efficiency of this place. It generates certain revenue and economy, but the poor conditions, it's the living conditions are quite poor, and there has been a lot of issues related to the health as well, because of lack of sanitary like toilets, or kind of lack of public spaces as well. So that is sort of another urban fabric issue I see. I found out. From here, I listed out 3 typologies, which are informal settlements, industries and warehouses, and mixed use. And you can see that the warehouses, because it's service-oriented space, you can see the warehouses being the majority amidst it. Now, I would like to go back to the issue, or the first and the second issues, which are towards the environmental. Starting with the idea of purging, which is sort of removing the abandoned ships with the help of government. They can take out the ships which are decaying over there, contaminating the soil, and to provide a sort of well-defined docks which can help in rendering the limited uses or the necessary use for the shipbreaking grounds to happen, that can help the community in being more efficient. The second step would be the land curing process, which would be to help sort of create a barrier around this, so that the contaminated region or the portion can be excavated mechanically and then can be treated, which leads us to the third stage, is the phytoremediation stage. And here I try to sort of propose making it easier by segmenting these land groups, and then trying to phyto extract or to stabilize the soil by promoting salinity tolerant plants and trying to promote the health of the mangroves. In terms of sea level rise, so these are the three systems that I have proposed. A layered defense system, including nature-based plus gray solutions. The first being the defensive, which is the breakwaters to immediately stop the sea level rise on a drastic level. The second would be like a soft defense, which is the mangroves around the edges, which will be helped with the previous step of phytoremediation. And the third step would be to using the segments of lands as a stormwater management ponds, not just for the sea level rise, but also for the rainfall, because Mumbai faces a heavy monsoon as well. So then these three layered systems are for the environment levels. For the urban character, and this is to resolve the third issue, which is I'm trying to see this as a productive hub because it creates a sort of economy, but again, it's so super efficient for the people or for the government as well. So I'm trying to propose a circular economy model which can help the government propose efficient infrastructure as well as for them to build a good health and public spaces around this three fingers of Darukana. So we then so this would be the proposed mobility and the flow, where the red being the primary connection, which will be more towards service oriented, helping with the ship breaking and then connecting to the rest of the city. The secondary connection, which would be to connect the work and the life, which is the lateral connection, binding, living and working together. And the tertiary connection is the one in blue color, which is promenades and public spaces, as well as connecting Darukana to the rest of the Mumbai as well. So here is a model of how this Darukana can adapt to water level rise, and over the years how it can try to become a sort of a liquid city as well in the eventual years. Now we go more to the micro scale of typologies of housing over there. For informal settlements, I try to.
Sorry to interrupt, Shubham. I would like to remind you
Yeah.
of the time limit.
Yes, I'm almost there. So then we have these housing units, which are sort of informal and they're very horizontally spread out. So how do we try to tackle this situation is to one idea which was impressed was the idea of the chawls of Mumbai, which even though you stack them up, but then you don't lose the community or the safety or the belonging, the mutual support system together. So the idea was to bring them together in a complex. Also, this one complex can hold up to 72 units, which in return can, proposing each and every system of units to strategize with the water level rise would be expensive rather than to stack them up into one social housing unit would be beneficial. And the typology too of warehouses is where we can rethink of the existing structure by using the materials, but in a better way, efficiently in terms of ventilation as well as the space in between. So it's a mostly reuse of the materials which are existing, but then building up on stilts of around 1.5 meters to prevent them from the water. And since this structure is modular, we can also replicate in X and Y axis as terms of expandability. The last would be the mixed use plan, which is again a derivative of the informal housing. But in this case, the ground floor would be more permeable with shops and other units together. And this is eventually seen as a section where you can see how they can coexist with water rather than seeing it as a threat. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Shubham. Your adaptive strategies for Darukhana resonate with realism and hope, charting a path to resilient waterfront living. Your work equips coastal communities for tomorrow's uncertainties. I would like to invite Professor Ujan to share his views on the presentation.
Shubham, are you from Mumbai?
No. I'm from Kolkata, but I've lived in Mumbai for quite some time.
Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, I mean, your analysis and your first part of the work is excellent. All the research work about the rise of water and what it does, and several alternative ways of sort of facing it, whatever way. But somehow, your proposals, alternate proposals in those little protrusions, those land masses. I have some doubts on that. There is a little issue about the presentation technique, actually, what you have used. I don't know, the whites are some clouds or what are those? I don't know. It's not typical as we do in architecture colleges that we see simple plan elevation section and all that. And yes, anyway, but these pieces of land are very expensive after doing all that. And as you know, pretty close to these pieces of land, how development is taking place, not too far from this place, or at least proposed, if not taken place yet. So I cannot elaborate on that too much, but I thought your proposals are in bits and pieces. Housing done in so isolated manner, and so it needed, I think, a overall kind of a plan first, that how the other housing or other kind, what is happening around this place and how it relates to that. Water is one thing, how it relates to the water is one, then how it relates to the mainland or whatever is existing across the street. Some of those study was required because architecture is important, but I think the urban design part would have been little more needed some more work, I think. I mean, whatever I understood, not really examining you here, but what I saw and understood.
I'm sorry for the short slides. I would really like to expand and elaborate on the slides. Maybe we can have a conversation later as well, privately.
Very tight time. Sure. I mean, yeah, your jury has seen your work, and we will see more when it's published. So no issues. We'll all have the book and read closely. Okay, good involved work, no doubt, all of you. Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants for sharing their insightful theses under the theme of urban landscape. Each presentation has offered us fresh perspective on resilience, ecology, culture, and inclusivity within the fabric of our cities. I request you all to stay tuned for a little bit on, since the next session will start at 7 p.m. IST. Unfortunately, two of our guests had to leave due to prior commitments. Although we have exceeded time limit for this session, it is my privilege to invite Professor Ujan Ghosh to share his reflections on the session.
Yeah, I have been, I've done this, I think the third time I'm doing it in the landscape category. And it's interesting to see that how every year I see very sensitive topics taken by students from all over the world who are participating in this effort of Urban Lab. And I was just last 2 days, I was looking at some 60 architecture VR thesis to select some award in India, and little saturated with thesis to But these what I saw today has a different dimension, because I was looking at some Indian colleges, and the scope is a little different than different institutes follow different scope of their thesis. And I'm really happy to see that these theses, at least this category, are looking at certain issues and concerns of environment and heritage kind of things, and finding solution and addressing at least those issues, quite efficiently. And that's a good thing to see. Just designing buildings is perhaps easier than addressing these complex issues which are threatening our existence almost. So that topic was just good. And yeah, sometimes this gets a little frustrating because of the time limit and all that. You feel like talking, presenting more, and we feel like reacting more, but there's no time. Whatever, good session. I generally liked everybody's work. There are little language pronunciation problem here and there, but that doesn't matter. We have to live with it. On this online thing will go on, I'm sure. I don't know how we will solve it. I think the presentation techniques have to be resolved by the presenters. New drawings have to be made, which will be visible in laptops. Totally a new way of doing things have to be evolved. Sometimes they're not very successful. The drawings which looks and reads good in a A3 paper, while projected, doesn't look as good even. Anyway, with that, I will end my thing. I'm happy to see this 10. The last one didn't present today. There was 13 of them, right? Or 11 of them in my list. There's one person, Diana or somebody, I think, maybe, which was sent to. Anyway, thank you very much. I really enjoyed having me in this. I will try to attend some more, but not immediately. I'll take a break at least. Tired. Okay, thank you. I will leave it at that.
Thank you so much, sir. Fortunately, I got information that Professor Ibrahim Baruddin is available with us. Professor Ibrahim, would you like to share your views too, please?
Thank you very much. This is my first time with Urban Design Lab, but I'm really happy that I'm being here. I think I have just get through very interesting presentations. The good thing about that is that they touches a lot of urban issues from different perspectives, but basically, like, I'm fascinated by the integration of ecology, heritage, identity, and participation. These kind of issues, I think, are very much central to what we currently facing in many of our cities. So I appreciated this work for all the presenters. Well done, really well done. One thing that maybe comes to my mind, which I saw it across many of the presentations, but not all of them indeed, is that some issues related to the economic and political fragility of the projects may need to be touched upon. I'm not sure if this is part of the design of the thesis themselves as a speculative, or like or something has to do with the conditions where the thesis has been developed. But I'm always concerned with how these projects could be like implemented within the local partners, how the local partners work together to make sure that these projects will be implemented, as well as the economic feasibilities of these projects and the livelihood of those stakeholders who are really very much will be influenced by the outcomes of these projects. But I'm very honored. I'm very honored to be here. I think I have seen a lot of presentations that um, have a very good future of being presented in our today's environment. There are really good solutions for what are some of the challenges, or maybe most of the challenges that we're facing in our cities today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ibrahim. and Professor Ruchan for being here with us. With this, we end this session. Now we'll take a short break and see you back at 7 p.m. IST. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
Very warm welcome to the UDL Thesis seminar, where we gather to explore the dynamic theme of urban management. I am Ravjot Kaur, your moderator for this session, and it is truly a privilege to guide today's discussions. I am an urban designer, architect, and design manager at RSP India, and a graduate of MNIT Jaipur in School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. I practice bridges design, management, and writing on urbanism and culture. Urban management is indeed a multidisciplinary field that shapes the social, economic, and environmental fabric of our cities. It encompasses infrastructure development, equitable housing, community growth, social equity, risk mitigation, and sustainable urban spaces. Through the thesis presented in this session, we'll engage with themes ranging from public housing challenges and urban-rural intersections to form-based codes and transit-oriented development. These works remind us how innovative strategies can foster cities that are both resilient and inclusive. We are joined today by two eminent panelists, Professor Fabiano Leme de Oliveira, Associate Professor in Urbanism at Politecnico di Milano, whose research focuses on planning cities with nature, sustainable infrastructure, and green-blue systems. Architect Brinda Sastry, an independent urban designer and planner, researcher, and educator, whose work spans governance, design policy, and participatory planning across India and abroad. Without further delay, let us begin the second session on urban management. Let us embark on this intellectual journey, and with that, I invite our very first presenter. Our very first thesis presentation will be delivered by Diana Camilla Asinios Rondon, a graduate of the Bachelor's in Architecture program, class of 2022, from the Pontifical Catholic University in Lima, Peru. The thesis is titled Educational Ties, a Refuge Education Typology in Response to Pluvial Flooding in Baupura, Peru. The work was guided by Cesar Tarazona, Augusto Roman, and Susana Lope under the theme Urban Landscape. Over to you, Diana.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, please start.
Okay. Good morning, my name is Diana Cencios, and today I will present my undergraduate thesis, Educational Ties, a review education typology in response to pluvial flooding in Bajo Piura. El Niño is a cyclical climate event that severely affects northern Peru. In 2017 alone, floods impact more than 1.9 million people, and 1/3 of them were children and teenagers. Education was deeply affected. 336 schools were damaged, and 184 of them were severely. By 2020, only 6% of the schools have been rebuilt. One of the most affected regions was Bajo Piura, specifically Narihuala, La Campiña, Pedregal Chico, and Pedregal Grande. These are rural villages dedicated to agriculture, forestry, and handicrafts. But how do these communities flood? During heavy rains, the irrigation canals overflood, insulating the village from each other and from larger cities to provide essential supplies. This disconnection is critical. They lost access to hospitals, food, and basic resources. Schools in these areas become completely unusable. They have already faced 3 major floods, causing infiltration, deterioration, and several structural damage. Moreover, their design is inadequate. There are closed boxes that ignore the agricultural landscape around them. From this reality arises my main question. How can educational infrastructure faces the risk of pluvial flooding while integrate social dynamics into the agricultural landscape? My answer is a new review education typology that functions as a resilient element against the risk of pluvial flooding and as a means of connection for engagement with the agricultural landscape. For methodology and strategies, I develop strategies in 2 scales, territory and architectural. The first territory scale will be mitigate the risk of pluvial flooding. First, I shape the topography with levels and terraces to protect the communities. Then, implement water infrastructures, purification, infiltration, and retention ponds. These trade water, rechange aquifer, store it for reuse, and reduce flooding. And finally, I define a buffer of native species to protect agricultural areas and stop urine growth in flood-prone zones. The second strategy will be generate infrastructure. I first identify strategies locations between communities and farmland. Then I propose 4 architectural pieces distributed in the territory. These act as complement and as bridge of connection during floods. And the last strategy will be define educational paths. Connect the school with agriculture and forestry, giving local knowledge a central role in learning. I establish routes that links infrastructure and communities. Each path provides in situ education, for example, about canals, vegetation, or soil, considering the scale of children and adolescents in the territory. At the intersections of these paths, small landmarks act as reference points and gathering spaces. And then in architecture scale, I define some strategies too. The first one will be define models. The proposed building complements the current school system under the model of alternative education. This pedagogy combines classroom learning with cultural relevance, hands-on education that supports both academic success and territorial development. Since this is rural context, local and ancestral knowledge like agriculture, forestry, and handicraft was studied. The proposal not only seeks to be educational infrastructure, but also to integrate the community as a part of learning process. The actors considered include forested farmers, artisans, and especially children and adolescents in 3 age groups. Based on this, 5 program packages were defined. Services, regular classrooms, workshops, and local knowledge, community program, and in situ education. This last one integrates learning with landscape. The architecture is conceived as flexible, modular, and replicable, capable of adapting to changing needs. For example, a classroom module can be joined up to 3 others to accommodate more students or parents meeting. Flexible materials are used, such as Bahari panels, which are easy to remove. To facilitate the construction of replica models, local builders techniques were studied, specifically self-construction methods with wood, cane, bamboo, reeds, and straw. The goal is to promote communities' participation and self-construction where residents have the control over the project, using familiar techniques and recycled materials at the end of the building life cycle. And for last strategy of architectural scale, it will be integrate with architectural landscape. The 4 pieces will each have a different focus on in-situ education. For example, the piece of Pedregal Chico will focus on the study of repair species, high tolerance water, as well as learning of canals and associated ecosystems. In everyday use, the infrastructure includes an educational section dedicated to classrooms and workshops, and a social common area dedicated to local knowledge. Under the structure, an in-situ learning space is developed, allowing safe interaction with the existing canals through different levels, where the students can closely observe the behavior of various spaces. Moreover, during the El Niño event, the modular design allows its division into family shelters. The communal area becomes a first aid center, and the entrance serves as community meeting points. In this way, the infrastructure acts as a bridge connecting communities during evacuation and protection process. Another example is the piece located in La Campiña. This character is linked to water harvesting, since it's close to mitigation ponds. This piece collects water for in-situ education activities, but also supplies refuge during El Niño emergency. In conclusion, the infrastructure not only functions as an educational link between the schools and the agricultural landscape, but also become a bridge of community connection in emergency situations, providing evacuation routes and shelter for those in need. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Diana. Your presentation and attention to detail is really commendable. I'll now request Professor Brinda to please share her views on the same.
Thank you, Diana. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, this project was really interesting because you seem to have actually engaged with the local population in coming up with your design strategy, and to also kind of identify how they would be involved as actors in making of this particular school or educational facility that you're proposing. So it's really sensitively actually approached. And what I would want to know from you is that how did you decide on where to locate this particular project? Like in the whole scheme of, the flooding that is happening in the space, and the direction of how the water is flowing. How did you, like, I missed the analysis of how you would decide on a location for this particular place. So could you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, I have like 4 communities that are around agriculture area. So I first trying to link this agriculture area with the communities, because the schools and all the urban part, it's like right now it's like ignoring this agriculture area. They use it every day, but they have not like a real connection, or they don't. I think they don't value enough. So I first try to link it. And another important thing was the location of schools, the existing schools, because in these poor areas or rural areas, all infrastructure is good, is neat, because we don't have enough. So I try to link the new one with the old ones to make a complement between regular education and alternative education. And also, as you can see in the map, the places that I located, there was strategy places where they had this connection during the flooding time, right? And that's why. Thank you.
Okay, great. Just one more comment is that it would have been good if you could have demonstrated if there is any difference between any of these communities in terms of their skills and their cultural differences, and also with respect to the gender, because typically in such disaster situations, there are certain vulnerable populations, and that would have been highlighted a little better, I think, in the set of users that you had, to see specifically how they can get involved in this process of rebuilding and engaging with this particular institution. So that's it.
Yeah, I will have it. I will integrate this comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Taina. Thank you so much, Brinda ma'am. We'll now head towards the second presentation for this session. A second thesis presentation will be delivered.
I may say a few words, perhaps.
Yes,
please.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Diana. Thank you, Ms. Kaur. Thank you for my colleague with comments. It's a pleasure to be here. I thought your presentation was very clear, Diana. I also appreciated the different scales you worked with, starting with the kind of broader scale and looking at the relationship between landscape, economic production, say agriculture, as well as architecture. So I think that was laudable in the work you've done, and also thought it was rather ambitious to do, in the end, 4 buildings plus the strategy for a final project. I have a few questions regarding some of your decisions that perhaps you might want to kind of comment back or think a little bit more for the future. I think the first one was to do with the existing landscape. I have a feel about the architecture by some of the views that you showed us, but I was wondering, in fact, what this landscape looks like in terms of its fields, its hills, or is it flat, so a little bit more perhaps might have helped in that front. Because they are quite small and a bit localized. It's a bit hard to kind of have a general sense of what this landscape, looks like at eye level when you're walking through. And then in that front, I really appreciated your green and blue infrastructure strategy and how you thought about this idea of a belt. And I think that was well placed and well considered. But I was wondering whether there are particular kinds of ancestral or rural nature-based solutions that have been in the community, for generations that perhaps you might have considered. Now, you do talk about 3 or 4 nature-based solutions, but they are kind of, we can see them a bit everywhere, in the sense that, I was wondering if there was perhaps anything a little bit more specific to that location that might have been considered. Maybe not. That might have been why you didn't include them, but I did wonder. Also, I was thinking in terms of your buildings and 2 aspects in here. One is the formal language of the buildings. I appreciate that you were kind of referring to this notion of the bridge and how to connect, and and it has to be suspended and all that, and I appreciate that as well. But they are all very similar, right? The 4 of them, almost as if it doesn't quite depend much where you are. I am more or less the same. And I did wonder, if they had kind of more clear particularities, more related perhaps with where they were, if that might have been ways in which they could be a little bit more identifiable as separate instruments or tools within this kind of broader ecosystem that you are creating. And also wondered about the sizes. They are very landscape that they had to accommodate, or how, because also they have very similar sizes. And then another minor comment or question that I had was to do with the vertical connection in the landscape. So I can see the kind of the platforms and the various levels, but I was wondering how one might connect up, how one might from the lower pathway walk up to the other pathways in an accessible manner, or enjoying the landscape, or understanding the various layers that you are creating, almost as if by walking up, I'm also understanding the different kinds of vegetation, the different levels of what the water may get to, and so on and so forth. But again, I really thought it was an excellent piece. Very well done.
Yeah, thank you for all your comments. I will integrate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Diana. We'll now head forth to the next discussion for this session. A second thesis presentation in session 2 will be delivered by Afreen Salim and Pratna Ulanganathan, graduates of the MSc in Sustainable Architecture and Landscape Design, class of 2024 from Politecnico di Milano in Milan, Italy. The thesis is titled Reconnecting the Interconnected, Revitalizing Ecological and Economic Systems Through Cultural Heritage Restoration. The work was guided by Professor Antonella Content under the theme Urban Management. Over to you.
Good afternoon. So I'll start the thesis presentation. What happens when a city forgets its river, buries its tanks, and builds over its wetland? It's not just the water which lost, but also its memory, culture, and the resilience. This is a story of Chennai. This is a story of Chennai, where a city where its ancient wisdoms once sustained its life through airy systems, Urani systems, basically a system of cascading tanks, which was community managed ponds. But now today, as you can see, there are floods and drought problems. We have disappearing water bodies. You can clearly see in the map the water bodies, because of encroachment, have disappeared from the map completely. So the idea is to do it in 3 steps. Understanding the metropolitan level, we are trying to protect the peri-urban regions by connecting these airy ponds all together and protecting the fragile regions from the urban growth. In the urban level, we are trying to connect a interconnected system of blue-green infrastructure, which is basically managed with the help of David Governor's idea of protectors, stewards, and actors. And in the architectural level, we are trying to maintain a behavior. What we mean when we say we are trying to maintain a behavior is we're trying to use water. Water for us, it's not just a part of livelihood where aquaculture and pisciculture is being followed, but also it's part of temples, and it gives part, because temples were built generally around waters. There were systems called Kurimaramathum, which were used back in the times with these cascading systems, which was basically desilting the waters from these tanks and using that sand as part of rituals in the houses. So they were part of building a belongingness towards with the source. So the idea revolves around a framework where we are trying to use these 4 major idea of geographical base, economy, governance, and society, connecting them all together to create a sustainable metropolitan system. So these old systems were studied. We understood how previously airy systems were used, and using these economical systems, which is aquacultural systems or Bahri systems, which are practiced in different regions in India, when using them to create a cultural heritage connectivity in the region of Chennai. And using the idea of shared stewardship, community stewardship, by creating this shared responsibility among the locals, so that both governance and society work together for the maintenance. And it's not about romanticizing the idea of tangible and intangible system that is existing in the past, but trying to use this ancestral knowledge, which was basically engineered, dig out earthen canals that were used that connects these systems, different systems, along with modern planning systems. So basically, these Eries and Urani ponds, they were connected through these dugout channels, earthen channels, and then thus connected to the wetlands and these different tanks connecting to the canal that runs the Buckingham Canal, and then finally to the sea. So it's a system of water urbanism connected along with the ecological system in the metropolitan level. We found out the different areas that exist right now and tried connecting them in the metropolitan system and trying to create a living ecological system. So the region that we took was Palikarne wetland. It's basically it was once a lung of the city, a carbon sink because of the ecological system that existed. The water was almost 6,000 hectares during that time, and it reduced to now almost 600 hectares. And because of the encroachments and the dumping yards, it's converted into a toxic region with because of basically a methane pool. We tried analyzing these different regions. We tried finding vulnerable and resilient points in the system, which needed to be worked upon, where ecological systems can act as sponge spaces and different technologies can be involved. Just as a point, the major model that we use for further architectural development was the third region you see, the Okium Madabu, the connection that connects the wetland. If you can see the arrow, the connection that connects the wetland to the Buckingham Canal that finally connected to the sea. So understanding that once these water bodies were connected, when the water system came back to the region, the ecological system, the protective system was we tried to maintain by not just the Miyawaki plantation and different sponge system that we planted around around these Palikarne wetland region, but we also tried finding out these transformative spaces near more receptive areas, like the patches areas that can be used as Bahri systems, the economical systems. So Bahri system is nothing but a system of cascading canals, as you can see in the smaller region that we tried to maintain, and which were filtering ponds that were not just used to filter the water, but all ecological filters, but also used as by farmers and by locals for agriculture and fishiculture. So these transformative spaces were designed all around, and then steward system, which were existing agricultural systems and different NGO systems, were found out around in the last map, as you see, found out around the system that can help maintain the region. And finally, a social belt that runs around connecting slow mobility system that runs around connecting everything together, binding it, making the locals connect to the system and connect back to the nature was implemented. Coming to the architectural scale, what we're trying to do is
So like we just showed in the previous scale, this is the point that we chose because we felt like it was a good connection or a link between the horizontal and vertical part of the wetland. And even though it might look small, it was very mighty during the 2015 floods that the city has faced. To give you a little context, this city in India is infamously known for really terrible floods that it faces almost every year. And the 2015 one was one of the worst ones that the city has ever faced. But this really small yet mighty connection in the wetland was helped a lot in reducing floods, and it protected the whole of the neighborhood that you can see in the Google Map screenshot that we have on the left. So we thought this was a really interesting area that we can help revive, and it's also currently a very vulnerable area. So we thought working here would help us understand even the bigger scales better. So as you can see in the small maps that we've made on the left, we can see it's very disconnected with each other. It has some really strong stewards like engineering and agricultural colleges. It has some schools, etc. And it also has these neighborhood houses, in which people have a livelihood of like fishery and other aquamarine jobs that they do. So we thought this was a really good spot where we can introduce the architecture scale that can help sort of bind the community together. Also, as you can see, it had a lot of unprotected edges and neglected zones that we thought we could help fix. So if you look at the right side, we have the neighborhood level master plan in which we have introduced the berry systems that we were talking about. And the berry systems act as water filtration method as well as an economic generator, because you can use it for fishing and other aquamarine purposes. And unfortunately, currently the water there is heavily polluted. So using these systems, we are trying to revive the blue infrastructure as well as the green infrastructure by reintroducing the local species. So if you see here, we've made the diagram of how this water system, filtration system actually works and how it can also benefit the local people and their livelihoods. Here we have the flowchart or the framework of how we think this would work. So the first is trying to understand the dynamics, and we understand that the three major pillars would be the ecology, which we are doing by reintroducing the local green infrastructure. The second would be the economy, which we're doing by introducing local cultural systems. The berry system is again another local cultural water system that is used in other parts of India. And the Eri system was the ancient culture of water management that the city has lost from its past, which is still followed in some places, but not to a very heavy extent, as it's now more of a bigger city. So people tend to become not so cultural. They try to move away from it. So we're trying to reintroduce it. And culture, we think, is another major pillar because it is something that emotionally binds us to the place. It is something that helps us connect in ways that maybe just infrastructure cannot. And how we're doing this is, of course, with the help of architecture. We want to use it as a binding force that will help sort of weave all these elements with each other. And so how exactly will this architecture work on a neighborhood scale? Because on an urban scale, we researched about how the blue infrastructure can work, how the green infrastructure can work, but at a very smaller scale when it comes to people for whom we're building this, we need to create a sense of belonging. So we need to create a space where they feel welcomed or where they feel reattached to their roots or culture. And this can be done when we just don't throw ideas. We just don't be like, this is a building for you, but we sort of help maintain a behavior. So this is the master plan that we have, in which we made a building that was more porous, which sort of integrates well with the green and the blue infrastructure that we've introduced by making it not just visually porous, but also making the building where people can actually experience these elements so they feel more connected to them. And you can see here we have a lot of water retaining methods, etc. So during the floods, it can compact it, or the architecture can also play an important role, not just the ecology part of it. And we would just like to conclude by saying that the Chennai's water story is not unique. We believe that a lot of global cities are struggling through very similar climate extremes. But what makes Chennai powerful was that it had its own cultural memory of sorts of water stewardship, and to reconnect the interconnected, which is our thesis. What's not only just to restore the wetlands and rivers, but also sorts of build community, economy, as well as resilience. So we think we should not wait for the next drought or next flood to teach us a lesson, but we need to use the existing culture or heritage as social infrastructure to build a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Afreen. Thank you so much, Pratna. I'll now request Professor Fabiano to please share his comments.
Hello, Afreen and Pratana. Thank you for your presentation. You showed a very comprehensive piece I was very pleased to see how you described the complexity, yes, so the complexity of the socio-ecological systems in the region and the necessity for us to think about ecologic concerns with economy, with the traditions and the heritage of place. And I thought you've done that beautifully. I think the diagram is also very, very interesting, and I feel like I want to spend a good 15 minutes analyzing it and also looking through the various other diagrams and the buildings you showed us alongside the landscape. Also, similarly to the previous presentation, I appreciated the multi-scalar approach. In your case, you went to kind of a more regional scale first to understand the question of water, coming down to the green infrastructure, urban design kind of scale, and also the architectural scale. I would say that in some moments I felt that there was perhaps a little bit more that could have been done in terms of connecting the scales, in particular from the regional to the more city scale. Because at the beginning, I had the feeling that water was understood in its flow flux dimension, in the sense that now they would be, flowing out and back in, and there was a feeling that the interconnected systems would allow for this movement and dynamism of the landscape. When we came to the master plan, perhaps you might want to show that, I kind of lost a little bit that feeling, and I had this impression that water was very much controlled here. Now in that master plan,
Smaller.
no,
The
not in
small-
this one. No, not in
okay.
this one. The one you just showed, that one, no. So that water becomes very controlled and is very, and then when we zoom into the relationship with the building, that comes across a little bit more. No, so then I did wonder whether it's still a floodable, landscape. If it's not, is it because of the pollution that you described? So you want to kind of, control water in that sense here because there's an issue of contamination. So I kind of did wonder a little. And also, I wasn't quite clear about the program of your building, especially this major building here, because it was very small. Even with my glasses on, I can't quite read it.
Right.
And you didn't have time to speak because you had a lot to talk about. But I was curious, maybe you might want to say a few things about it. Because what you were describing, I think it all made sense in terms of a potential brief and program, but then I couldn't quite relate that to the building. And then I wondered about the edge condition as well. Now, how much this edge is part of your system, because some part of the edge is kind of white in the sense that almost as if I haven't touched it, now I touched the other bits, and I did wonder, where the decision, so how was the decision process regarding what parts of the edge do I touch and what parts do I just leave? No, but again, I thought it was very comprehensive, excellent piece, well done.
Thank you, Professor. To start off with, the answer for a majority of the questions is we had a time restriction, of course, so we couldn't work on everything that we wished we could work on. But to tell you where you think there is not a connection between the scales, basically, yes, it is more controlled in this part of, you're right about that part. That is also because we wanted to sort of make something that would also work economically for the people, and for which we thought it should be more restricted so we can help benefit the local economy. And especially for developing countries like India and the cities like this, we think unfortunately, sometimes people do put economy over ecology because that is something people are more interested in. So when this model starts working, then we can maybe prioritize even those factors and sort of make it a more integrated and a much bigger system in that sense. So this was one of the reasons. But yes, a lot of questions you asked, we really wish we could have also spent more time on it. But it was a thesis and there were only certain aspects that we could put more time or effort into that. So that was the architectures that you asked about was basically this architecture helps binding the water system. So that's not just the waste collection systems, but the big building is actually a community center where fishes and everything, loading and unloading of stuff and market is happening. So it helps binding the system because we're trying to help
connect both the locals, not just the farmers and
so the tourists as well as the locals, and it sort of acts like a steward that helps protect the ecology as well
basically
as
you seem to think this is controlled because it's a community management system of where a community management water system is being placed. But around the system, when we talk about the urban plan, when we talk about the urban plan in general, there are different regions where both uncontrolled and controlled systems are working together. So it's like a merger of those systems, where in the local scale, there were not many spaces in the presentation, so you cannot use all the maps, but there are local economy and ecological systems that connects together. So this is the basic idea what we are running towards, how the ecology works. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll now request Brinda ma'am to please share her comments.
Thank you, Afrin and Prarthana. It was a very comprehensive presentation. I was, since I'm a bit familiar with this context, I was a little interested in you having posed the scenario of how this area is being developed and the development pressures that it is facing. I'm sure you're aware and you've read about it, and how it has impacted the ecosystem here. And I think a little narrative on that and the influence of something like that on the choice of your area for intervention would have helped to understand better as to why you have chosen to locate your project in that particular place. That's one. The second thing is about the flood lines. I was hoping to see a drawing that would show how this area floods and the impact of those flooded areas in terms of how it affects the local population. Because as we know, there are a lot of IT companies and other things, other economic activities, which are from a large scale top-down development perspective that are landing in this area, and they're pretty much ignoring a lot of the ecological and sensitive areas here. So then also there is this whole waste dump, which is there, which is still there. I mean, there is a management plan in place, as I'm sure you are aware of that. And the management plan is supposed to phase out the dumping yard, and its impact in terms of pollution, which you spoke about, is pretty high. So that is the other thing that could influence the decision for what you would introduce in your space that you have chosen to do the architectural intervention. And also the impact of all of this, the development pressures, the pollution on the local biodiversity. I wish you would have had a little, like a little one scenario, because your last slide shows all the other species which are getting affected or which are living in these in this particular marshland. And that is something that is of concern, and it has been designated as a Ramsar site, right?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
That is because of the presence of this diversity, which is very crucial to this particular location. So a little bit of emphasis on that and integrating the entire sort of, species and its environment in your design would have kind of helped make it a little richer, I would say.
Sorry.
Yeah, and the last point I wanted to make was, in terms of the program, I think, yes, you are catering a lot to the local population, which is great. But then, like I just mentioned, the biodiversity, how would you enrich the biodiversity could have been something that you could have introduced in your program for your design. And there are many other points. Maybe we can talk about it sometime.
Just to answer in one go, that the thesis we did, there was just a limited slides, but we have actually worked upon the protocol maps, like the analysis was almost 30. So it's a huge analysis that we already did, but we couldn't include it. So there are these ecosystem maps that were done for the analysis, which involved the flood management systems, but and also because we couldn't include much of the details, so we had to concise it. We used those species in the berry system as for the fish, for fishes reproduction. So those species were actually something we did consider, but because of time. But we do agree with all the points you speak, because we actually tried involving some of them. So
Yeah, I
that's all.
would like that if you could conclude your design by talking about the principles of the Ramsar site and how you've managed to integrate the wise use of the entire diversity that is over here and the land, because it's very complex. This particular place is extremely complex. I do understand the constraints, but I think your architectural effort, however well it caters to the local population, can be a little richer. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Afreen and Pratna. We'll now head forth for a third thesis presentation in this session, which will be delivered by Anika Tasneem Anana, a graduate of the MSc in Urban Design and City Planning, class of 2023 from the University College London, United Kingdom. The thesis is titled Neighbourhood Scale Green Network for Urban Flood Management and Social Cohesion, London. The work was guided by Judith Losing under the theme Urban Management. Over to you, Anika.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I hope the screen is shared.
Yes, absolutely. You may begin.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So, I'm Anika Tasneem. The topic of my master's thesis was on developing a neighborhood scale green network for urban flood management and social cohesion. On the left of the screen, we are seeing two pictures that are facing a similar phenomena called urban flooding, though they are from a very two different social and economical background. One is from my homeland, Dhaka, and another one is where I did my master's, London. So this piqued my interest to investigate more about this topic, about urban flooding. I took London as a case study to investigate and understand the challenges in prevailing stormwater management policies and practices. And I also wanted to explore the role of social dimensions in developing an effective resilient stormwater management strategy. So from that, the key objective became to develop a green network by integrating both the social and green infrastructure of the neighborhood to mitigate urban flooding as well as to enhance community engagement and cohesion. Sorry, I think my. So at the start of my research, I studied the prevailing stormwater management and policies through literature review. So the main issues that I found after studying London plan specifically, because my site was at London, that all these regulations for the nature-based solutions are focusing mainly on new development. Very limited guidelines are there for retrofitting in an existing neighborhood, and there is a significant lack of involvement of social dimension within these policies, limiting the long-term effectiveness of these policies and regulations. And lastly, the policies and the regulations are structured more like a technical guideline rather than comprehensive urban strategies that can be implemented with other layer of urban fabric. Then I did several precedent analyses on different such projects that in UK as well as other countries. So the main understanding that I got from this analysis was that it is very crucial to develop a context-sensitive design strategy rather than a general policy. Developing a guideline that can be scaled or modified according to the context can be a more efficient way to solve this problem. Next, I have to select a site for my research. For that, I studied the London flood plan map, flood plan policy map, and I took the Royal Dock policy area that falls under the policy area 4 that mainly focuses on preventive interventions. I also took the East London part because East London was more vulnerable to flooding than Western side. Next, it was important to identify the boundary for my research. So I took the boundary reference of CPZ, that is Controlled Parking Zone, within the borough of Newham. I took this as a reference because I knew that at some point I might have to work with car or car parking. So having this as a reference point might help me to develop a more cohesive strategy. I specifically choose this site location, Canning Town, because these CPZ already have several green and social infrastructures that I intended to work with to develop the green network. The site analysis includes land use, flood risk, topography, activity analysis, and green space analysis of the site. And from all those analyses, I found the major challenges and opportunities. The major opportunity is, of course, being the abundance of green and social infrastructure. The site has 2 big neighborhood parks and several parklets. And also the site has several educational institutions, and those are the main activity hub of the community as well. The major challenges were, even though there are a lot of green spaces within the neighborhood, many of them lack any kind of community engagement. And the streets that are quite active because of the school-going users are disconnected with the green spaces with boundaries, limiting the potential of the green space as a vibrant public space. And also there are a lot of impermeable surface throughout the site in the form of car parking lots. The proposed design principle was to develop a neighborhood green network where the green spaces will work as nodes and the streets will work as corridors. From all the analysis of the site analysis and also the precedent analysis, I established some parameters for both these nodes and corridors that will guide the type and character of intervention that will happen in different locations of the site. The parameters for the nodes that I decided was scale and size of these parks that will determine the type of intervention that can happen. The age condition of park will identify the relationship between the streets and the parks, and the proximity of social infrastructure will determine the user group and function of these spaces. The parameters for corridors were surface flood risks that will select the streets that need to be retrofitted. The vehicular and pedestrian accessibility will determine the community amenities and also the site's intervention. The connection to green and social infrastructure will determine the user group and also the activities within the street. The location of the interventions are identified through a spatial analysis of the topography, flood risk, activity, and land use map. This map here shows all the green spaces and the streets that are retrofitted into this green network. All the streets here that are selected to retrofitted are under high risk of flooding that are identified through topography and flood risk map analysis. Next, I'll show some of the proposed design interventions. So for the park and park ages, this is the current condition of the parks. You can see that these streets and the parks are divided or separated with fences all through. And during the peak time during the school days, the streets get congested with traffic, and the pedestrian movement become very uncomfortable. And I also see, because during the site analysis, I have also seen that children are using the parks instead of the streets to cross the area, even though they have to take a detour. As a proposal, I proposed a bioswale along the edges of the parks, and I'm removing all the boundary fencing. The bioswale will collect all the water from the pavements and the streets, and it will carry this water to the lowest point on the park that can be converted into a detention basin during the peak flow. The bioswales can also incorporate bridges and other community amenities that can cater to community engagement. For the streets, there are two types of streets within the site. The dead-end streets with parking lots at the end of the streets and vehicular thoroughfares with surface car parking. For the dead-end streets, the proposal was to convert them pedestrian-only street park, and the dead-end parking lots will be converted to parklets with community amenities and permeable surfaces. All the car parking from this area are proposed to remove to a centralized parking space that can be a parking tower nearby. This street park then will have bioretention area, rain gardens, and planted channels to collect the stormwater during peak time. The vehicular thoroughfares, for the vehicular thoroughfares, the cars and car parkings are not entirely removed. There are small interventions like rain gardens and planted channels, vertical greens. And in this area, many residential buildings do not have frontier, so this might also aid to the privacy and visual experience of the user group. This is the overall overview of the different intervention at different locations of the site. At the end, because I wanted a method to apply this thing in different contexts. So I tried to encode all these parameters and intervention list into a checklist table that can be used as a guideline for interventions across diverse contexts. This checklist table will contain the parameters for nodes and corridors, and it will have a list of interventions divided into two categories, one for flood protection and another for community amenities. So for example, if a site meets a certain parameter, they can be retrofitted with some specific set of interventions. So from this, it will show that the different site might require different scale of flood management intervention and community engagement interventions, thus creating a different character for each site, even though they are following a same guideline. This list and parameters, of course, can be more enriched with further investigation and research. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you so much, Seneca. It was very wonderful to see your work. I congratulate you for the same. I now request Brinda ma'am to please share her views on the same.
Yeah, thank you, Anika. I think your drawings were extremely clear, and I enjoyed looking at the typologies and the manner in which you have addressed the different types. I think what I feel like you could have done a little differently, and what I was looking for is some sort of a numerical calculation on the surface area, which is like where the water kind of drains from. Because you have, very interestingly taken this controlled parking zone with the assumption that there are a lot of parking, on-ground parking areas, right? And you are making the right kind of proposal for stacking this parking and freeing up that land for other purposes. So that makes complete sense. But then if you could have, two things that I felt as you were presenting is that I wish we could have compared it with another area, which would have slightly different, circumstances in terms of this I'm assuming is a residential area.
Yes.
Primarily, yeah.
Yes.
So if it could have been compared with another residential area with higher density or some other kind of components that are, making it a little different in terms of character, and then it, how you would pretty much use the similar typologies and your parameters to assess each. That would have given a very interesting, in my head, I was just thinking that it would have helped a lot to kind of compare something. So as a methodology and as an application, to apply it elsewhere, I'm still struggling a little bit to understand what could be extracted as guidelines, which could be put into another or applied into another context. As a method, I understand it, but as principles and guidelines, it's a little vague. I felt like maybe you could illustrate that a little stronger, because it is there, one can see it in your drawings, but it's not very clearly kind of extracted from your set of parameters. So it's almost like, if you were to take a site, a large site, and talk about site as a private sort of piece of land versus a public street, how would it differ? Because the site also drains water out, right? So what would be the performance standards that you can put in place for the site as such? And then depending on the use, if it is, say, an industrial use versus a residential or a commercial, it would vary. So, what would be the performance standards that one can come up with in something like this? Would be another interesting addition to the work that you're putting forward. And also, I would have liked to see the contours to understand, the flow of water and the drainage pattern and systems and the engineered drainage systems that are in place, because you're integrating nature-based, solutions for the drainage systems. But what is existing already, and why and how are they working? Why are they not working if they're not working, and how are they working would have kind of helped you to strengthen the design solutions that you're making. There are many other points, but maybe we'll reserve it for later.
I'll just answer very briefly to your questions. So I had this flood risk map and topography map analysis, which is I don't know, which is what that. It's very small here because I have the space restriction. So I had already analyzed the topography and then height. So that actually guides me which streets that need to be intervened. And anyway, so that's actually my guideline. And I agree with you that if I can compare it with other area, that will make the conclusion more solid. But I only had 3 months for this for this thesis because 1 year a master's at London, so I had a very limited time frame for this thesis. So I could not work beyond that. I initially I wanted to do that, but at some point I have to stop and just keep it like that. So I'm currently researching on a similar topic. So the location is different now. I'm staying at Dhaka, so I'm trying to incorporate that parameters in my country to research further that whether this will work in other contexts as well.
Okay, great.
That's the yeah.
I request Professor Fabiano to please share the comments.
Thank you very much, Anika, for your presentation. You've done a very thorough piece, right? So it was really interesting to see how you attempted from the beginning to combine literature review with, study of precedents, and then linking those insights into the analysis and then the design of your chosen site. Now, similarly to my colleague, I was kind of wondering a little bit about the choices, how kind of the choice-making process to some of the elements, because I did wonder whether you were able to do a calculation of, the kind of the amount of stormwater that we have here in particular seasons, or, the specific needs of this community in relationship to, say, the broader district or the city. And I was kind of curious with your flood map, because it looks like there's a green space just outside your site, and that seems to flood more than the rest on the left-hand side that's urbanized, and I was a bit curious about it. So perhaps you might want to say something about that. And then, of course, the relationship between the major pieces that you have here, and we have two major kind of green elements and the various kind of pocket parks and the streets in between. No? In your analysis, you talked about how the success of green infrastructure and nature-based solutions, they are somewhat conditioned by community participation and so on. And I do appreciate you only had 3 months, but I did wonder if you had a chance to speak with the community, to start, this process of understanding what their needs in terms of green space might be. Because I don't think it would be immediately in people's minds, oh, I want a rain garden, right? So they might say, well, we want a recreational space, we want more greenery, we want places to walk our dogs, etc. So that relationship between users' wishes and expectations with the pressing needs of climate change, I think they are interesting topics, to discuss with the community. And also, I kind of felt a bit in your analysis, perhaps you could have said a bit more about what this community is like, who lives here. So everything seemed to be a little bit distant in that regard, in terms of what the people on the ground, are interested in, what this community might do with these green spaces, etc. But having said that, I really appreciated the thoroughness of the work and the level of detail that you went into to propose your various spaces. They seem very intriguing, potentially fascinating spaces. So thank you for that.
I will answer your questions very briefly. So the large green spaces you told about, that was a cemetery. So that was that's something that I cannot work with. And also about the community, I actually a huge part of my project was analyzing the community and like the site analysis part, that I could not incorporate everything in this 15 slides. So yes, I talked with the community. I went through the social medias to find their reviews on these parks and on the green spaces. I visited the site several times on weekdays, on weekends, during the evening, during the morning, to understand the activity. So a huge part of the project was activity analysis. So that kind of guided me to select the places where I did my interventions. So that was a big part of that. So that's why it took like most of the time for my 3-month thesis project, and I could not apply this same thing for another site. But yeah, so that was
So
I
if
have
we
done
have
that. Yeah.
20 seconds, perhaps, what would be the main wishes and expectations of the community for those green spaces in your area?
So firstly, there was like the community amenities there, because they're from a very layman perspective. So they said that these are not well managed, which I can see. All the children parks and all the playground areas that are not well managed. So they complain about it. They also complained about how the small park place, those are at the intersection of vehicular road, so they cannot use it, so there are vehicular roads surrounding those small parklets, so they cannot go to that place, so that those are abandoned. And they also want more, I would say, like they said, we want more benches, we want more other facilities, we want more play area for children, etc. like that. So they have this better management and better facilities. And in terms of, I think in terms of flood management, the people there do not know much about these issues, I think. For the common people, they hardly understand these things, but they are very bothered with the surface car parking. They complain about it a lot, that the view of their houses are blocked with these rows of cars parking in front of in the street. So they complain about that. They want this to be removed, but that's the issue. So they complain about that, but they don't know exactly about this flood management interventions.
Mm-hmm. Can I just one small point here?
Yeah.
I just was wondering about the boundary that you drew for yourself, because the water doesn't really see the boundary, right? It'll flow across. So Fabiano's comment about this adjoining green area, which you said is a symmetry and it wasn't part of your thing, but the water actually can soak in that area, right? Depending on the slope condition, which direction the water is flowing. So it was, I think maybe if you can situate this boundary in the larger context of, how the water is flowing, to understand, why certain streets are being chosen, it might reinforce those choices for you.
Yeah.
And also the nodes that you're choosing, it will reinforce that too, because then you can actually imagine the water moving in a certain direction, right?
Yes, I understand. I understand your point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for this insightful discussion. We now move forward to our fourth thesis presentation in this series, which will be delivered by Diego Antonio Vivas Uaco, a graduate from the Bachelor's in Architecture program, class of 2021, from the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú in Lima, Peru. The thesis is titled Amunas, Multi-Purpose Hydric Retention Infrastructures Against Scarcity, Barochiri, Peru. The work was guided by Luis Rodriguez Rivero, Elizabeth Anano, Gustavo Diaz, Silvana Coro, Eduardo Pele, and Daniel Ramire Corso under the theme Urban Management. Over to you.
Thank you very much to all. Thank you for the interaction too. I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yes, absolutely. You may begin.
Thank you. Perfect. Well, I will start. So, well, thank you very much again for the opportunity. I'm Diego Vivas. I'm a Peruvian architect, and I'll be presenting a part really of my thesis called Amunas, Multipurpose Hydric Retention Infrastructures Against Scarcity. And I will be focusing in the urban management dimension of it, and in a section of it regarding of the also trying to be aware of the time that we have during this session. So to start a little bit and give you some context, in Huarochirí, that is a region in Lima, in Peru, that is the capital of the country, Lima. There are different communities in general, and also infrastructures that take care and have nurtured with water historically the upper Andean basins, but overall, and I would say also the water that these communities generate also nurture the lower basins that are mostly urban. So as you can see, and normally this perspective is not like seen from the urban area. These upper parts of the territory are actually inhabited, and most of the urban inhabitants or population normally don't know even that these communities really take care of them in a way. These techniques that these communities in the upper basins of the Lima region develop and also preserve are known as water sowing and harvesting. And the current global climate variability is causing, as you know, as everybody knows right now, a global water stress problem too. And Peru, that is located in the South American Andes region, is one of the most affected countries because of this high water variability that the same geography generates. This variability, in a way, also generates a critical reduction of the superficial as well as the groundwater reserves, affecting directly upper basin communities and also urban areas. The Rimac Valley, in that sense, was in the past a coastal valley in the Huarochirí region, as I said initially, and it was irrigated not only because of its natural features, but mainly because of the human action itself, because of these water and sowing and harvesting techniques that I mentioned before. And these early inhabitants use different strategies and techniques to infiltrate water and then make it flow into different springs in lower basins. But currently, what is happening is that urban pressure in the valley creates mainly a urban water prioritization or urban water governance. That this type of governance largely neglects rural communities in the upper basins and also their needs and knowledges. So what I ask myself, and also together with different colleagues and also the communities, and after an initial a little bit long reflection, the question itself arose, and it was more or less how we can or how could it be possible to re-articulate regionally, in this sense, in this case, the valley and the basin too. But furthermore, also to ask to the general Lima inhabitants or Lima population, if it's possible to move from the current extractive model and to think or to try us to think or to imagine these sub-basins as water suppliers, but also as potential infrastructures of recovery in general, that can close multidimensional public-local gaps, and also through design try to address the historical epistemic injustice that the upper basin territories have faced. In this opportunity, as I mentioned, I will focus in showing you the general strategies of the project. And mainly the intention of the project is to make possible and to suggest a new system of relations between urban and rural territories in the river basins, trying to make visible the governance system that is needed in the upper basins, based mainly in the ecosystemic services redistribution mechanism proposed by the government. So after understanding the risk index, the orientation, the water services, and the vulnerability levels of the project, the project identifies critical subbasins to be intervened in general. In the San Mateo basin, the project seeks to be sensitive to the climate variability. And additionally, it identifies the principal economic activities and their relations with the water cycle. The project also reveals through different cartographies, and this is very important because they were not revealed previously in a way, the existing ancestral and current natural infrastructures of the subbasin. This allows to identify and create a new system of connections and holistic catalog of interventions to articulate the microbasins. The analysis also identifies in this way the priority to intervene in the Hocoanca microbasin. That is the one that you are looking at to the right of the slide, in the right part of the slide. So the water cycle starts in the microbasin. This because the water cycle starts in this microbasin, and additionally because it articulates all the subbasin with the whole territory because of the ecosystemic and cultural importance and values, important values that it preserves. So the project aims to understand the microbasin water cycle deeply and propose a series of strategic interventions for improving the catchment, recollection, distribution, and reuse of water based in the local needs. These interventions could be executed thanks to the articulation of the regional scale, ecosystemic service redistribution mechanisms that can finance this type of infrastructures, and also try to articulate this possibility of financing with the local needs and knowledge. The project states in this way that the visibilization in general, and not only in general, but mainly, is crucial to make possible to generate new political agendas that can mobilize and articulate resources to critical territories. And finally, the project proposes based on the multipurpose approach, a series of infrastructural interventions that are rooted in local needs. They are produced and try to understand these local needs they already developed their own type of infrastructures, but with this new possibility of articulating the investments to the ecosystemic redistribution mechanisms that are proposed by the government, but are not yet articulated with rural projects, try to generate a new type of series of infrastructural interventions that are rooted, as I mentioned, in local needs, but are achieved collectively through a redistributed regional governance system. I understand that the thesis cannot, like, in itself, like, generate this change, but the aim is that in the imaginary, this thesis can make or try to make like the community, the government, etc., try to make them imagine that it's possible to make this type of changes. And I will tell you a little bit more of that in a moment. So the water and sowing techniques and their value are an opportunity from my point of view, but overall from the point of view of them, an opportunity to make communities thrive, and also at the same time to ensure water security, not only for urban communities that are in the lower basins, but also and overall for the ones that nurture and preserve it in the water in the upper basins. So I want to thank finally to my advisors, as initially they were mentioned, to Elizabeth Añaños, Gustavo Díaz, Luis Rodríguez Rivero, Silva da Corro, Eduardo Peláez, and Ramírez Corso, and also the different type of support that make possible that the thesis in its own way continues to try to be impactful today. Yes, so thank you very much for everything.
Thank you so much, Diego. Thank you so much for these wonderful graphics. It was truly a visual treat. I now request Professor Fabiano to please share comments.
Thank you, Diego, for the presentation. It's very interesting to see, how the synthesis of one's thought gets presented also in drawings, right? So in a way, you converged, I think, a lot of difficult and complex topics into the question of water and the topography and community living in those conditions. And the representation is very sleek in that sense. So it's very much about blue and very much about the lines of contours and the landscape, which on the one hand talks about that kind of focus of the project, but on the other hand allows us to kind of wonder, what this landscape might be like in terms of other elements, say biodiversity, in terms of what kind of food is produced, what kind of colors and smells and textures and relationships we might have with the modern human world. So I was wondering if you might want to expand or say a little bit more about that. I appreciated that the intervention was rather minimal in this proposal, and it was intended to be hybrid in the sense of dealing with water, but also supporting local production of food and so on. But I also wondered whether these shouldn't be part of kind of wider network of interventions that is presented as one proposal. I was kind of thinking whether there would be different interventions in your mindset according to whether we are a little bit more, say, to the north, or a little bit more to the middle, or a little bit more downstream or upstream. So what would the differences be, if we were to consider that in a more interconnected manner? Because at the moment we have one localized intervention with a canal, the creation of platforms that are evocative, of very, beautiful and simple and well-placed landscapes. But I wondered, if we were to think a little bit more boldly about, the extent to which you could push that thought, where might we get to? But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, dear Professor. Lenas. Yes, maybe, well, as I told you in the beginning, and also it's like my objective was in this presentation to present just a part of the thesis. So probably just to generate expectation on you on what is the other part of the thesis, but also to let you know that I'm trying to focus in the main strategies. But maybe I can just, because of the question, focus a little bit more in the specific infrastructures. There are like 4 developed part of the project. You are just looking at one of them in this slide. This is like the catchment project infrastructure, let's say. But there are 4 more, and this one, even though you are seeing just like the isometric drawing, there are plans, there are sections. Also, it's the same system of interventions or the same approach of or methodology of approach as I do in these slides that are more like the planning part of the thesis. No, I have an isometric view, but then I have a section. Then I have the section of the specific infrastructures, but I didn't want to show them because I know that maybe it will like bias the focus of the presentation itself. Now that it's much more in the mechanism of redistribution and governance, and it really I have explained this presentation in other like spaces, but it like lasted like 1 hour, so probably it's impossible to show them here. But I have published a couple of articles also too, and maybe if it's from the interest of the audience, also maybe I can later share them. But also trying to explain about the vegetation. It's there, it's drawn as you see here, like in blue too, or in gray, because I wanted to also make focus that the vegetation, and also there are other drawings I haven't shown, but in general, the blue in itself like makes part of the vegetation. Like the vegetation is made out of the blue of water, and there are also other drawings that are more specific. I haven't shown them here, but where the people also is drawn in blue, because we are also made out of water. So I'm trying to focus, like I just try to focus on everything that is water, but trying to address the 3 types of systems that I understood that were important. That was the connection system, or the paths, the roads, the vegetation system, and the water system itself. These 3 subsystems like make possible all the other decisions. And well, I hope that I have answered the question, and I also hope that there is other opportunity to share a little bit more of the thesis with you and also the audience. But yeah, thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you, Diego. I now invite Brinda ma'am to please share her comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Diego. I really love the drawings. I'm sorry I'm unable to turn on my video for some reason. I'll figure it out soon, but I will give my comments now. I was a little curious about in your process of proposing these designs, and I think you've mentioned that you've illustrated just one part of it. What were some of the constraints that you faced? Because you're trying to kind of restore some of these elements and processes, rather systems. And I was just wondering as to what drawbacks or constraints were there on site for you in terms of bringing this design into fruition. That's one. The second thing is, I understand that there must have been some traditional knowledge that was used by the local community, and some of it was probably not in function because of the changes that have taken place. But now with the restored sort of system, you may be able to kind of highlight some of those, some sort of rituals or something that came that people would have had in connection with water as such. And third question I had was, in the proposal, how do you envisage getting this done? And who would be the agencies who would be participating in getting this done other than the local community? I'm sure, like, funding and, as a larger system, you would require other players in this entire project as such. So because I do kind of understand there are private sector agencies who fund some of these activities across the world, like your World Banks and ADBs and other agencies. So I was just wondering, what is the scenario here, and how do you bring people together to actually make this happen?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question to the professor, and also, well, it's a very interesting one because there are a lot of constraints. Also, I'm trying to link this with the previous question that the Professor Lemes asked because it was also very valuable. The constraints were a lot because there was not even information, like spatial information as we can try to maybe or the one that we would need, like as an architect or urban planner, like to develop this type of project. There were no plans, there were no like drawings at all of the territory. A part of the thesis was also done during pandemic, the initial part. So what we should do in these cases with all the things are against us, and also Lima in general in Peru, like even though Lima is a very like big city and have kind of some resources, the rural part of Lima, of the Lima region, has a lot of a great lack of them. And in general, people even don't know that these communities exist in general, no? Because they don't see them. They are like, I know, 100 kilometers. There are in the Lima is situated in the almost in the level of the sea, but these communities are located in 3,000 meters above sea level. So it's a different approach regarding like economic issues, political issues, social issues, and also cultural overall differences, that make a huge gap between these communities and the urban ones. So in that sense, this was a constraint in all the possible ways, but it's the same in all the Andes. So it's not only the case of the thesis, but the case of probably all of or a great part of the Peruvian territory. There is no enough information. So what the principal aim or the main aim of the thesis at the beginning, at least, was to visualize or make visible the things that were there, to draw them, to draw the plants, to draw the rocks that you see here, these two ones and all the other ones that you were seeing, you were looking at, are like existing rocks. The canals too, and all the things I think, and also with my teachers, but all colleagues, we think that was the most valuable part of the thesis, at least in the first moment of it, to make visible the things. And that was at all, that was like and in that moment, even if there was not a project in itself, that was like the contribution. But then to articulate the governance systems, and that was also like the second part of the thesis that was done like in the second term. Regarding the question on how this could be done, it is being done by a lot of institutions right now in Peru and in Lima. I can talk about like the work of Aquafondo, the Nature C2, private enterprises like different water companies and also, but overall the central government, the Ministry of Agriculture, and also the Ministry of Housing, in some way, there the Ministry of the Climate Ministry, Environment Ministry, sorry, has developed these mechanisms of redistribution that are super interesting and that have opened a possibility to finance this type of interventions, but they need to be, but for this to happen, these places have to be visible. So that's the thing, right?
So the question is, the local community, I just one more last point about how is it, I'm assuming it's a very top-down approach, and your project hopefully will reveal the nuances of how the local community connects with the scape, and how these agencies that are working on restoring some of the systems are able to actually become a little more sensitive to what you're bringing out. I'm assuming that that's, yeah. Okay.
Exactly. As a focus, the project tries to change that focus, that we should focus not only on urban, but also and interconnectedly on the rural spaces.
Right.
And that makes possible that the architects to also, we could do a change, you know. But yes, it's a collective work. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. Thank you, Diego, and thank you, our esteemed jurors. We'll now move forward to our fifth thesis presentation, which will be delivered by Irina Kozlova, a candidate of the Bachelor's in Architecture program, class of 2025 at the People's Friendship University of Russia in Moscow. The thesis is titled From Soil to Table in Architecture Exploration of Food, Culture, and Community, Gelendzhik, Russia. The work was guided by Egor Orlov under the theme Urban Management. Over to you, Irina.
Oh, sorry, did you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we can also see your
okay.
screen.
Yeah. So thank you for your invitation. And good afternoon. My name is Irina, and today I will present my thesis project and the role of food in it. Sorry. The first slide is a concept. Here I want to tell you about my background and motivation in my project. Over the last century, our relationship with food has dramatically changed. In the 1920s to 1950s, food was local, seasonal, and deeply connected to everyday life. For example, families grew produce, cooked together, and reused leftovers, often through pets or composting. So today, food is industrialized and globalized. We mostly see it in supermarkets or on plates, detached from the land and culture and people behind it. This thesis asks a simple but important question. How architecture reconnect people with the cultural, ecological, and social meaning of food. To address this disconnect, I started thinking about how architecture could respond and then bring me to the form of my project. So the goal of the project is to design a cultural and gastronomic complex where food is experienced as a full cycle, from soil to table and back to soil. The architectural form is inspired by traditional food storage systems. In such systems, food is stored in distinct compartments, but together they create an organized whole. This model principle defines the project. Each block represents a specific stage of the food cycle, while together they form a clear, flexible, and strong identity. Within this modular system as a base, I then translated the food cycle into special layers, and I want to show you the zoning of the complex. Here I want to tell you about problem. The main challenge of modern cities is that we only see food at the very last stage, already processed and packaged. The essential part of the cycle, cultivation, preparation, recycling, remain hidden. So this project addresses that issue through a zoning scheme with 4 concentric belts. Centra, it's like urban living room, how I called it, a square for markets and events. The second belt, secondary belt, it's about culture and leisure. Here we see a tasty alley. It's a food court. The archive of taste, it's a library. Event kitchen, it's a new type of restaurant. Recreation pavilion, house of flavor stories, how I called it. It's a lecture hall. The third belt, it's about production. So here is farmers' living models, shared kitchen islands, It's something like units with kitchen, a 3-level wooden station. Here we grow and dry products. Then composting workshops, creative studios, and greenhouse markets, a new type of supermarkets. The fourth belt, it's about agriculture. Auto fields and seasonal gardens connecting the complex to the wider landscape. Together, these layers specialize the food cycle, moving from field to community, from labor to culture. Now I'll take you through each belt step by step to show how the food cycle is experienced within the complex. So the first block, where food as a process of daily consumption. This block reflects a return to simply daily food rituals. Instead of buying from shelves, visitors pick vegetables directly in the greenhouse supermarket. The space includes gardens, food courts, and on the second floor, a rest pavilion. It's a place for informal socializing and something like post-meal fiestas. From here, we move to the next stage. Food as a part of everyday life and routine. Here, food is lived as part of daily routines. Visitors can stay in residential models, work in the fields, cook together on shared kitchen islands, or eat in communal dining halls. The second floor hosts a culinary library, a place where recipes and traditions are preserved, linking everyday practice with collective knowledge. Beyond the routine, food also connects us to larger cycles. Sorry, it's not that. It's another block. It's a cycle of time and learning, which lead us to the third block. Here, this block highlights food care, patience, and reflection. So here you can see a 3-level wood station with garden at the base and drying facilities for herbs and fruits, for example, above, and composting station for recycling waste. Alongside stands the House of Flavor Stories, how I called it, where lectures and discussion connect cultivation with education and critical thinking. So finally, food is also about expression and creativity, and this is captured in the last block. So here, food becomes a medium of art, play, and performance. Workshop allow experimentation, for example, making candles, growing microgreens, or even crafting ceramics. And on the second floor, we have event kitchen. Is a new type of restaurant in my complex. It hosts gastronomy shows, while the central tower, which is here to provide panoramic views, transforming the whole site into a stage where food is not only prepared, but also celebrated. All these blocks together bring us to the conclusion of the project. What food means for culture and community. This project demonstrates that food is not just consumption. It is a cycle that connects land, body, and culture. So here we live, starting the day in the field, reconnecting with the soil. Here we work, learning passion, labor, and respect for the product. We connect here, sharing meals and continuing tradition of communication. So in conclusion, the project shows how architecture can bring back the cultural, ecological, and social dimension of food, turning it turning it into a source of learning, creativity, and community. So thank you for your attention, and I would like to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Irina. I now request Brinda ma'am to please share her comments. I'll request Irina to please answer questions only if there are any, because we'll have a separate slot in the end for conversations.
Thank you, Irina. I really liked how you have actually come up with a process for how you want to design the building, and how you were kind of, in a way, talking about the cultural nuances through the way you were organizing the different functions within the building itself. What I would like to understand is that, is there a specific context in which you would like this building to be situated in the city? Like, is it something that is very, that's not context specific, or is there a specific context in your mind? You can answer that a bit later. The second question I have is that I was looking to have some sort of an understanding of shared spaces among these functions that you were identifying as literally concentric circles, right? So would there be some possibility of, multiple and diverse uses coming together as a shared space for people, where you can actually overlap some of these functions? Because it seems a little too segregated in this current scenario. Although I like the way the building is articulated, it is just like, maybe certain spaces where groups and communities can actually share some of the functions would be something useful to have. And yeah, and how much of this process that you are identifying is something that the local community identifies with in terms of the need for some such spaces? Have you done a survey or something that talks about why this is necessary? Because I do understand you started off with this whole transition of, how food culture has changed. But then is there a strong need? Because considering the social condition and whether there is a certain, imperative for this to happen, is the question I had.
Thank you for your question, Professor. I answer, first of all, for the first question about territory, about location. The site is on the rural-urban edge of the city, and it is combining farmland, housing, and natural landscape. So, of course, it was ideal for connecting my ideas in this project and use this location because it consists agriculture, culture, and, of course, community. So with it, I can also take part a climate aspect of this project. So that's why the second point why I use this location, because it has warm climate, and it helped me to support different sceneries in my project. So the complex support daily routines, seasonal activities, workshops, events, and gastronomy shows. It depends on day and night, and of course depend on summer and winter. So it has seasonal sceneries. And what about local residents? It provides kind of educational, cultural, and leisure activities, for example, and it is this complex support local business, of course. and strengthens community interaction through shared food experience here, and make the point of tourism here an important tool.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Irina. I now invite Professor Fabiano for comment.
Thank you, Irina, for this very interesting project. I, in fact, had a couple of similar questions to my colleague, and you've already answered them. I was also wondering where the project might be located. Also, in terms of urban design discussions, for us, it's always very important, the relationship to context, right? So we tend to kind of look at those things. And if it's not really clear in the presentation, we might as well ask. So I think, considering where it is and how it might relate outwards, to the surroundings and might link back to the nearby city would be, I think, something important. How does one arrive there? So is there a particular route? How can people cycle there? Or can people walk there? How can, in fact, one explore the fields, maybe arriving from the city, getting to your project, visiting the various aspects, and then eventually visiting the fields and going out. A little bit like a journey, right, through the project from the beginning. So I arrive here, I go through all these experiences, and I go out. And then the second question, which you already touched on, was the question of seasonality. So how does the project in its urban rural configuration support seasonal activities, or talk to us about the land and talk to us about the land in different seasons? And with the question of land, I kind of felt that, I thought your project was very interesting, and I think the framing is also very intriguing in the connection between cultural and ecological dimensions. You talked about circularity in the production, consumption, experience of food. Perhaps a little bit more on waste would have been helpful, what happens with that. But the brief itself was interesting and thoughtful, and you had kind of different functions there that could be exciting to explore. But coming back to this kind of notion of the land, and I felt a little bit that the land, in a lot of the visuals at least, was not quite there. And also there was one that had the plots, but then a lot of them were really kind of about the building and the various courtyards. So maybe a little bit more on a discourse about the various ways in which the land permeates or not the project according to the various levels or the belts, the different phases or moments in your project might have been interesting to explore. And then I wondered also about the particular morphology that you've chosen to work with in terms of the building and the interstitial spaces that the modular approach created. Because it's very large, it kind of comes across as a large intervention. And you used the word supermarket at some point. And I wondered whether this was perhaps not the quite right word to kind of talk about that. I assume here we are coming back to the land, we are coming back to perhaps more local modes of production and distribution. And I also thought whether this might have impacted the way in which the design could have taken inspiration from in terms of form. Because at the moment, there is a kind of factory-like feel to the representation, or to the kind of the modularity of the architecture. And I had this question, so I did think about it. And then also in the ways in which kind of the modules are organized, there are lots of open space that appear in a great deal of the images kind of impermeabilized. And I wondered whether you could have explored there other kinds of landscapes that might have brought this notion of the land back into the project a little bit more. And in that sense also, and coming back to seasonality, how does one walk protected from the elements independent of the season along the different aspects of the project? Perhaps some kind of covered pathways might have helped. or some interplay with topography could also have created moments of shelter. But again, very interesting. Well done.
Oh, sorry, can you repeat the question, because I have unstable internet, so I didn't hear exactly.
I don't think I can repeat all of that because it was a lot of comments, but essentially okay, so let me try to summarize. I was coming back to the question of context, right? And the relationship to what is around it. So I think it's important that we see some of that, or that you explore that a little bit more. Otherwise, it looks like a project that can be, transplanted as it is to various different conditions. And I don't think this is what you meant. The second was coming back to my colleague's point about seasonality and how seasonality is represented in the work. In terms of representation, could have been useful to see how seasonality is manifested in the uses in your representation. And also the other question was to do with land. So land doesn't seem to be playing a major role in the project. We barely see land. We see a little bit of some plots in some aspects, but kind of land is pushed away. And I wondered whether, again, an approach that might integrate the land a little bit more, also considering questions of seasonality, might help. And then the final point, I think it was to do with shelter and protection, and how eventually creating pathways that are covered or playing with the landscape in terms of topography could have helped you create spaces that might be more sheltered in different weather conditions. I think that's probably the summary.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Professor. So I want to tell that this project is kind of, first of all, where architecture is like a bridge between person and the food. So here is envisioned as this complex is envisioned as a dynamic space that transforms with both, how I said before, the time of day and the season. During the day, in function as a garden and educational hub, while in the evening becomes a venue for gatherings and cultural events. So each season brings new activities and usage sceneries. About topography, to be honest, my place is flat. So to be honest, I tried to find something with a big landscape where I can make different functional complex where people will connect with different type of food connections. So I don't rely on territory special aspects or points. I just wanted to create something where people can communicate, play, maybe grow. And about identity. So I wanted. I don't rely on this aspect in my project, to be honest, very well. But here it's something like which answer the question of local food produce. So here you can see different types of food that you can grow here and then use in something social and then communicate with it. Then we here have part of recycling waste where you can.
Really sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry to interrupt, Irina, but we'll have to move ahead.
Okay. So
at the end, we might have some more time to discuss. Thank you.
So okay. So to summarize here, I want to tell you that this complex is just a new attempt to make the architecture like connection between us and to recreate new functions and bring back it from the past, something like this. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Irina, and thank you so much, our esteemed jurors. I now invite Max Sebastian Vidal Rio, a graduate of Bachelor of Architecture program, class of 2024, from the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú in Lima. The thesis is titled The Devil's Oasis, Mitigation Hydric Park at the Devil's Ravine, Tacna, Peru. The work was guided by Augusto Juan Francisco Roman Moncagata, Cesar Omar Tarazona Uaman, Susana Lope Varela under the theme Urban Management. Over to you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Max Vidal Rios. The title of my thesis is The Devil's Oasis, Mitigation Hydric Park at the Devil's Ravine in Tacna, Peru. Well, I'm from Tacna, and Tacna is a city near the Atacama Desert with little rainfall throughout the year. However, the Devil's Ravine can experience mudslides, and the greatest impact of which has been recorded in its alluvial tank. The situation is contradictory given the extreme water shortage and limited access to water in the city, which generates aridity and a panorama of water stress. However, there's an opportunity to collect water from local folks. In addition to the desert climate, this area is characterized by the presence of a dense fog known regionally as Camanchaca, which can be collected from February to November. Faced with these water extremes, with the project, I posed the question: how can we implement a regulation system that faces the hydrological extremes in the Devil's Ravine that allows the generation of a network of public spaces on its alluvial fan and benefits Tacna's population in several ways? To achieve this, there are two main objectives: to mitigate the risk of mudslides and debris flows, and to generate water in a desert area. The project will have three stages. The first at the ravine scale, the second focusing on the alluvial fan, and as this is the area with the greatest risk and urgent need for intervention, and finally the third stage, seeking replicability at the ravine scale. The first stage comprises a phase 0 master plan for Devil's Ravine, which involves a series of consistent interventions in areas damaged by the mudslide, which cause its volume to increase. First, risk must be reduced with infrastructure in these strategic sectors, retaining and slowing down up to 2 million cubic meters of sediment. Then, this infrastructure must be complemented with multiple functions, such as creating safe crossings across the ravine. Subsequently, the characteristics of the mudslide in the final intervention area within the alluvial tank are analyzed, identifying a main path with greater intensity, height, and damage, which affect 569 houses that should be relocated. Moving on the second stage, the goal is to protect the urban area located on the alluvial tank and to equip the intervention with different programs. In phase 1, with the project, only 23 houses found in the vulnerable areas will need to be relocated. Then, phase 2 continues to channel the mudslide with iteration at different levels to redirect the surplus water through a secondary channel and to adapt the hillside with interventions to strengthen it. Phase 2 culminates providing a new treatment plan of black and gray water. After that, phase 3 begins to accommodate cultural and recreative activities on the terraces to integrate the urban expansion with the consolidated city and to implement a network of fog capture devices. The park consists of terraces at different levels for access to the park and also floorboard terraces, whose function is to contain the little volume that remains from the mudslide, and in dry seasons, host activities such as multi-sport courts, children's games, skate park, product fairs, etc. In addition, the retention dams are used to access the terraced gardens and stands, and to create crossings from the neighborhood to the hill, from where the pedestrian paths to the upper part of the park connect. In the search for water and shade within the oasis, the devices adapt to different situations within the park. For example, Module A1 offers seating and shade through climbing plants such as bougainvillea, and the mixed device AB1 offers shade with bougainvilleas and reshape mesh, which also functions as a fog catcher. Other devices house kiosks on their first floor. They are close to the sports areas. The double fog catcher takes advantage of the day and night breeze, and other devices house storage for areas for community gardens, bathrooms with changing rooms for the sports area, or children's playgrounds with a scenic overlook to the city on the top floor. In addition, along the access terraces, fog catching devices are used to create covered plazas that function as park gates, concert or recreation areas, and rest areas. On the other hand, the floatable terraces will channel the mudslide, gradually filling it, and during dry seasons, will host recreational activities also covered by fog catchers. Together with the infrastructure along the ravine, the park will have the capacity to fully control a mudslide with similar or worse characteristics than the last one recorded in February 2020. The park's terracing is planned to ensure that no devices are damaged during a mudslide, always locating them in safe, non-floodable areas. Public spaces will also be complemented by the devices that, in addition to supporting the shade nets, will provide storage for tools, seeds, or crops. And those near the sports fields also provide shade for the stands. Finally, the need for mitigation infrastructure is used to generate an opportunity to implement new water facilities that take advantage of the characteristics of the region, such as the Camanchaca fog, and generate new public spaces according to the needs of the population, considering local particularities not as limitations, but as opportunities to enhance them, and empowering neighborhood initiatives to create and improve the quality of their spaces. These strategies and actions can be replicated in sectors along the ravine and even in other ravines. This marks the beginning of a single metropolitan corridor park that can enhance the value of the Devil's Ravine and his new oasis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Max. I now invite Brinda ma'am to please share comments.
Thank you, Max. I think I've had a little difficulty in understanding some parts of what you were presenting in terms of how certain locations were chosen for intervention and what led you to that. That was something where I had a little ambiguity. Maybe I didn't get it when you explained it. But what was important and what I understood well was that, and I appreciated, is the way you talked about the phasing and the strategy, the different kinds of strategies. But how does one choose the location as to where that strategy is going to take place, is the question I had. The second is about the materials that you're using for your design intervention. Are they local? And I'm assuming they're local. And the types of spaces that you're creating, are they comparable to any of the public spaces that are currently existing in terms of how the functions, how people actually use the space and how the functions are distributed across the existing settlement as such? Because in this image, I can see that the material used for construction is different from the material that you are actually proposing, which is, it's not an issue. It's just that I just wanted to understand where will you get these materials from? And the third thing was the local community's involvement in creating these spaces and actually putting them up, because you as a designer have come up with an idea, but have you actually associated the local community and connected them with these efforts, because they need to kind of understand as well as participate in this process of creating these designs as such. So that's one. And then, yeah, how would you look at the success of something like this? How would you assess that, something after having been designed and used, what would help you to understand whether this has been a successful model for this particular place?
Okay. Well, I choose the sector of alluvial plain of the Bahrain because it's here the damage was so obviously, like, for example, all these houses were destroyed after the mudslide, and this area needs an urgent intervention. Well, I talk sometimes with the neighborhood, with the neighbors, and they use this big area for like a sport area, but it's only with dirt. And I try to collect all their initiatives to have better spaces in their neighborhood. Also in Tacna and also in this sector, they use a lot of the reshape to protect to generate shades, because the solar radiation is too big. I try to use their materials that they use in their houses to design the devices, the fog catchers, for example.
Okay, thanks. You're on mute.
Thank you so much. I now invite Professor Fabiano for comment.
Thank you very much, Max. I think your proposal is really exciting. I think it does pose a number of questions, but it's really interesting the way in which you are dealing with very strong forces, right? So mudslides at that kind of scale with a very sensitive intervention. And then the question of how much sensitivity here is enough to deal with that in a way it comes to fore. And in that sense, I wanted to understand a little bit more what happens to the mud in the occasion of a mudslide. Now, if we come back maybe to that series of diagrams that I had at the beginning. So first, I understood that the mud would be reduced because the water source would be moved along, or there would be an intervention to redirect, right, the surplus of water. But maybe you can tell us a little bit more here about how do you see the amount of mud and what happens to this mud when an event like that takes place with your intervention implemented. I was also very intrigued with the fog catching structures. I wondered whether this is something that the community already does, and what ways do they do that, if that's the case. So what kind of objects or strategies they actually put in place, and would be interesting to compare that with what you're proposing. And then how does one go from catching fog to such a verdant space? So I was really curious about this process of transformation of this very arid, dry landscape into the oasis. So I think you could explain a little bit more about, the kind of step by step that would need to happen for this major transformation to occur. Other than that, I was also wondering about the functions, the program of your park, and perhaps a clearer explanation of the needs of the community here could have helped. Also in the sense of, is it a community that's well served with schools and other public facilities, and therefore we concentrate on recreation, or is there, a scope here to complement some of the needs in terms of, maybe education or health or other aspects that the community may require. But then we weren't really clear, or I wasn't really clear as to eventual community needs in this particular respect. But again, I thought that the work is very beautiful and very sensitive and potentially very important. So thank you for that.
Okay, about the mud, the mud brings a lot of minerals that the community can use to their community gardens, but also the parks needs after the most event that the helps of government to clean the park. The park can contain the mud, but it needs to clean the mud, the amount of mud. And then I don't remember your second question about. Okay, and also the park have an irrigation system with the fog catchers to irrigate the green areas and also the community gardens in the park, and also other green areas in the city. But I need more time to explain that part of the project. And thank you for your comments.
Yeah, thank you so much, Max. Thank you so much, Joris. I now invite Nashida Surendran, a candidate of the Bachelor of Architecture program, class of 2025 at the BMS College of Architecture, Design and Planning in Bengaluru, India. The thesis is titled The Architecture of Waste in Domlore, Reinterpreting Infrastructure, Public Space and Value in Bengaluru, India. The work was guided by Dr. Mamta P. Raj, architect C.S. Hima, and architect Satej Allur under the theme Urban Management. Over to you, Nashida.
Thank you for the introduction. To start off with the topic, so Bangalore, known as Silicon Valley and Garden City of India, is a place I would call home. But due to rapid urbanization, this beautiful city has been scarred. Urban infrastructure, which includes transport infrastructures like road networks, flyovers, and bus stations, along with water infrastructures like lakes and rajakalves, have been turning out to be dump sites. This clearly shows a disconnect between public infrastructure and systems, leading to a question as an architect or an urban designer: how to resolve this disconnect in waste management system and urban infrastructure turning out to be urban voids. So Bangalore is a city with a total population of 140 lakhs, producing about 8,000 tons of solid waste on a daily basis. Following decentralized waste management system where all the waste are segregated at the ward level and sold out to private recyclers. The history of the waste management in Bangalore clearly shows that this system is inapt for a city like Bangalore. Local studies including Swachhagraha Kalika Kendra, Kormangala Waste to Energy Campus, Bangalore Creative Circus, along with DWCCs and biomethanization centers, have explained the functionality of waste process at various levels. National and international case studies, including Copenhagen Waste to Energy Campus and water recovery resource facilities, have explained on how service systems like Waste Management Center can function as a public space. Surveys and interviews of the local public has concluded that there's a lack of transparency in the waste management system, and there is willingness of the public to be involved in learning and awareness. So my site is located under Dumlur flyover, which connects 4 major parts of the city, that is Indranagar, Koramangala, Marthalli, and Richmond. So in the site also consists of a Raja Kalve, which cuts the site. And along with this, the Raja Kalve, along with the flyover, cuts the site into 3 parts, creating a disconnect with the accessibility across the site. The driveway segregation centers, there is 2 driveway segregation centers within the site, one for the ward of Domlur, another one for the ward of Jeevan Bhimanagar. These DWCCs have been overused. Current heat has turned out to be dump sites. Along with this, we have a cattle shed flyover, which is turning out to be which was done because of the local politician. The whole site has turned out to be urban void. Detailed study of topography, services, sensory, and accessibility have concluded on to the zoning. The zoning includes the zoning majorly focuses on the dry waste and wet waste processing center, which has been placed as the waste vehicle entering the site has good accessibility on the basis of the transportation across on the basis of the transportation analysis. Along with this rainwater collection points based on the topography and hydrological analysis, the connection across the site is ensured by making underpasses and bridges. Public activity zones are placed based on the shadow of the flyovers. Considering the shadows of the flyovers, and the landscape has tried retaining most of the existing large trees on site. So the program is developed on the basis of circular economy while following decentralized waste management system, where except for the fact that introduction of on-site waste processing center has been introduced in this project. So getting into the design concept, the basic concept of the project is transforming the neglected to build a self-sustaining ecosystem, which can be broken down into public interaction zones, breaking the stigma of waste and urban voids, public involvement and awareness, improved quality of workspace, transparency, hygiene, circular economy, form that blends in with nature, form complementing flyover and connectivity across the site. So getting into the design, the site is located under Dumlur flyover with a total site area of 9 acres and total buildable area of 3 acres. We have 6 blocks in the site: plastic recycling, e-waste processing, dry waste sorting, textile and fabric, paper and cardboard and wet waste with waste treatment and public awareness zones, which is masked over with pathways, public interactive zones, urban farming, water body, that is rainwater harvesting, lawn with planters and trees on the site. The master plan consists of structured pathway that weaves the site together, connecting all the functional blocks while transforming the whole site into a public park. Public entering with a particular kind of waste may enter directly into all the blocks. The BBMP waste vehicle enters with dry waste, enters with to the site only at 2 points, the dry waste over here and wet waste over here. The dry waste, once it enters the site, is sorted, segregated and washed before it is sent out to all other individual blocks. While the wet waste, once it enters, is grinded and fed into the biomethanization plant. Once it is processed, it is fed into the composting plant, where this zone acts as a public park as well to spread awareness about it. The dry waste vehicles, once the drop-off happen, gets into the basement, while the wet waste, once the drop-off happen, the parking is done at the ground level itself. These parking zones are isolated from the public, while these pathways as well are at the underground level, whereas the public pathways is at the ground level, completely disconnected with the public pathways. There exist quick trails and slow trails for the public to explore the site. cyclist movement across the site. Leisure walkways enables public to enjoy the landscape with minimal artifacts while not entering the main blocks, while the purple lines encourages public to enter the main blocks along with the leisure pathway in order to understand the process. We have an STP and an ETP plant in order to process, in order to treat the wastewater from the DWCC block, which is again fed back into the system. We have 3 rainwater harvesting tanks, 1 underground and 2 over the ground. These rainwater harvesting tank, which is included in the landscape, creates a seamless feel of connection between Rajakalve and the tank, which is disconnected. Only creates a visual effect, but right now it would act as a contrast between fresh water and untreated water. But once the stormwater drain is processed or like filtered or treated, it would act as a seamless connect. Along with the waste vehicle parking, we also have public parking and staff parking, the service drop-off for the restaurant block. Getting into the section of plastic recycling unit, the central region acts as the public zone while the periphery acts as a service zone. Design elements like drop bins narrates the cycle of waste. Ventilation is taken care by cross-ventilation, courtyard effect, stack effect, and the earthmounts regulate the climatic condition, while the skylights ensure the natural lighting throughout the space. The central tree is a tree which is already existing on the site, which is retained, and the design is built around this tree. Getting into the textile and the fabric processing block, the public is allowed to see through small windows the process of upcycling of cloth products. The central region, which consists of formal upcycling stores with a cutout, enable public to have a visual connect to this informal market space of thrift store, and the ventilation is ensured by cross ventilation and stack effect with ample amount of natural sunlight. The DWCC block, which is the main block of the whole site, that is driveway sorting and segregation center, where which is a double height structure with well ventilation by stack effect and cross ventilation. Compartmentalization is done to segregate different types of waste. Only visual access for the public to ensure hygiene and privacy. Washed clothes and plastic act as a dynamic partition wall for the cyclist and for the public on the other side. The waste act as the material of construction. The basic material of construction used across the whole project is eco brick, which is made using PET bottles, which is filled with MLP plastic, and the concrete block. Along with this, all the individual blocks celebrates the waste which it processes. Like, for example, a plastic recycling block use exposed eco brick walls as partition walls, and textile block use the tensile fabric for the facade of it, which is an upcycled waterproof fabric, while the e-waste processing block at the first floor uses e-waste cladding walls and partition walls at the paper cardboard processing unit using cardboard partitions. So the landscape celebrates the ecology of Bangalore by using native species of trees and plants across the site. Most of the trees are retained, while new addition of trees are mostly the native plants of Bangalore. Air purifying plants and medicinal plants are added to improve the quality of air, while fragrant plants are added in order to mask the smell of drains and waste. To conclude the project transforms the Dumlu DWCC from a degraded dump site to a functional waste management and awareness hub using circular economy principles.
Thank you so much, Nasida. Thank you so much. I now request Professor Fabiano to please share his comments.
Hello, Nashida. Thank you for the presentation. It is an interesting challenge that you decided to face, right? How to address the question of a dumping site, illegal dumping site, and the flyover, right? So they are major challenges here. And I think you've done a beautiful park with the various elements, and I can understand the logic of choosing the site, you know, considering the history of, you know, dumping on the location. To me, a major question is, what about the flyover then? No. So what can one do with that? Because if I were to remove the flyover, hypothetically, I think this would be a wonderful place where, you know, people would want to walk around and explore, etc. But then when I put the flyover back and I start to visualize all the cars and start to hear all the noise and air pollution and all that may come with the flyover, then I start to wonder, now, so how does one address the question of noise or air pollution? And also, I think you talked about allotments, maybe, no, in some of those spaces, if there's an issue of soil pollution as well here, in the sense that it would potentially, all that combined, if that would prevent, you know, people feeling really at ease and enjoying all these beautiful landscapes and buildings that you're talking about. There is something very important here about, and that's another point, about education, right? And how a site like that could be used to teach us about the amount of waste that we produce, how much of this waste actually is not recyclable, and what we could do with that, which is recyclable. But it's also the question of reducing waste, you know, and I wondered whether you too thought about that, you know, if that could be also an element of or part of your eventual education program here. The other, so that's the third point. The third point is to do with the connection of these to whatever else is around. So I am unsure what kind of neighborhoods, what kind of, you know, so what is the context I have around, you know? So the zoom in to the flyover was to me a little bit much, in the sense that it's hard to see what is around. So I wonder, so where do people come from? So what communities do we have around? And so on. And also whether people that live around might be, you know, might become workers also in your facility, if there's already an experience in dealing with waste in the neighborhoods. I might have missed that. I also appreciated the ways in which you thought about the buildings using waste in terms of cladding, etc., etc. So I would encourage you to keep pursuing that. So, for example, especially the eco bricks, I would love to have seen some details of what that might look like. So how does one make the eco brick? Is that make on site? Where does that come from? How does one put it together as part of the construction, etc.? Anyway, thank you. Very interesting project.
Thank you, sir. To answer to one of your questions, which mentioned about reducing the waste. So the program is developed in such a way that the waste is like either repaired or upcycled more than being recycled. So the waste is being converted into something else and being utilized and being sold this location itself. And to talk about the air pollution and noise pollution, that is something which I am supposed to figure it out. And about the eco brick, actually have the details, but I couldn't add out in the presentation. So I can explain if you want how it is being made. It's mostly made on site with the involvement of the public community, where people can collect the waste in they take the PET bottles, that is the normal plastic bottle where with the liquid, whatever is being sold out, fill it with the MLP plastic packets for chips and all of it. And it is collected from these residences and brought into the site, tied together and casted with concrete, which happens on site. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Nisida. I now request Brinda ma'am to please share her comments.
You're muted. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Nashida. That was a nicely done project. And I think the manner in which you've spatially articulated the entire cycle in terms of how you've done your buildings and the relationships between the buildings on the site is very interesting. And I think it is well resolved. However, I have a few points for you to consider in the probably the next round as you're thinking about this. My comments were very similar to what Fabiana was saying in terms of, can we situate this one in the mobility networks that are existing other than the flyovers which are zooming above you? How does one access the site? How do the trucks come in? What can we like zoom out a bit and situate this so that we can understand those mobility connections to this place? That is one. The second is, can we understand the functional aspects of what you're introducing onto the site? How does it fit into the circularity of the waste that is there? Like in terms of how does the site actually contribute towards filling a gap in the circular economy? And I know it's trying to do everything in the same place, but then this question that has been raised already is, how many tons of waste are you collecting and how many are you actually converting into other products, and how that circularity works? Because the waste has to come from somewhere, and where is it coming from? And how does it actually accumulate here? How much is accumulating here, and how does that processing happen, and how does it go out? So if we can situate this particular site in the larger picture of the circularity of this, the economy, the circular economy, it would make more sense, because is there a site which is nearby which is doing something similar, where you can actually transport it and your site doesn't have to hold everything, right? It could be transported to another nearby site, which I know in some of these locations, there are some of the dry waste centers that are happening. Koramangala has something. Down near Silkport, there is a dry waste center. So some of the materials, depending on the kind of materials that are being collected here, could be transported to other places, and your site doesn't have to hold everything, right? So if you can envision your site filling a gap in the circular economy, and then it holds just those functions, it might become a bit stronger in the way you are presenting it. Not to say that you haven't made an effort. Definitely, you made a very good effort in terms of how to accommodate everything in that one location. But if you were to situate it in the larger context of the city, then you would be able to kind of, find these networks and strengthen those networks through your design. So that was another thing. The third thing was, other than the mobility connections, what is the visual connection that you would have of this place, because it's buried under, and it's only when you are on a flyover you can actually look at it. From the outside, it is not easily accessible. So what is the visual marker that kind of tells you that something is happening here? And it is a public space, and that you can actually cycle there, cycle into the space, walk into the space and experience the space. So something that would indicate in terms of like a landmark that would tell you that this is a place, a public place. And the third and the last thing, fourth thing, was the edge conditions of this entire space, as well as the water element that's running through it, right? I think we have somewhat forgotten what's happening to the edges of that water stream that is running through it, the Rajkaluve, as you're, as it's called. What is it? What is that like? And how does a member of the public interact with that? And cleaning up of that particular polluted stream would also be part of the agenda, right? So because a lot of waste is getting dumped into the water also. So this edge condition of the site itself, edge condition of the water element, all of these, if we can detail it out a little to understand like how it works, it would make your design a little richer. Okay, but otherwise, great attempt. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Nashida, and thank you both our jurors. I now invite Naufal Alec Pangarsa, a graduate of the Master of Architecture program, class of 2024 from Institute of Technology Bandung in Indonesia. The thesis is titled The Expiation, Adaptive Reuse of the Former Gresik Cement Factory as a MICE Building in Gresik, Indonesia. The work was guided by Vidjaja Matokusumo and Muhammad Doni Koenivan under the theme Urban Management. Over to you.
Hello, thank you for the time. Good evening. Apologies, I'm having a minor issue displaying my presentation from my device. Today, I will show you how this place can be reborn as the expiation, adaptive reuse of the former Gresik Cement Factory as a MICE building. This is more than design. This is a story of the transformation from an abandoned industrial relic into a vibrant, sustainable, and cultural landmark for Gresik. Next, please. Let me begin with the site. The Gresik Cement Factory, established in 1957, once symbolized industrial pride in Indonesia. But after most operations moved to Tuban, the site was left abandoned. Here you can see the existing site plan. From the first complex, I selected a zone with a major abandoned structure such as the slurry blending, workshop, kiln, and chimneys. This area became the focus of my adaptive reuse design simulation. Next, please. Here we see the existing condition of the selected area. On the left, a panoramic view captures a chimney, kiln, slurry blending, and workshop, all silent witnesses of industrial area. As you can see, the current condition is a landscape of decay, chimneys without smoke, workshop without workers, and kilns without fire. But these relics are not ruins to be forgotten. They are cultural assets waiting to be revived, turning decay into the opportunity. Next, please. This slide shows the master plan that developed in 2019. As highlighted here, the MICE zone is located right at the industrial core of the former factory. This is where my project is situated, making it not just a reuse of abandoned structure, but the cultural and economic centerpiece of the entire master plan. Next, please. In my design, heritage becomes the backbone. I introduce heritage nodes represented by 195.7 meter grid, a tribute to 1957, the year the factory was founded. Each node marks a building or open space whose function is tailored to the surrounding context. These points of memory preserve the authentic identity of the factory, and more importantly, connect people emotionally to the place. Next, please. This slide presents the circulation concept across the site. Vehicle circulation is pushed to the perimeter, while the core becomes a car-free spine for pedestrians and cyclists. Shaded walkways and bicycle lanes invite people to explore step by step, linking all heritage nodes in one continuous journey. This layout not only supports low carbon mobility, but also turns circulation into an experience of history. Next, please. This slide explains the zoning process in detail. Zone A becomes the convention center because it is large enough for international conference and exhibition. Zone B is assigned to the hotel and restaurant, directly supporting MICE activities with accommodation and dining. Zone C houses the library and working spaces because it is a quieter zone, directly connected to the dormitory and university. Together, these three zones create a balanced ecosystem, public, semi-public, and private, serving both international visitors and the local academic community. Next, please. Continuing with the zoning process, the next adaptation involved the workshops, chimney, and kiln. The electricity and engine workshop becomes food and exhibition hall, adding vibrancy and daily activity. The chimney transformed into a tourist information center. At 40 meters tall, it stands as an iconic landmark. Finally, The kiln unit is adapted into a multi-purpose park, hosting green space, extreme sports, and open-air museums. This move transformed industrial relics and into the cultural, commercial, and recreational assets. Next, please. This slide illustrates the transformation of slurry blending into a convention center, library, and hotel. This existing concrete structure is preserved and reused, ensuring the authenticity. New forms mimic the original meshing, maintaining continuity with the past. And to enhance sustainability, solar panels provide renewable energy, while a rooftop garden acts as a public space and rainwater absorber. New materials and texture contrast with the old concrete, making the adaptive layer legible. And interventions are kept minimal, respecting the factory's character while giving it vibrant new life. Next, please. Here we see the adaptation of the former workshop. The existing steel structure is deteriorated, but through a strategic wavings, here the walls, glazing, and mezzanines are inserted without overwhelming it. The final design hosts culinary stalls, exhibition hall, and pop-up events. Original columns and floors are preserved, while CLT elements add warmth and lightness. This combination revives the workshop as a lively social hub, blending heritage with contemporary use. Next, please. Now let's take a look to the chimney. Sorry, the slide is not. Okay, thank you. Now let's take a look at the chimney, reimagined as a tourist information center. A parasite strategy insert new stairways and decks that lightly attach to the concrete without harming it. The final design integrates circular decks, CLT seating, and steel columns. This conversion flips the chimney's narrative from a symbol of pollution into a welcoming gateway, where visitors learn about the site and enjoy the panoramic views. Next, please. Here we focus on the adaptation of the kiln unit, one of the most iconic structure here. Using a parasite strategy, lightweight platforms and walkway are added, letting visitors walk among the historic kilns without damaging them. And then the final design transformed the kiln into an open-air museum, preserving every major structure while creating an immersive educational space. This approach protects heritage while celebrating Gresik industrial history. Next, please. This slide shows how the master plan creates vibrant public life. At the center is the main plaza, a multifunctional open space for gathering and celebration. These sites also host local festivals such as the traditional Damar Kurung Festival setting. An open-air museum lets visitors learn history outdoors. Then a dedicated pedestrian and cyclist access ensures connectivity and sustainability. And then the commercial zone, adapted from the slurry blending, brings retail and dining that keep the site active all the day. This is where heritage meets everyday life, where history is not only remembered, but celebrated. Next, please. So the conclusion is the sustainability is at the core of this project. Through edge simulation, we achieve measurable impact. Over 52% energy savings through passive cooling and renewable energy, over 56% water saving through rainwater harvesting and recycling, and 74% material savings by reusing existing structures. This proves that adaptive reuse is not just culturally valuable, it is environmentally responsible and is the future of sustainable design. Next, please. Okay, so lastly, the expiation is not just about architecture, it is about redemption. Redeeming an abandoned factory into sustainable mass destination, redeeming the environment through carbon reduction, and redeeming cultural pride for the people of the Gresik. The expiation shows us that architecture is not only about creating new forms, it is about giving second life to what already exists. Thank you very much. I'm Novel Pangarsa, and it is my honor to share the expiation with you today.
Thank you so much, Naufal. It was very amazing to look at your work. I now request Brinda ma'am to please share her thoughts.
Thank you, Naufal. I liked your drawings. nice illustrations of, how you were, taking them apart and showing how the layers are working in terms of what you're adding and what you're changing. That was very clear. What I think you have taken up a very challenging task of humanizing one of these really brutal architectural spaces, and also to balance the authenticity of this place, as you have mentioned, and how does the new layer come in. I like the visuals. I like the way the spaces are turning out. My only question for you is, I think I didn't understand one point that you made about the grid and why you were using that grid and what was the significance of that grid you talked about in terms of memory. Yeah, how does this help you? Can you answer that?
Okay, sorry, I'm on mute. So actually, in this design, I try to understand the city grid, which is the blue one. It is the Gresik city grid, and then for the red one is the factory grid. And I try to superimpose it, and then with that superimpose, I try to design it, whether the landscape and then the circulation. And I try to introduce the heritage notes because this is like a place that suitable for the new function. At this point, I introduce 195.7 meter grid. It is like a tribute to 1957, the year of the factory was founded, and it's not smart building or open space to tailor the surrounding, because actually I explain more about this in my thesis, but we have limitation of the slide, so I cannot tell all of the function of these heritage notes. Yeah, but for the conclusion, actually, yeah, this note is the function is tailored to the surrounding context. Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily translate functionally, but it's a very symbolic way of looking at it, is what I'm understanding. Is that right? Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that was one question, and the second question was that I'm assuming that when people come into the space, how are they going to recognize the history of this place, and what is it that they are experiencing? Because yes, it is a public space, but how about the history of the place, and how are you actually enhancing that component other than just reusing and adapting the buildings? Are you actually recreating any spaces or parts of the building where you can experience the originals?
Okay. Yeah. So actually, the architecture itself becomes a lesson. Yeah. So visitors can see how old like concrete frames are reused, and how solar panels can power the convention center, and how rainwater is recycled. And the site is both functional and detected like a living classroom of sustainable adaptive reuse. Then I try to design the open air museum that actually it is for an educational historic of the factory. So the one that comes to this site can learn a lot about the historical of the cement factory, like that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, nice.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Professor Fabiano to please share comments.
Thank you, Nafal. I concur, and I think there is a lot of sensibility in the way the existing building was addressed and how you attempted to look to the future with new technologies, new approaches to energy production and sustainability in general, as well as attempting to kind of connect it somehow back to the history. I think this image here to me is in a way telling a lot about, in fact, the question I'm going to pose to you, which is this kind of relationship between the built environment here and all these trees that appear. In a way, it's the ecological dimension of your project, because here I kind of got the sense that there would be a strong ecological thinking behind the work, and there would be perhaps a discussion about ecosystem services or how the community may come and enjoy this landscape. But then, although I did like your renders, nature felt to me they're almost as if they were decorative elements to the monumentality of the architecture. And I kind of lost a bit that kind of ecological power that this image had. So in that sense, I want to ask you about the ecological thinking behind the work in the sense of plant communities, biodiversity in general, and also how the community might enjoy this landscape once, when there is no event taking place, or how is the relationship of your site to the areas around. I do appreciate that it's a kind of big location and so on, but I wondered whether you could say a bit more about that as well.
Okay, thank you for your insightful comments. Maybe I try to answer your question very briefly. So, Gresik is known for its hot and dry climate, and maybe as you can see, the first slide of my presentation, I give you the photos of the existing condition of the of this site, that actually there is a lot of dust because of the cement, and then because of that, I try to use a different approach, not just thinking about the historical, but also the environmental aspect. Then because of that, this design use like passive cooling strategies tailored for Gresik climate, like deep overhang, shaded arcades, and cross ventilation, and maximizing natural light without heat gain. And the adaptive use of thick concrete also help moderate temperature swings. So these climate responsive strategies reduce reliance on air conditioning and improve user comfort. Then for the trees, actually, I find that Gresik actually has the traditional trees. Yeah, it's called maybe in Indonesia siwalan trees. So the siwalan trees is one of the traditional trees that can be grown good enough in at Gresik. So I try to keep that trees again in this area, because after I had an interview with some of the workers there that already retired, and they said that actually before this factory was built, there is a lot of trees in here. So because of that, one of my theme is the expiation. So I want to give back the old situation before this factory was built. Maybe that's all that I can tell you.
Thank you so much, Naufal. Thank you so much, Professor Fabiano. I now invite Nehal BS, a candidate of the Bachelor's in Architecture program, class of 2025 at the BMS College of Architecture, Design and Planning in Bengaluru, India. The thesis is titled Reimagining BDA Complex as Third Space at Indiranagar, Bengaluru, India. The work was guided by Dr. Mamta P. Raj, architect C.S. Hima, and architect Satej Alur under the theme Urban Management. Over to you, Nehal.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My thesis focuses My thesis focuses on transforming a stagnant government complex into a vibrant civic, cultural, commercial hub that strengthens the community life in Bengaluru. So the introduction and background goes like the Bangalore Development Authority, which is since 1976, has developed housing layouts and commercial complexes. The BDA complex at Indranagar was originally conceived as a local node for commerce and administration. So under BDA complexes, the 5 BDA complexes are chosen for redevelopment. But over time, the Indranagar BDA complex today suffers from poor upkeep, static retail, and limited civic engagement. So my thesis reimagines it as a third space, a space beyond home and work that fosters inclusivity and community. So the basic stakeholders for all these projects are the BDA, residents, commercial users, government offices, and PPP model. So their interest is basically shape the project brief, which is balancing the revenue with public utility. So when we come across the mapping of requirements and the neighborhood needs of the people, which was already serving in the BDA complex, which is closed now. So to frame this socially, I refer to Ray Oldenburg's idea of the great good place, the concept of third spaces, where community life happens outside of home and work. So this is crucial for creating bridges of friendship and strengthening the social fabric. So the community voices were also documented, where the residents expressed concerns about the BDA complex being outdated and underutilized. So they suggested in revitalizing or getting into the same kind of activities that were happening initially. So when we come to the site and context, the complex sits in Indranagar, a dense mixed-use urban precinct. The neighborhood around it is vibrant, dynamic, and well connected by metro and major streets. So this contrast actually presented both a challenge and an opportunity to reposition the complex as a people-centric space that balances governance, commerce, and culture. So in this, the ideation and design approach, in the site analysis, we come across the SWOT analysis, which tells us about what is around the site and how we can create a functional usage for the people. So there's this is my site, and opposite to the site where there is the highway which is going, the Old Madras Road, opposite to it is a lake which is a defense land, so we can't be utilizing it for any other purpose. Then the other, the behind the site, we have all the residential places, which it is developed by BDA itself. And towards the left side of my site is the BMTC bus depot. So it's so we don't have anything, like it's completely for public usage. So when we come across the ideation and design approach, my design intent is to transform the complex into a third space, a flexible urban environment that accommodates everyday needs while creating opportunities for informal gathering, recreation, and cultural exchange. So the basic idea for balancing revenue generating uses with inclusive public amenities and to prioritize pedestrian pathways and create a campus-like layout. The main idea for the design was to create porosity in design, ensures accessibility while sharing devices, and passive strategies promote comfort and sustainability. So it all came up with the idea of zoning and bylaws because of the bylaws and norms that changed in like 4 decades or 5 decades. So the FAR, the setback, the ground coverage area, all those increased by time, and the land usage also increased. So depending on that, the form generation evolved from analyzing pedestrian desired lines, edges, and neighborhood connections. So the vertical zoning ensures a logical stacking, public and retail at lower levels, community and recreation in the middle, and offices of flexible spaces at the upper level. So when we come across the master plan, so the major area, the complete ground level is for the public usage, the open public. So it acts as there is a screening with the amphitheater and the charbagh idea of creating the landscape. So there is a screening with amphitheater, which is designed in such a way that the paths are used for product launches, open exhibitions, and play with levels for kids. So the edge conditions all around the site with respect to the footpath is treated in such a way that site is elevated by 1.2 meter with levels within acting as seating, walking steps, skating, and path for recreational space. So the bylaws and norms are carefully integrated to optimize FAR utilization with ensuring breathing spaces and green pockets. So there are multiple levels, like creating different activities for different age groups. So it's segregated in such a way that the public spaces are at the bottom, the commercial spaces are at the mid-level, and the more of like individual activity spaces are at the top floor. Then towards my left side of the building, which is block C, so this is completely for office spaces, which creates income for the government. So in first level, there is multi-purpose hall, dining spaces, common courtyards, and basketball courts. In such, all these are created in such a way that there are the facade treatments are given for every floor, creating copper chain water seepage system, which creates a seating and providing water for the planter box around the edges. So these green roofs and permeable surface reduces runoff and promote microclimate comfort. So I have also introduced the idea of IGBC green building parameters, which are incorporated from daylight optimization to renewable energy. So my complete building is employed by terracotta blocks, exposed columns, and passive cooling systems. Then when we come across the basement plan, site services and building analysis, which also basement parking services and technical infrastructure integrating with efficient site services like grey water recycling, firefighting, and some systems. Each level is designed not just for functionality, but to encourage overlap of users, bringing together commerce, culture, and leisure in a democratic way. We also have like the final outcome. The idea of my proposal completely redefines the BDA complex as a third space. So it's from concrete to community, which is revitalizing an outdated structure into a civic landmark. The second one will be a replicable model showing how neglected land can become vibrant third space across all the Indian cities. Third one, a catalyst for urban transformation, supporting cultural life, neighborhood identity, and inclusivity. In short, a BDA complex is no longer a government outpost, but a living third space, accessible for everyone. So the final conclusion that will be like the project demonstrates how the urban transformation can be catalyzed into third space thinking, bridging gaps between the home, work, and public life. The reimagined Indiranagar BDA complex becomes not just a building, but a living urban interface, nurturing inclusivity, culture, and community interaction. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Snehal. I now invite Professor Fabiano to please share comments.
Hello, Nehal. Thank you. Could we come back to the existing site plan, please? Because I wasn't entirely clear whether you're working. Yeah. Okay. So the site is empty at the moment, right? In the sense of buildings.
Yeah, it's actually under demolition. So the demolition has already been started.
Right, because I did wonder, if there wasn't anything in terms of the buildings that could have been preserved or reused, readapted in your own proposal, so that we, think about the project in a perhaps in a lens that also addresses questions related to the environmental impact of demolition. So maybe you might want to comment on that a little bit. The other thing is, it's really difficult to see what is around, what kind of context do we have here. It does appear like there aren't buildings around, but then I see, let's say, on the bottom here, so saying residential. Is it going to be developed as residential? Is it existing residential?
No, it's the existing residential.
Why don't we see the buildings here then? No, in the sense that this plan comes across as a series of contour lines and roads and so on, but it's unclear, at least to me, what kind of urban morphology do we have around? So who are the neighbors? So what is the existing dynamics of your surroundings? so that then when you do the design, we can start to relate to the context a little bit more. So now if you move back to the site plan that you propose, yeah, again, it's presented in a very, island-like manner, in the sense that, again, it's very difficult for someone who doesn't really know the site, like me, doesn't know the context, to make any sort of judgment as to whether this should be here, should be there, or to follow, you see, your narrative about the logics of, zoning or the various elements that you are articulating in the creation of space. I did wonder if some of it was very fast, so it was kind of also, and there was a lot to talk about. I did wonder whether, some elements of the program might have been better off located here on the ground or close to the ground. For example, a restaurant, because I saw, it seems that there were 2 restaurants above, maybe something like a restaurant or a cafe or something that could help activate the ground floor might have been helpful, let's say, in this plan. But anyway, I think my main kind of concern point is to do with this kind of lack of contextual, maybe not thinking, but lack of context in the presentation, because I do think the project overall is very believable. No, I can kind of see that being built or being kind of pushed forward. So in that sense, I would like to kind of listen to you a little bit more on that. I also did kind of think about the verticality that you're proposing in light of the sketch that you had early on, which was a beautiful sketch in blue about the breathability of your building. So maybe if you know which one I'm talking about, we can show it again. It was a sketch at the beginning. Yes, I think this one in kind of center right before the tables, which seems quite exciting in terms of the various kinds of heights and relationships and so on, and I was really curious about that. But then I don't think we saw a cross section like this of your scheme, but it didn't feel to me that your scheme had that kind of level of engagement with space and projections and so on. So maybe you might also want to comment on these and the question of verticality on your proposal. Thank you.
Sir, when it comes to the locality, like opposite of this, as I had mentioned in the site analysis, so there's this opposite of the front edge of the site is completely a defense land. So there's nothing happening like right there. You can't even utilize the land for certain things. Then towards all the left side and right side.
Sorry to interrupt. What do you mean there's nothing happened? What is there? What is that site?
Like it belongs to government, the central government, the defense land. So we can't really utilize that space for anything. It's really conserved for them. Then the residential are maximum G+1. So there's no other further redevelopment for all those. All those are individual homes. So basically, this idea of BDA creating the park and creating a complex was completely for the locality people. So the locality again rewants the kind of functions happening on the site, what was happening initially.
Okay, thank you, Nehal. I now request Brinda ma'am to please share her comments.
Yeah, thank you, Nehal. I'm very familiar with this particular site and project, so I'm just going to restrict some of my comments in general. I have 2 major things, because I liked the way that you are actually addressing the development potential of the site. And I concur with Fabiano on the context and how the context influences your design. It needs to be a little better illustrated, but your emphasis on the development potential, which is something that is really currently being discussed and talked about at length, because it is in an area where one can anticipate high density and high floor area ratio for new buildings that might come up here. However, what I was concerned about, the two things is, one is the site had, at least in the recent past, a lot of trees. And that there was a tree survey also done by the local community there. It's over 100 and something trees which were located on the site, which were out, I mean, they existed with the previous buildings. So something that would have actually enhanced the presence of those trees through your design would have helped. I don't know if they've cut down the trees now, but it was something that was of value to the local community, because the local community has been very vocal about this. The next thing was that your entire title about creating a third place or space, a little more emphasis on the programmatic aspects of, how this third space gets designed, and who first of all comes here, third space for whom, because there are a certain set of people who typically come to this complex. There are many services that used to exist here. So what are the new programmatic elements that you're introducing into this space? And are you looking at a third space for the local community that resides there, or a third space for the working set of people? Because if there are different types of people coming to the space, then a little more emphasis on how those spaces get designed for different user groups would have been a little more useful to have in terms of your drawings and illustration. You may have thought about it, but a drawing that would talk about who would be the users, how are they using this as a third space, how are they getting away from either work or home and using the space, the whole concept of the third space, right? And the other aspect was like, when you have different sets of people using a space of this sort, how do they negotiate, and how do you find common spaces where everybody are able to actually use the space? Are the spaces generating certain interactions among people, which makes it a third space where you're away from, because otherwise it's no different from being in a cafe or a restaurant or a commercial complex where you can spend time, but you can also probably open your computer, laptop, and sit at a cafe. But this is not that kind of a space. You're trying to find a space which is away from work and away from home, right? So you're not creating a working environment, and you're creating a different kind of environment. So how would you illustrate and design for that difference? And how would you negotiate between different users is something that I was looking for. Maybe you've thought about it and it hasn't come across strongly, but maybe something that you might want to strengthen in this.
I'll just complete this briefly. So when I came out with the area statements and all the areas or whatever kind of spaces I need, so I distinguish between sports facilities, public amenities, BDA commercial hub, which was already existing, to incorporate even that with the because people in the neighborhood really felt those shops were really helpful, and they wanted something additional to it. So they wanted to retain all the kind of sense of belongingness they had in the society initially. So with the BDA administrative zones, so when we come across the sports facilities, it's very like only for working people. So it's like they go up and it's at the top floor. So when we come to public amenities and BDA commercial complex, it's completely at the ground floor, which integrates like all age group, all kinds of people, activities happening. So that's why the complete ground floor is on stilts. So when we have all the playing area, all the seating and all the walking stretches happening at a place, so we get to interact, and that becomes a third space which binds all age group together. So it has a vision of people who are doing what, like all age groups coming together and creating a common spot.
So one more small point is that if you could show this in the context and connect it to the other public spaces that are in the vicinity and identify how people actually access this space. And there is a public space network that you're building and situating this within that, it would make more, it will strengthen the very fact that you're trying to design in this space and trying to design a public space here. Okay, because right now it's very inward looking, like how Fabiana just mentioned, right?
Okay, I'll look into it, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll now head forth for our final presentation for this session, for which I'll invite Sakshi R. Bachewar, a graduate of the Bachelor's in Urban Design program, class of 2023 from the IES College of Architecture in Mumbai, India. The thesis is titled Sustainable Urban Renewal of Mumbai's Eastern Waterfront, a Case of Rea Road, Mumbai, India. The work was guided by Namrata Sharma under the theme Urban Management.
Hi, hello. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, Sakshi, you can start.
Hello, Julie. You ready to present. So, my thesis topic is Sustainable Urban Renewal of Mumbai's Eastern Waterfront. It's a case of safety. And I would like to start with explaining that so with Mumbai's post-industrial landscape, how it triggered a profound transformation in the city's spatial, social, and economic fabric. And this was majorly seen in the eastern waterfront of Mumbai, which was once Mumbai's maritime trade and very important over there. So, there was a reallocation of bulk cargo and container traffic to JNPT, and because of this port shift, as you can see from here to here, due to the large load, large hectares of land, like 700 hectares of land of prime waterfront, that land that spanned across 12 kilometers, started becoming underutilized and was caught in these disputes or simply just lying vacant. This resulted in what urbanists also call contested urban edge. So Mumbai, as we know, as a metropolis, has always embodied complexity, and it is a city where multiple worlds coexist, from informal street economics to like global finance districts, and it has a strong historical and ecological foundation with the mud flats, the mangroves, the Sibri forts, the Kolivada, which is a very crucial community that Mumbai has, is very known for also. So zooming into Sivri over here, as we can see, it is also it reflects Mumbai as in its microcosm, the complexity it's reflecting. That's one because of its ecology, its history, its socially and economically. Ecologically, because this site has hectares of mangroves that lie beyond it, and it has a Sivri fort within it. It has the Sivri Kolivada, which brings out the cultural aspect of it. So we already see history, we see ecology. And the third part is that we see the industrial, small scale industries such as oil, lubricants, recycling industries that still operate in the shadows of these distant blocks. Now, the very heart of this dynamic lies my site, which is a spatial void, which is underutilized. It is a fenced tract of land that feels like a gap in the neighborhood community. So, moving on. So my challenge was to provide a space that is like not only just an open space, but just creating an engaging, flexible, and inclusive environments that can be experienced by all. So this is like we were not allowed to enter into it, but this is like the site's context. So at the core of Sivri lies this space, which was in the development plan. It was reduced to an industrial plot and leaving it as a long neglected urban void, which is disconnected from its true context. So my objective here was to highlight this history, culture, ecology, etc., and to reimagine this void as a community education and space which brings out its cultural needs and balances the tourism and the with the daily lives of the locals, and to provide spaces that helps this community engage and grow, and to just use sustainable locally sourced materials and methods in this design. So, coming to the site analysis, when I began mapping Sivri, I expected to find it like a quiet, empty plot with not having anything around it. But once you reach the site, you realize it's not actually empty. All its edges are alive, in fact. The Koli community uses this adjacent vast vacant plots of land for Ganpati immersion, which is a very, very huge festival in Mumbai for Visarjan. Delhi Diwali lights, Christmas fairs, and the annual fishing festivals, etc. So all of this is done in the green lines that you can see, where they travel throughout the space, and this entire space turns temporarily into like a public square instead of just like an industrial plot of land, which is like expected by everyone. There's also a small Marathi medium school nearby, which lacks adequate gathering space for these children, where NGOs come and speak over there with these children, but because they don't have enough space, they hold these lectures in corridors, and these children also have their daily routine of going and playing at the fort, playing like near the mangroves, their playtime, etc. And from the ecological point of view, they also you can actually go and access the mangroves, but because it's all within that vacant plot of lands, which is like this, nothing goes on over there, so it's still not under function. And of course, the small workshops, the oil processing scraps, etc., the industries over there also still function nearby, employing these locals in their marginal jobs. So these locals are also a part of the Koli Vadas, most of them. So yeah, despite this vibrancy, the center remains vacant, and it's like this chaos. It seems like a planning chaos over here. So this chaos is like my starting point for design, to turn the void into a missing link that tries to tie Sivri together. So moving ahead. So when I studied the development zoning plan, because I mentioned that it states as just an industrial plot, I decided to go with three structured layers, which was there's an existing land which I first open up to the permanent and the floating population, which I plan to get in. I do that by bringing in a community hall that doubles as a festival space and a school assembly hall where children can gather, an NGO workspace for heritage and children's education, and an sorry, and a local canteen serving which serves the workers and the residents and like over there. So basically, the laborers who are working over there can also like. My point was to like for every user group, there needs to be one activity that brings all of them together on my site and make this site becomes accessible to all users. So a local canteen for the laborers. In terms of transport and connectivity, pedestrianization of unsafe lanes supported by shared street design with bullas for safety, etc., dedicated cycle-friendly routes, and a new pedestrian access that links directly to the Sivri Fort as well as the mangroves. So my main design drivers are a continuous movement of spine through the site, and there'll be certain galleries that I'm proposing, which will bring in visitors into the site and look at the site and experience it from, yeah, that's the part. This is the design where the central spine moves, and the yellow dots represent the residents, that is the coolies, that the residential people who move onto the side. They have a gathering at the center. Also, the orange dot represent the labor force, which is they work at the industries and they're working throughout the day, and then they go back onto their coolies, their home. So instead of taking a direct, like taking the longer route, they can use my site as an access to their own homes and make it more accessible and, of course, interconnecting them. The blue dots represent the visitors who come out from outside and into the site to visit the galleries, and then I'll explain the movement, and then they move on to the Sivri Fort, and the brown dots explain the management. So, one of my ideas was that the visitors, I wanted to keep their movement separate from the daily activities that take place on site. So that's why the blue line represents the visitors that they go up, experience the galleries, they move to the gallery of culture where they experience. There will be certain displays, etc. And they cross a bridge to the Gallery of Heritage, which also overlooks the Sivri Fort. And once it after that, it moves down and into a canteen, a cafe, which then moves on to the savory fort. It then connects directly to there. I'll show the connect later. So a few visual images also, like entry for the visitors, there's a playground for the children, a local canteen, and the interior view of the bridge that connects the two galleries. These are a few views that this is from the fort, and then there is like a festival of the goddess that also takes place. So there's a huge gathering that takes place actually. So a few visuals from the galleries. This is also similar just to explain the weaving of the design. So here's this is the part where the mangroves and all come, and this is a savory fort where they come in. This is all is pedestrianized area, and a small deck is created which goes around 3 or 5 meters inside, and it is used basically it's a stilted deck where so that people don't enter too much into the mangrove area or litter it, etc. So it's like a small deck that people can just experience the mangroves from there, and a viewing deck from outside, just pedestrianizing the area. And yeah, these are the canteen views. A little bit about the construction of the space. I decided to use modular steel frame prefabricated uh, a frame which like with perforated mild steel panels which were actually are used for shipbreaking yards, and they are reconditioned for reuse. So originally they were designed for marine use. These panels naturally resist corrosion and withstand coastal winds. So basically they are helping in ventilation, enhances passive cooling, shading filters sunlight, reduces glare, porosity, creates visual dialogue between inside and outside, and wind control. So something that is, and also these panels are treated with protective coating to balance durability. So bringing in the sustainable aspect and giving it also an aesthetic look that also reflects the shipbreaking industry that exists on like next to the site, and it's also a very big part of the locals where they work over there. So this is a view. So my design also, in the end, I started realizing that it starts reflecting the similar complexity that the site holds, what Mumbai holds, with where it's weaving in all the different communities in together, and it becomes like and what I tried to do also was a hyper locally planning design for the community, which so I was also thinking that could be a model for planning like that. So the outcomes are socially, culturally, ecologically, economically, as we saw, and in terms of sustainability, how I turned this void like into a multifunctional space that serves civilized communities while respecting their history and ecology. So the future scope I was thinking was this approach could be used that I use in the thesis, which is like planning in bits and addressing the local needs first and then integrating them into a larger area would be one approach, because the Eastern Waterfront is a large span of land and it is still in the process of getting developed. So could this be a method of like developing like hyper locally going into that space and then going out and integrating it into the larger space, because it's that felt important to me. And then the community-led development and the scalable model which can be replicated across other voids. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi. Thank you so much for your presentation. I now invite Brinda ma'am to please share comments.
Yeah, thank you, Sakshi. I have a few things to talk about, but I really liked how you chose a little sliver of that site and decided to introduce these functions within it where you could actually integrate the various user groups and their needs within that particular part. The best part is like you've actually thought about the context quite a bit. And you've been able to understand the activities that are there around it and try to kind of bring it into your site in some manner. So you've also actually chosen a place where there is a lot of controversy in terms of how land can get utilized. And there is a huge development pressure here,
Yeah.
as you know, and they are actually kind of deciding to redevelop this entire area and actually displace some of these.
Yeah.
So it is a bit controversial, and but then for you to be able to talk about how they can continue to remain there and be a part of this scape, the urban scape, and contribute to it in some manner is a useful way to look at it. However, what I felt like two things. I mean, if you were not, if you could have actually built scenarios, maybe, where you're saying, okay, if this community stayed and they were to kind of utilize the space, then what you're proposing right now might make some relevance, might be of some relevance. But if they were to be displaced and you were to rehouse them maybe in the same location, then a scenario that would integrate the public spaces with their housing could have been an option that you could think of, because this is inevitable in a way. This land is going to get developed in some manner or the other with a higher premium FAR and stuff like that, right? So then coming to the design itself, the spaces that you have identified, and you showed the little dots that stream into your space, and they actually use the spaces in certain ways. And when I was looking at your eye level, I think there was only one view, which is eye level, where you are showing this real chunky building. And I'm thinking, look at the texture of the buildings on either side. Okay, on one side, the Koli community's settlement is very fine grained, and for them, if you could have actually studied some of their public spaces and open spaces and how they utilize those spaces, how they come together in a space. For example, if they're to celebrate a Ganesh festival or one of these festivals, where do they gather? And how much space would they require? And typically it's at a street corner or at a dead end of a street. And if they had to do that in your space, in your site, definitely there are places where they can do it. So if a demonstration of how the space gets livened up with these kind of facilities or festivities would have really helped visualize how you're using it, and how, if you could have broken it up a little in terms of the form, it might be more relatable to the local population there in some manner. But I can see functionally it is definitely broken into little organized parts. And at the ground level, it is not porous. But when it comes to the top floors, it's a bit chunky, I felt. I don't know, I'm just being a bit critical on it. But I still think, and I appreciate that, you've thoughtfully done it, because the program is very thoughtful. And and you've also tried to integrate the sustainable agenda into this, because the cultural is there, the social is there, the sustainable is there, and then the development agenda is also something that is supposed to be very strong in this site. So it's a very complex situation that you're dealing with. And I think you've managed quite well to integrate at least the user's needs in some manner into your site and your design in terms of the program as such. And other than that, so the question here is that how does this project give back to the city, and what does it give back to the city and its people? And I think in that sense, you have achieved something that you're trying to give back, and making it a public space which actually connects people in this place. So good. I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Professor Fabiano to share his comment.
Thank you, Sakshi, for the presentation. I think it's a very competent project. Now, again, I can see that being built. I can see people using it. I kind of can visualize it in place. But I wanted to ask you, in similar lines, in fact, a little bit more about the context, although you spoke about it. Because I'm always a bit suspicious when I hear the word of the expression urban void. I really never liked it because it presupposes inexistence. Well, there may not be buildings there, but surely there would be things, no? There would be entities, biodiversity, plants, animals. So nothing really is void, no? So it really talks about our mental construct, no? When we talk about urban void in the sense of, well, as if all the open spaces that we call urban voids are just waiting for buildings to be plucked on them, right? And in that way, I wish to explore a little bit more about the ecological conditions of this site with you, because you talked about bringing together heritage and ecology, and we have a lot of, ecologically significant sites around. And I did wonder, if this was, so what was the nature of this void, a little bit more. Also in the sense that you have very different fabrics around. So you have this very tight fabric of the residential, you have the more ecological, the trees and so on, then you have your site, then you have the kind of the mound and so on. And then it made me think about collage city, and how, how do you actually create something between so many different fabrics? How do you borrow from your neighbors in order to create something that might be some kind of hybrid that may stitch things together? And in that sense, I concur with my colleague, that maybe a little bit more of stitching with the existing conditions could have helped here. And I did wonder, for instance, how the central space could become a little bit more ecologicized and link some of these ecologies from the north here, I think it's north, yes, all the way to the east, as if, you could start thinking about a series of landscapes that could talk a little bit more about the different ecologies that we have here, because from what I can appreciate, they are not the same, right? I don't know the site, but they don't look the same. They look like different ecologies. And how your site could be also an element of explaining that a little bit more. I think these are kind of my main comments. I also wondered about the use of materials, if they were kind of in a way connecting with your context, or if they were meant to stand out. Again, in the same discourse of how much does this element here stitch, how much does it stand out, right? So there's some interesting discussions to have. And then a very minor thing, I think it doesn't quite work putting all these dots like this in the plan. I think it becomes noisy and creates, it's much easier to just do another diagram, put it on the sides, with shades of colors, and then explain.
Go to the
Because it gets a bit confusing. Yeah. But
I will.
thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for the feedback, Sam. I really appreciate it. So, for the urban void, what the urban void has so many different meanings as far as I know, and what I actually tried to link this piece of land to was just underutilized. Just one part of it was this land was not being utilized to its fullest potential. When I went to the site, I started interviewing people, I started talking to people, I started knowing more about it. And as I came to know more about it, I was like, what is this land doing in the middle of so many things? What is this going to be doing here? So when I looked at it, I looked at it as underutilized, maybe not unused. It did have certain things going on. I mean, it was fenced. It did have something going on before it became before whatever is going on shifted out. But yeah, I just saw it as underutilized. And the second question, because of the network issue, I could not hear you, so I am not sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Sakshi. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I want to extend
Thanks.
my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants for sharing their insightful thesis pertaining to the themes of urban landscape and urban management with us. At this juncture, I welcome our panelists Professor Fabiano Leme de Oliveira and Brinda Sastry to initiate the panel discussion. And I would also like to request Professor Fabiano to share their experience on the thesis that they've seen today and how, global context really matters in such discussions.
Well, first of all, thank you for this very interesting morning. I really appreciated all the work that's being presented, all the hours, behind thinking how do we create space for people, how do we create places also for non-humans. And I think we had some interesting conversations about how design is really crucial and very, very, very much a key to unlock qualities of place, not only for humans, but for the modern human world as well. And in that sense, I think you presented insightful schemes. There was a lot of reflection about the interrelationship between things and systems and flows, and I did appreciate that. There was also an attempt to include sustainability discussions into the presentations, and this is, as we all know, more important than ever. And in that sense, and I was insisting a little bit on that today, we not only do we have a crisis of climate change, but we also have a biodiversity crisis. And more and more, we have to think about cities that are not only cities for people, but they are cities for other living beings as well. And I would welcome you to kind of continue to think about your architectures in your urban design proposals in that sense, and appreciating, developing attentiveness to pre-existence. It could be that you do alter a lot of what's there, and that's important. That's part of the role of design. But that attentiveness to those spaces, which are not voids, that they exist, and there are different kind of histories to them. There are different systems working or taking place. I think it can only make your research and your proposals more critical as well of kind of the mental constructs that we have in terms of design. But again, I just want to finish by congratulating you all, to thank our host, my juror colleague, all the presenters. Very well done.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Brinda ma'am to kindly share her views.
Yeah, thank you everybody, because this has been my first attempt at being with Urban Design Lab and listening to these wonderful presentations. It was a huge learning for me in terms of, particularly seeing projects from different contexts and understanding the contextual issues and how systems and other processes work in different places. In general, I felt like because these projects were mostly categorized under urban management, a little more, I felt like the entire aspect of how design gets done and how the next step of implementing the design can have a little more emphasis. I think everyone could possibly think about that next step of implementation and how these can actually get sort of maybe translated into guidelines, something that is extracted as possibly as law, that can actually help mandate from a top-down process, but then also from the local community's perspective. Many of the designs actually did talk about the local community's involvement in this, but a little stronger sort of participatory approach to some of this can become a little more prominent in some of the exercises or design processes that were presented. Generally, I think the resolution of most of the designs was good, and it was very strong in a manner. And the aspects of social implications and the aspects of legal implications, policies which are related to how how they can be managed, how these designs can be managed could be also included maybe. I do understand a lot of these presentations were at an undergraduate level, and maybe it's a bit much to ask of this aspect of getting into the management aspects. But for the postgraduate theses, I'm sure those kinds of asks are pretty normal, and it can be actually integrated into the designs. So in all, I think they were extremely sensitively approached, and a lot of thought has gone into the work. So I really appreciate that, and thank you all, and all the best to everyone.
Thank you so much for your kind words, ma'am. I thank each and every one of you who joined, stayed till the very end, listened to all of us, and joined this course. Thank you so much for this. With this, we officially conclude this session. And before the same, I just want to mention about our sessions that we have lined up for tomorrow. So for tomorrow, we have 2 sessions on thesis, which are related to urban networks and urban renewal, and we'll begin on 9:30 Coordinated Universal Time, which is 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you, Rabjot. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much.